All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host and moderator, Donnie Bedinsky, for tonight's epic debate between Dr. Kent Hovind and Mark Reed. Tonight we are debating evolution. Is there reasonable evidence for evolution? And I do want to thank the debaters, Mark and Kent, for giving us their time for this important debate. And before we get into the debate itself, as I typically like to do, let's kind of get to know the debaters for tonight a bit, break the ice. And why don't we start with Mark? Mark, thank you so much for being here. You've been here several times, so I don't think you're any stranger to this platform, but how you been? A little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I've been great. Thank you, Donnie. I'm a computer sort of involved in IT, probably network engineering. It's called sort of communication side of things. I'm a student in that. I've worked in various fields of communication through the years, and I do enjoy debating. So, and Donnie's generous enough to give me a platform here, which is fantastic. So thank you so much for having me on, Donnie. Thank you to my interlocutor, Kent Hovind, for showing up and debating this amazing topic. And looking forward for the debate. Looking forward to having a really good dialogue about evolution.
Me as well, Mark, and I appreciate that introduction to the audience. I do have Kent and Mark. I have the relevant links in the description box. For you, Mark, I just have links to previous debates that you've done. And you've actually done a debate with Kent in the past on Noah's Ark and Noah's Flood. Tonight's evolution. So this is...
Well, it was specifically the Ark. So I've never done a flood debate, as in sort of geological or anything like that, but that was specifically on the Ark itself, the boat.
The Ark.
Yes.
And that one was a ton of fun, which guarantees this one to be a ton of fun as well. So, Mark, thank you so much for the opening.
No guarantees. No guarantees. I'll do my best.
I'm guaranteeing it. No, I'm just kidding. So, Kent, we're going to hand it over to you then. Introduction, how you been, a little bit about yourself, a little bit about Dal.
All right. Well, thank you. My name is Kent Hovind. I've been a Baptist preacher 48 years. I started Dinosaur Adventureland in 1989. And we have 140 acres here in Lenox, Alabama. Visitors come from all over the world to see the place. It's all free. We have a science center with all kinds of cool activities on science in the Bible. We believe the Bible is true from cover to cover. The earth is about 6,000 years old. Dinosaurs lived with man all through history. They called them other names like dragons. There's no such thing as a geologic column. There's no such thing as a fossil record. No such thing. There's fossils, but it's not a record. So we defend the Bible from being true. We think the evolution theory being taught in our schools is the dumbest and most dangerous religion in the history of the planet. And that's where we stand, okay?
All right, Ken, thank you so much for the introduction. Thanks to the both of you. So for the audience sake, format for tonight is going to be mostly informal. We're going to have up to 10 to 12 minute opening statements. Mark's going to kick us off there. Then we'll give Kent, 10 to 12 minutes. And then we're just going to get into a free-flowing discussion. So whatever topics or points are brought up in the openings, those are going to be the points that we make sure to focus on for the discussion. And we'll do our best to make this comprehensive in terms of evolution. Is there reasonable evidence for evolution? And I should mention, we are going to have, as always, an audience Q&A. So please, everybody in the chat, just make sure you're tagging me at Standing for Truth, and then that way I won't miss your question. So, okay, Mark, we're going to hand it over to you whenever you are ready for your opening statement.
Thank you, and I'll just share my screen here. I do apologize. Just one second. I probably should have got this set up. Fantastic. So just tell me when you're seeing that and everything's good there, Donnie.
Mark, it looks good. It's up on screen. Looks great.
Okay, so this is sort of my presentation on biological evolution. Now, you might sort of say evolution, there's other types and things like that. Well, in common parlance, when we talk about evolution, we're talking about biological evolution. And this is sort of understood by most people, but I think there might be some confusion on this. So what's biological evolution? It's simply the change in heritable characteristics or the change in allele frequency over time. Now, there is no micro and macro evolution, doesn't exist, isn't a thing. All micro and macro refers to is time scale. It's exactly the same process. The mechanisms that are used can be things like artificial selection, which is people breeding traits into animals, these heritable characteristics, or it can be natural selection, which is generally what's found out in the wild. Now, I was asked for my strongest evidence. So the strongest evidence for evolution is genetic evidence. It is without question the strongest evidence we can come up with to date. Now, keep in mind, this doesn't sit by itself in an island. This matches up with all the other evidence out there, from fossil records to embryology to every single sort of field that says evolution is true. It matches up with, and those sort of lines of evidence are what give us a very, very confident justification for evolution. Now, the first off is genetic similarity. We are 95 to 98 similar, depending on the genetic code. So this is humans and your closest relatives, the chimpanzees. Now, the thing is that, like you're closer to your sister or your brother, as you get further away, like you'll be less genetically similar to your cousin, say, than your sister or brother, and then less genetically similar to the next distance relatives, just say your second nephew on your mother's side or something like that. That's exactly the same thing we see in animals. As we get further away from humans under the evolutionary model, the less genetically similar we are to them. And don't forget, we had the evolutionary model before we had genetics to confirm it. In fact, the creator of evolution, famous Darwin, he didn't even know about genetics. So that's just backing up what we've already found. Now, I've just included a couple of papers here, just pointing out that they're, almost identical, depending on how you evaluate it. 99 to 95% similarity. And I've just included those to show that there is a great similarity between them. This isn't a coincidence. And the way that animals are similar, that we found after we found genetics, shows that the model is true. And those were testable predictions. We predicted that they would be genetically similar. And just to have a look at the human and chimpanzee chromosomes. Now, what I'd like to draw your attention to, and I'll just grab my marker, is this section here, number 2. That's 2A and 2B on chimpanzees, while it's 2 on human. And that brings me into my next point, the chromosome 2 fusion. So chimps have 24 chimps have 24 pairs, humans have 23 pairs. How do we know that it fused? This slide is 4 of the chromosomes for human, chimpanzee, gorilla, and orangutan. Now, look at number 2, where we have the exact chromosome where it's fused together. And pay attention to how similar it is. The banding on it are exactly similar, just as if this section got fused to that section. All very similar. Now, here's the structure of the chromosome 2 in particular. Now, what we have on this chromosome is at the ends we have telomeres, which basically signal the end point of this chromosome, and on the bottom as well. And this section here is called a centromere. Now, it has a number of functions. It joins up to another chromosome to make a chromatid during the replication process. But basically, with all chromosomes, you'll find telomeres on the outside and centromeres on the inside. And we have that with the chimpanzee. You have telomeres there and there, there and there, while you have centromeres on the inside. So it follows that if there was a fusion, we should see telomeres in the center where they shouldn't be, and we should also have another centromere where it should not be. And that's exactly what we found. That's exactly what the scientists found. They found that the chromosome 2 has telomeres in the center, and a second remnant, sort of a fragments of a second centromere down here, number 2. So it's got one centromere and it's got fragments of a second. So does that mean that, you know, chimpanzees birthed humans? No, absolutely not. What it means is that a more primitive ancestor millions of years ago had two chromosome 2, or 2A and 2B, like chimpanzees, but while chimpanzees kept the two, the humans ones fused together. And just to note, things don't jump sideways on the tree of life. So this is a part of the tree of life that we call, or the phylogenetic tree. Things don't jump from branch to branch. That does not happen. So if you're saying, hey, did a human get birthed by a chimpanzee? No, never. Things don't jump sideways on those branches. It only keeps going. So we're not saying that any modern animal gave birth to another modern animal. What we're saying is that they had an ancestor, a common ancestor that gave birth to both. Now, this happened millions of years ago. So if there was another divergence, it would take millions of years. Now, the second point of, or really the third, apart from genetic similarity and the fusion, is endogenous retroviruses. And, you know, sort of, you may have seen that on the channel before. They basically work on, and this is sort of a diagram of how they work. They're an RNA entering the cell and using an enzyme called reverse transcriptase to cut into, or I mean, it uses integrase to cut into, and then the reverse transcriptase sort of copies them into the DNA of its host. The host then transfers it to DNA and replicates it, which allows it to spread. So it's then uses transcriptase to then produce more of itself and spread and spread and spread. Now, the structure is always the same for endogenous retroviruses. You have the long terminal repeats are always the boundary of the viral element, with the GAG, POL, and ENV sections of the virus. Now, the way that it works is that these retroviruses, they're in every single cell of your body. So every single cell is replicated with the coding for the viruses already there. The only way this can happen is because of the enormous number of insertion points or places they can enter the cell. And I'll just sort of, they can enter sort of, they can enter here. Whoops, sorry. They can enter kind of here or here or here or here, but there's 10 million places they can enter and attach them, insert themselves into the DNA. Because that's the case, the only way that that particular virus could insert itself to be duplicated all the way through the body in exactly the same place is if it is done in the germline. Now, the germline is just a fancy way of saying the egg or the sperm. It has to have inserted itself in there. And then it becomes fixed in a population. So it gets, and the reason why there is it's in the woman is because the sperm or the egg gets into, obviously is developed in the woman. It gives birth to somebody with that ERV coding, and then it gets fixed in the population. And there can be a number of reasons that happens that I'm happy to go into. So how do we know they're fossil viruses? So it's the LTR, or the long terminal repeats, that allow us to know that it is a viral element. So basically, if the viral element is in every single person, then we know that that insertion happened to a common ancestor of all the things with that viral element in it. Because don't forget, it can be 1 in 10 million places. So in order for two people for you to say that it happened separately, you would have to say that that 1 in 10 million happened for exactly the same virus for both of them. And there's a problem there. That is highly unlikely odds. So sort of why do we know that and sort of the testable prediction is if they're really endogenized retroviruses, they should have marks that the integrase has made this cut. Now, that prediction appears to be true every single time we examine these viral elements. They do have the duplication of the long terminal repeat in the DNA code. So what does that mean for evolutionary theory? So there's 10 million possible insertion points. In order to integrate the same DNA, the same virus, so it has to have inserted in a chimpanzee. If we share the same DNA for these viruses, they must have been the same virus, not a different virus, the same virus must have inserted at the same point in both chimpanzees and humans. So let's look at it as in it was two events that happened separately. One, well, if the chances of it happening are 10 million to 1, and we share 205 instances of this, you have a better chance of picking out a specified grain of sand on the beach. Way better chance. The likelihood of that happening is so ridiculous that you could pick out grains forever and it wouldn't happen. The alternative is that an ancestor millions of years ago, I'm not talking recently as in, their father, no, millions and millions of years ago, they had a germline was infected, that was fixed in the population, both the primitive primate, or even earlier, it could have been from a basic simple eukaryotic cell, evolved in two different directions, and that in turn still had that viral element fixed in both us and chimpanzees. And that is the way more likely scenario. The interesting thing is that when you go through the phylogenetic tree, or the tree of life that scientists have put together, the further away that something is related to us, the less viral elements they have like this. And the further something diverged from our particular branch of the tree of life, the less viral elements they have in common with us. Now, evolution also... Sorry?
You've got about a minute, Mark.
Oh, thank you. I'm just going to quickly go through this. This is not an atheist sort of model or something trying to... A lot of Christians accept this and they still have faith. They still have, faith in a God. It doesn't... What I wanted to point out is evolution does not discredit a God. It doesn't disprove a God. It doesn't make it not exist. And I just want to point out Francis Collins, who is the head of it. I really respect his work. I don't agree with his religious beliefs, but he's welcome to them. The evidence supporting the idea that all living things are descended from a common ancestor is truly overwhelming. I would not necessarily wish that to be so as a Bible-believing Christian, but it is so. It does not serve faith well to try to deny that. And that's basically a very, very devout man who accepts what he sees in front of him. And I just want to sort of say to the Christians who don't believe evolution that your faith is great, but when it's getting in the way of the truth and scientific truth, maybe have a real think about it and a think about what's valuable to you. Whether that be the truth or whether it be your personal beliefs. And I'd like to thank you as well for your time.
Okay, thank you. Let me stop the timer there, Mark. I'll get the slides off the screen. Okay, that was exactly 14 minutes. So what we'll do is hand it over to Kent. Oh, no, that's fine, because it looks like most of the time was ERVs and chromosome 2 fusion. So I appreciate you, sticking to two main topics there in lines of evidence. So, okay, Kent, we're going to hand it over to you, and we're going to give you equal time, 14 minutes, and then we'll get into a discussion. Go ahead, Kent, whenever you're ready. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Very frequently, it's facts are established, and then the conclusions are drawn that are wrong. It's a fact, almost all the cars in America have the steering wheel on the left side. Therefore, they're all related. No. All the cars in England, or most of them, have the steering wheel on the other side, the wrong side, I would say. And so it doesn't prove anything. In the movie The Green Mile, it was a fact 2 girls were missing. A massive manhunt was organized. Okay? That's a fact. It's a fact John Coffey is found holding the 2 dead girls in the movie. Okay? No question. That's a fact. So this is a bit of evidence. Here's the evidence. He's found holding the 2 dead girls. Okay? I agree. Everybody agrees on that. It's a fact. John Coffey is arrested and executed for the crime. In the movie, that's a fact. He was found holding the girls. He was arrested. He was tried. A jury found him guilty, and he's executed. All a fact. It's a fact. This guy did it, not John Coffey. They drew the wrong conclusion. I think what we've seen tonight from Mark, he has looked at things like genetic similarity, which is a fact. There's a lot of similarities. But what does that prove? Does that prove a common ancestor? No. It could prove a common designer. It could be nothing at all. But it doesn't prove a common ancestor. I'm going to keep track tonight of how many times he refers to time, millions of years or a long time ago. So far, we got quite a few. See, time is the hero to the evolutionist. How does a mosquito turn, how does an amoeba turn to anything else? Well, given enough time, stop. There isn't any, you can't have all that time. There's lots of reasons, scientific ways to prove the Earth is not billions of years old. That's not the debate tonight. But you keep track yourself. Keep a hash mark on your notepad there. Time is essential to the atheist and evolutionist. It can't happen in a short amount of time. Let's see. 2 more things I wanted to get here on this one, 1920, and then I'll go back to what I wanted to say here. The Bible says God formed the eye. The eye is incredible. There are a lot of similarities in the different eyes of different animals. That's a fact. Lots of similarities. Some, they try to explain how it evolved slowly by a depression in the photosensitive photoreceptors. You can believe that if you want. And they say there are scars of evolution proving we have a common ancestor. No, the eye is incredibly designed, but they've got all the eyes going back to a common ancestor. They drew lines on paper and connected them. Well, that doesn't prove anything, okay? There are simple lens eyes, compound eyes, the simple corneal eye. I agree. Darwin said, to suppose that the eye could have been formed by natural selection seems, I freely confess, absurd. Now, he went on to say he believed it anyway. And you mentioned something, Mark, tonight. A lot of scientists accept evolution. I want you folks to listening to the debate to watch how many times they try to slip that word accept in. No, the word is believe. They believe in evolution. You can only accept something that's a fact and been proven true. It is not a fact, it's not been proven true that humans and chimpanzees have a common ancestor. Because all anybody's ever seen in the history of humanity is chimpanzees make baby chimpanzees every time. So if we see that going now, I guess we can assume it's been the same in the past. If you want to imagine that chimpanzees and humans have a common ancestor, that's not science. That's a religious belief. Humans always make baby humans. There are no exceptions, none. If you wish to believe they came from something else, that's your religion. So watch how many times he uses the word, you have to accept evolution. No, you don't accept evolution. I accept cows can jump. I accept that fact. I believe there's a limit how high they can jump. They had trained cows to jump higher and have rodeos in Texas where they jump the cows, see who can jump the highest. I think the whole thing's dumb, but that's what they do. So if you took your cow to the gym and made him work out and took a lot of vitamins, do you think the cow could ever jump over the moon? Or is there a limit in there? I bet there's a limit how high cows can jump. I don't know if they've reached the limit yet or not. Next year, somebody might break the record, go a quarter inch higher. But they're not going to jump over the moon. Okay? So it's a fact they can jump, but it's not a fact that there's no limit to this. It's a fact there are variations within the genetic code. It's a fact there are over, 11,000 different species or 7,000 different species of apples. That's a fact. Therefore, does that prove apples are related to elephants? See, in your evolutionist mind, you don't get it. There are limits to all of these changes. There are limits to how far they can change. Yes, we can get 4,000 varieties of potatoes now. They might have had a common ancestor called a potato. And there's a limit. They've been trying to get bigger dogs for a long time. They got them up to the Great Dane. You think they'll ever get a dog as big as an elephant? No, there's a limit. Have they reached it? I don't know, probably getting close. But there are animals as big as an elephant, you know, like an elephant. So I think you guys do not understand you don't accept the fact that there are limits to all of the changes that we've ever observed. You don't accept the fact that mosquitoes always make baby mosquitoes, hamsters always make baby hamsters, monkeys make baby monkeys, humans make baby humans. That's the fact. Now, if you wish to believe it was different in the past, well, then that's your belief. It's a religious belief. So I agree that there are genetic similarities. I can accept that fact. That does not prove common ancestry. I believe there are similarities in our chromosomes between us and the chimpanzee. That does not prove common ancestor. That might prove a common designer. You know, the chimpanzee and the human have a lot of similarities and things they have to do. They got 2 eyes, they got 2 ears, they got 2 arms, fingers that bend, they got hair on the outside of their body, they got the tail on the back, the nose on the front. I think there are a lot of similarities because there's a common designer. So you're seeing this evidence. John Coffey's holding the girls. Yep. And you're coming to the wrong conclusion. You're saying, well, see, this proves a common, same with ERVs. You're seeing this evidence and coming to the wrong conclusion. Donnie wrote a whole book about the ERVs, or booklet. You can get that from Standing for Truth. The eye got to be one of the most complex things in the universe. 1 square inch of your retina has 137 million light-sensitive cells. You really think that happened by chance? Do you think the eye in your head, Mark, came from an amoeba? This is what it teaches. That's what you guys believe. The rods and the cones. The human eye has 3 types of cones. We could talk forever about that. How many colors can a human see? They can easily distinguish 100 shades. They're able to see about 1 million shades of colors. Wow. I think the human eye is much complicated than a dog. We have an incredible eyeball, and I think God ought to get the glory for it. Now, if you don't choose to glorify God for the eye, okay, do whatever you want. If you want to claim you got a common ancestor with an amoeba, okay, but that's not science. So that's my point. I think you guys have gone nuts with this trying to accept something that's simply a theory, not even a good theory. It's a religious belief. Let's see. Definition of evolution, 32. I have said for years that evolution has 6 different meanings. Cosmic evolution, which you guys do not want to talk about because you say that's not part of the theory, but it is. You have to have the origin of time, space, matter. What evolved? Where did it come from? You don't have an answer to that, and you skip that, and you're going to get angry for me bringing that up, but that's too bad. It's a fact. They have to have something to evolve. The universe, where did it come from? Where did time, space, matter come from? They say it began in a Big Bang 13.772 billion years ago. Okay. What was here 13.773 billion years ago? Where did time come from? Where did space come from? They say the Big Bang was an explosion or a rapid expansion. Into what? Into space. Where did space come from? Then you have to have chemical evolution, the higher elements. Theory known as chemical evolution. The Big Bang supposedly made hydrogen. Well, how do you get all these other elements? How do you get all the uranium and platinum and gold and silver and brass out of all these different, brass is not an element, I'm saying. How do you get all these elements out of hydrogen gas? I'd like to learn how to make gold out of hydrogen gas. I think that'd be pretty cool, okay? Then you have to have stars evolving. Nobody's ever seen a star form. Never. We see them blow up. They said 2 weeks ago, I think it was, they said, oh, we saw a star form. No, you saw a dot appear. You're assuming it's a star forming. If it's a long ways away and it's a nova star blowing up, that would look like, whoa, wow, look, new dot. A new dot. Yeah, okay. It could have been a star blowing up. We've seen them blow up. We've seen them destroyed, lots of them. We've never seen them form. How do stars get formed? What is the importance of stellar evolution? It's part of it. We don't know how a single star managed to form. So let's see, I want to get up to something else here. I cover all this in my seminar. No one knows how stars form. But there's a lot of stars out there. Everybody could own 11 trillion of them to yourself. Never see one form. There should be 9.5 million stars, new stars forming every minute for 13.7 billion years. Organic evolution is another one you guys want to skip. How did life get started from non-living material? All these first 4 are essential before anything else matters. Nothing else matters. So we see changes. So we see similarities of chromosomes. So we see ERVs, okay? How did life get started? The world has been evolved and not created. They really believe that at Go Life Science, okay? I'll debate all you guys at the same time. New theory of organic evolution. This organic evolution is essential. Nobody knows how a mixture of lifeless chemicals first came into a living cell. Nobody knows that. It's part of a religion. They say it came from primordial soup from 1924. He proposed a theory on the origin of life that the chemicals from the soup combined in the right order to make something alive. One single cell is not simple. It's incredibly complicated. I'll show you here. Then you have what's called macroevolution, changing from one to another, which we never see. We see dogs produce dogs, big dogs and little dogs, but we never see anything else. Dog, wolf, coyote, and a banana probably had a common ancestor, except for the banana. God said they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever observed. That's science. If you wish to believe something else, you can believe it. Microevolution is a lousy word. We shouldn't use it, but they do. Variations happen within the same kind. Changes within a species or small group of organisms. Okay, I agree, but you guys want to make these family trees. We see these small changes. Cows can jump higher. Okay, therefore cows are related to broccoli. That's what you do. You draw a line on paper between a human and a bird and a dinosaur and a ladybug and broccoli or tree and a worm and say, see, common ancestor. This is pure propaganda. This is absolute stupidity to teach this as science. This isn't science. This is a bunch of lines drawn on paper. There are no transitional fossils. I want to get to something else here about the so-called simple living single ancestor. Let's see, right here. They say we all came from a single, all the many forms of life on Earth today came from a primitive unicellular organism. There is no such thing as a primitive unicellular organism. No such thing. But they draw these lines on paper back to, I got the wrong button here. Let's see. Dogs and wolves. I'm going to have to get back to home page. Primitive unicellular organism. I'm so sorry here. And I'm going to run out of time. I'll just do it this way. So I looked up how many there are 20,000 different kinds of single-celled organisms. 20,000 different kinds, like the amoeba and the paramecium. Okay, they're really, really complicated. Really complicated. There's no such thing as a simple unicellular organism. The flagellated paramecium, I'll just jump to this one here. Alt-DV 133. There. They have a little motor in their skin. We're talking a single-celled creature, the paramecium. The motor that turns the hair spins. It would take 8 million of these motors lined up side by side to go across an average human hair. That little motor spins 100,000 RPM. Let me see you build an engine that turns 100,000 RPM, okay? And then I think we'd have to say when you're all done building it, it was designed. This little motor spins the hair on the bacteria and lets him swim through his little world. You really think that happened by chance? I don't understand how you guys cannot see the incredible complexity in life and say, wow, God, you're amazing. When we see a dragster with a motor that's able to get the thing going, 300 miles an hour, we say, wow, those guys are good. I don't mind glorifying God for his creation. I feel bad for you, Mark. I can go look at the stars and say, wow, God, you're amazing. You go look at the stars and think, it all happened by itself, by chance. Okay, your choice. Best evidence for evolution, I think you got the three that you put on the table. All can be explained by a designer that you gave evidence, but it can be interpreted differently, like John Coffey did not kill those girls. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that is 14 minutes on the dot as well. So, gentlemen, Mark and Kent, the debaters for tonight, thank you so much for the visuals and the opening presentation. So we're jumping into an open discussion, but Mark, let's hand it to you since Kent just ended with his opening statement. There might be a few things you wanted to say before you, let's say pick whatever topic you want to take the direction in for the debate. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, so I just want to start off by pointing out that before the discussion, we kind of agreed on 2 to 3 topics because Kent complained that too many topics would, he couldn't follow them, he couldn't get up to them. Now, I just want to point out the dishonesty of somebody going through movies, Common Designer, amoebas, Darwin's thing, chimps and humans, variations genetic code, demonstrating limits, chance, Then he went on to the eye and how that came about, the universe, chemical evolution, cosmological evolution, stellar evolution, organic evolution, macroevolution, phylogenetic tree, the primitive unicellular organisms, kinds of primitive kinds of bacteria and amoebas, biological motors. Now, this is not 2 to 3 topics, and for somebody that sits there and says, well, no, I can't handle too many, this is a scattershot. And so I just want to point out the dishonesty of that. And you know, the Green Mile's a movie, Kent. It's not real, mate. It's not real. I just want to point that out. Now, first off, I'll address the Darwin thing, and we'll go through these one by one since you are nice enough to bring them all up. I noticed that you didn't really address my concerns at all. But for Darwin, what he said was that it seems like common sense that the eye could have been evolved. But he also mentioned it seems like common sense that the Earth could not be going around the sun. What he's basically saying is some things are counterintuitive, that you think that they are a certain way. And in this, you are exactly like flat earthers. You basically are saying, well, I can't believe that. It's an argument from incredulity. I can't believe that, therefore it's not true. And that's not the case. It's not the case at all. And so I'll address that one first and see what you've got to say about it. But I hope we can go through all of these, and I hope you can actually address what I've said instead of whatever scattershot this is.
Go ahead, Kent.
Okay, my computer's saving the program. I agree, there are many topics, but see, you want to jump right into similarities between, genetic similarities between animals. Where did these animals come from? How did life get started? It's a long process to get to living organisms at all. And I wish you guys would give an answer to that. Where did matter come from? Where did space come from? Where did time come from? Where did life come from? How did an amoeba learn to make arms? And your answer is always millions of years. So you gave 3 similarities. You said there are genetic similarities between a lot of different animals. I agree. That does not prove a common ancestor. We see animals producing babies today. Why don't they do it again? Why don't you get an ancestor why don't you get a chimpanzee or something similar to turn into a human again in the laboratory? Or pick something with a shorter generation time, like a bacteria or an amoeba. I found it here, 548, okay? Some unicellular organisms, according to the trees of life that you mentioned. These trees of life go back to a single-celled creature. 20,000 species are estimated to be in the ocean. Different types of unicellular organisms. They're not simple. They're really complicated. The amoeba has a genome size of 670 trillion base pairs in an amoeba, which you can't even see without a good microscope. 670 trillion base pairs in the genome. I think it had to be designed. I don't know what's complicated about that. A lily, 90 trillion base pairs in the genome. And you show a picture of the dark and light sections of these, chromosome 2, etc. Unwind that thing and see if it's really similar, okay? I think I could pick up books out of my library. I bet I could find a lot of books in here that have similar number of pages. Look, this book's got 300 pages and that one's got 304 pages. That proves they're related. No. I bet if we unwound it, looked at the letters in a sequence, we'd find a big difference. And I think you'd find a huge difference in humans and chimpanzees if you don't just count the number of chromosomes, but unwind that chromosome and type out the code. There's probably some similarities in how these animals make hair because it requires the same code. Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint have millions of lines of identical code. But they're different programs and they're designed, all of them are designed. So the code is designed. Humans only have 3.2 billion. Wow, what happened here? So saying it simpler, E. coli has 4,435 genes. It's complicated. You guys want to just make everybody accept the idea that it came by chance. You couldn't drop letters of the alphabet and form a sentence in eternity. It'll never happen. And then, of course, you'd have to answer who made the letters and who's dropping them. But you guys time is your hero. Mark, I wish you could see. You believe these things happen by chance over time. That's not science. Where is any animal today evolving into something else?
This is
You
just
claim,
this is
you claim humans and chimps have a common ancestor. Where are we seeing it today? Go ahead.
This is a gish gallop again. You're basically throwing out thing after thing after thing after thing, so I can't respond. So I'll grab the time it takes to respond to each and every single one of these. You said a long process. Where does it come from? Biological evolution doesn't get into, well, they think that the best explanation is abiogenesis, but that's not theory like evolution is, because it doesn't have the same level of support. Now, it seems to be the best explanation. I don't 100% believe in it. I don't know where it comes from, but not knowing where things come from doesn't invalidate the evolutionary fact. And that's where you've got it completely wrong. Evolution doesn't address where the life came from. It only addresses diversification and common descent of life. That's it. And so you're basically making a straw man. For those in the audience, a straw man is when you can't attack the real person, you can't attack the real argument. So you pump a whole bunch of straw into a dummy and then whack away at that, thinking it makes you seem strong and big. But you're not actually addressing the argument, which is biological evolution, the diversity of life and not the origin. So you're completely missing that. And I've got a lot to go through here. Chimpanzee to human. As I said that specific example, that wouldn't happen, Kent, because nothing crosses branches of the tree of life. I'm not sure if you're getting older and you're just not listening or something like that, but I already addressed this. And the same for a unicellular organism. Why doesn't it do it again, make complex life? It's probably in the process of doing so, but it's not like it will give birth to a human like you suggested, because that doesn't happen. You're talking about crossing branches on that phylogenetic tree, which doesn't happen. Primitive amoebas, yes, there were more primitive prokaryotes and simpler celled organisms back ages ago. And you're basically taking a modern contemporary example and going, oh, well, it's really complicated. Yeah, it's really complicated because the cells back then were a lot simpler than they are today. Why? Because they've evolved. The books have a number of pages. I mean, this is just ridiculous. A genetic code is not pages. We're talking about genetic code. And you're basically saying, oh, it's coincidence that they all look similar. Just pure fluke, just a big coincidence. Like books in pages have coincidentally have the same amount of page. It's not coincidence and it's not chance. Like natural selection doesn't operate by chance. Mutations arise by chance, but natural selection is deterministic. Whichever animal is fitter for its environment will be the one to succeed. And there is a little bit of chance involved, but it isn't complete chance. There is a process at work here. Millions of lines of identical code for some program. Yeah, but code, when you copy it, it doesn't create mutations. It doesn't change, does it, Ken? You copy your Word or your copy of Windows, it stays exactly the same. And that's what you're missing. There are processes at work here that you're not accounting for, just putting your head in the dirt and saying, well, I'm not gonna accept that they exist. When they're copied, they're exactly the same. That is not what's happening. As you've pointed out, they do change. Organisms change, and you've already admitted that. Now, time isn't my ally. It's just the age of the Earth. It's just what nearly every single scientist on the face of the Earth agrees with through multiple different fields. And the only people that think the Earth is younger are people with a vested faith interest in it. Evolution is science. There are testable predictions we can make. There are things that we can test. There's experiments that we can do. It absolutely is science. And that was actually determined in a court of law. And I'm sure you're familiar with court of law, Kent, that intelligent design, is not a science, while evolution absolutely is. Kitzmiller versus Dover.
Okay, Mark, you rely on this genetic code being copied and copied and copied and turning into something else, okay? We've never seen that. You can believe that. I took a piece of paper, Darwin's book, copied the page out of on a copy machine. I ran the copy through the copy, then ran the copy of the copy through the copier. After 5 generations, here it is. After 10 generations, there it is. After 15 generations, there it is. It's hardly readable. If you think you're a copy off a copy off a copy for billions of generations back to an amoeba or some single-celled creature, this is not logical. That the code could gain, nobody's ever seen it gain information. It loses information every time it's copied. We don't see, science is what we can observe. And when you say evolution is science, you're thinking of a different meaning of the word evolution than I am. I agree, variations happen. We now have hundreds of varieties of cows, 250 varieties of cows, mostly bred by man to get more milk or more beef or stand the heat better or something like that. And most of them wouldn't survive in the wild, but there's 250 kinds of cows, had a common ancestor called a cow. That's where it stops. But you don't see, do you believe a cow has a common ancestor with you, Mark Reed? Do you have a common ancestor with a cow?
Yes, we do. We have a common ancestor millions of years ago when the primates split off from other animals. But we've never seen something copied and turn into something else. What I want to ask you, and you've already admitted that we do see animals changing over time. A dog breeder will change dogs over time. That is something that we all see, and you're not even disputing it, and I understand that. First, where is the physical mechanism, and can you demonstrate the physical mechanism for putting a limit on change? You can point to papers, you can point to research, you can provide your own research, but because a cow jumping over a moon, we know that in physics there is a physical limiter to how much muscle mass you can get, how high that you can translate that energy into. There's a lot of physical limits that we can absolutely describe using physics and other scientific means. But where is your limit? Where do you have any physical limit that you can demonstrate in the scientific field to the limits that you're claiming exists on evolution? And that you think microevolution turns into macroevolution. Now, a cell division is not a photocopier. It's not. Like you're talking about, scanning light. This is a false analogy. It just doesn't make any sense. You're talking about an optic, like a photograph almost, or a scan of something being equal to cell division. That's just a ridiculous statement. There is so much different about the way that they work in the systems that are being processed here that the only thing I would agree with is things that copy develop mutations, like you're trying to say there. Now, it loses information. No, it doesn't. You can have insertions, which you gain information. The sequence changes, therefore it's new information. That is absolutely across the world of genetics acknowledged. So, gene insertions are where accidentally another gene is placed in there. Gene duplications duplicate another gene. Those are new information. And I really would like you to address how the ERVs got into us and the chimpanzee when the odds are against it so highly, when the odds are ridiculously against that happening. How did that happen?
Well, you've given about 12 topics here. You're doing the Gish Gallop and accusing me of it.
You brought it up.
The variations that we see, you asked, are there limits? What are the physical limits? Well, first of all, you got a great barrier going from a single-celled anything to multicellular. Where are the two-celled creatures in the world today? Not a colony, but a two-celled creature, or three-celled, or four-celled. I agree they can colonize and work together to do things, but that's not a single individual. We don't see it happening. We see a lot of single-celled creatures, 20,000 different kinds, which you guys all believe came from a dot of near nothing or nothing exploding, a singularity, rapidly expanding. I think you don't have a good theory that goes back to zero. I do. God created everything in 6 days. I take that by faith, and I'm not demanding that be taught to all the kids in school. You guys take by faith it all came from a dot and want that taught in school. So the limits that we see, your first barrier is getting from non-living material to living material. First of all, getting matter from anywhere. Where did matter come from? That's a limit, okay? How do you explain that? How did this matter come alive? There's a limit. Do it again in the laboratory. I want to watch it happen this time. See, science, I think you have a different meaning for the word science. Science comes from the Latin word "scire," which means to know. What do we know? Well, we know life begets life like itself. We know cows produce cows and dogs produce dogs. We know that. We do not know that they have a common tree of life, like you guys want to put in the books here. 1, 2, 3, 1939, I think it is. No, let's see. Anyway, we do not know that they have a common ancestor. You believe that. You believe you have a common ancestor with a cow. Okay, because somebody drew a chart and put lines on paper. Okay, great. They can do all that they want. But that's not, my point is, this science is what we can observe. We don't observe. You referred many, many times already in this debate to millions of years ago they had a common ancestor. That's not science. The fact that there are genetic similarities, great. Why would that preclude a common designer? The Honda Accord and the Honda Prelude have a lot of similarities because Honda builds them both. That's not proof of a common ancestor, it's proof of a common designer. Where do you get the idea that these similarities, the only way it can be interpreted is common ancestor? Why couldn't the genetic similarities be common designer? Same guy wrote the code. What is wrong with that theory, Mark?
All right, so I just want to point out that you didn't address my question at all on the limits of where this exists. You talked about, and I didn't gish gallop, every single topic bar one question was brought up by you, Kent, and only because you started talking about limits. So every single point of the last statement was addressing what you said. You gish galloped and I had to address them all. That's not me. If you don't want me to talk about excess topics, stop bringing them up. That's simple. Single cell to multicellular, why doesn't it happen? It does. We've had an algae turned from a single-celled algae into a multicellular organism. I believe Atheist Jr. brought this one up for you. It was a single-celled green algae, Chlamydomonas reinhardti, and that basically was a single-cell algae which turned into a multicellular creature. Now, this isn't a colony. This isn't a colony at all. The reason why is because a colony, when a colony has one of them leave, it can survive on its own. Now, these organisms couldn't survive on their own. They were a true multicellular creature. So that has actually been happened and demonstrated. Now, all of this is ridiculous because Kent sort of dishonestly says, well, I only want 2 to 3 topics. And then he expects me to explain every step of the origin of everything in the universe, like everything in the universe, from the Big Bang, which isn't even a part of this discussion, all the way up to abiogenesis, which again isn't even part of this discussion, and every step in between, which is ridiculous. Some things we don't know, Ken, but just because we don't know doesn't mean that you get to insert God. That is God of the gaps, okay? God of the gaps. And that's exactly what you're trying to do. If I can't answer a question, then you get to put God in. No, you don't. Where did matter come from? Yeah, probably, I mean, I would guess, and I would probably say that the best explanation we have is from some sort of quantum field, but I don't know that for sure. He didn't address my question. He didn't say, how do we know there is a fixed point for evolution and how to demonstrate it to the scientific community, because he can't. He can't address it. He can't demonstrate it. He can't do any of that. Now, just with your Honda thing, what's interesting is that Honda produces stuff like concept cars, which are original cars that don't use parts from factory models. They are a concept. And we don't see concept cars in nature. We always see them connected through the tree of life from more similar things and similar organisms down to the more simpler ones as we go back during time. Where's the concept car of biological life? Doesn't exist. And if you could produce that, that would be great, but you can't. So I'd like you to maybe answer my question on the limits of evolution and how you can demonstrate there is actual physical limits like we have with a cow. And then maybe I'll get into some of the other plethora of points that you brought up in your introduction.
And Mark, I do have, I'm not sure if that's what you wanted, but I do have your scientists have witnessed a single-celled algae. I've got that up on screen for you. I'm not sure if that was your...
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I was just bringing it up, yeah. Cheers, thank you.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, Ken.
I think I did answer your question about the limits. There are physical limits. There's a limit. How did life get started? There's a limit to how big things can get. Gravity would affect it at some point. I don't think you're going to get a cow to jump over the moon. I don't think you're going to get an amoeba to turn to anything else but an amoeba. This is the first I've heard of. I heard of it. I haven't studied it yet about this single-celled creature. Some scientists in the laboratory caused this to happen with the green algae. I'll do some research on that. Thank you, sir. Do you believe that's evidence that it happened long ago in the past? Or is that just something they're able to do today in a controlled experiment? We see amoeba produce baby amoeba pretty rapidly. You can believe anything you want after that. 20,000 different species of single-celled creatures. And they're really complicated. You think the amoeba with 670 trillion genome-sized base pairs happened by chance? I'm baffled that a grown man could believe such a thing. But that's your choice. But I don't think it's science. It's too complex. There are complex. You talk about the odds of something happening with your, the chromosome 2 fusion or the ERVs. We can get into that. Donnie did a good book on that. Maybe, Donnie, you can have a whole debate with a guy just on ERVs. Take 3 hours on that one. But the fact that there are some similarities in ERVs or in genetic similarities, again, you say, well, we don't know where matter came from. We don't know where time came from. Okay, so if I grant you that, you can have time, space, matter. Why can't you grant me, okay, God exists? Well, therefore, God can do anything he wants. In your little mind, time can do anything it wants. Time can make an amoeba turn to a human. Do you believe over billions of years, a single-celled creature turned to a human? Is time the hero of the plot for you?
Yeah, I believe that over time, a single-celled organism can evolve into complex life forms. That's essentially what evolution says. Now, again, you said not chance. Yeah, it's not chance. It's not chance at all. No, not chance. And I really want to hammer this home, Kent, because you don't. I'm really not sure why you're not listening. It is not chance. The process of evolution is deterministic, and it's determined by the creature's adaptations to the environment that they're in. Mutation is chance, but it's deterministic. It basically means the fittest for that environment will survive. So stop saying chance. It's not chance. When you have a gorilla that's small and frail because he's come out weak, and a gorilla that's big and strong because he's had a genetic advantage, it is not chance that the big strong gorilla survives. That's not chance. It is deterministic. So you've got that completely and utterly wrong. I'm not even going to start on how life got started. I mean, it isn't the focus of this debate. Abiogenesis is our best case scenario. We are doing experiments with that. Whereas the experiments that ID's doing, intelligent design, maybe you could point out an experiment that intelligent design can do if you want it taught in schools. What is an experiment that you can do that is scientific and can demonstrate the truth of your premise?
Fair question. Where is the scientific experiments that there's an intelligent designer? I cannot prove scientifically in the laboratory there's a God. I cannot prove scientifically sitting here in Lenox, Alabama, that somebody made this pen. I don't know who made it. I don't know where it was made. No name on there. Oh, yeah, there is. Clip lock. No, that goes here. Never mind. Okay. But I think the logic and common sense would say these things don't happen by chance. Somebody had to make it. When you see something as complex as a single-celled creature with a little motor in its skin, some of them have a whole bunch of these little hairs all over their body. They can swim different directions. The paramecium, single-celled. This motor's turning 100,000 RPM. That happened by natural selection. So if one could only turn 90,000 RPM, it didn't make it. So you guys don't realize, maybe you do, your theory, natural selection works, but it can select. It doesn't create anything. It selects. If you took all the dogs in the world, loose, put them in Alaska, turned them loose, the first winter, most of them would freeze. They're not ready for cold weather. Those that already have long hair and short legs and thick body, they would survive. And after a couple of generations, you'd have all wolves or huskies up there. I agree. Nature can select certain body types to survive in a certain environment. But all it does is select. I think the fastest wolf is probably going to get the deer. Well, why don't they get wings on the wolf and fly after the deer? The natural selection, you guys want to give natural selection a creative force. It doesn't create anything. It selects. Where is the evidence of any creature getting new information that can be passed on to the whole population? What this leads to directly, and I think you know this, Mark, natural selection thinking leads to the best ones survive. Well, Adolf Hitler felt the same way. Let's take this blonde-haired, blue-eyed Norwegians and Germans and let them survive and kill everybody else. Let's speed up the process of natural selection. Let's do it with artificial selection. That's why I cover how dangerous this theory is. It leads right to Hitler and Stalin and the Georgia Guidestones that got blown up. There should only be 500 million people on the planet. Oh, yeah? I bet the guys that built the Georgia Guidestones think they're the ones that ought to be in that 500 million. So natural selection only selects. It doesn't create anything. And it leads to completely, seriously wrong thinking that the inferiors ought to be eliminated for the good of the race, of course. We don't see it happening. We don't see new information. We don't see amoeba produce anything but an amoeba, ever. And they've watched it in the laboratory billions and billions of generations, and they're still making baby amoeba. But you want to turn the amoeba to a human. And you can imagine that it happened. Well, I'm glad you got a vivid imagination, but it's not science. So I'll grant you, I'll let you start with billions of years. I'll let you start with life. Whoa. Why don't you let me start with God? And say, God can do it. You think billions of years can do it. All we've ever seen is dogs and coyotes and wolves produce the same kind of animal. 40 subspecies of wolf, wolves of the world. There's all kinds of different dog-type animals. That's all we've ever seen. They're probably the same family. Are they the same species? No. I don't think they care where we classify them, what species we put them in. They don't care. They just do what they do, okay? Man has decided to divide things up into species and families and kind. The dogs don't care at all, okay? 19 species of coyotes, all right? Common ancestor, 339 breeds of dogs. They have baby dogs. Every time. So, but you guys imagine that dogs and amoeba, dogs have a common ancestor, came from an amoeba. I'm just pointing out, you guys should admit you have a religious belief. You don't have science. You should stop making everybody teach this like it is science. Evolution, in spite of what you said earlier, evolution is not science. It's not observable. The word science is seer. What do we know? Latin. What do we know from observation, testing, and experimentation? All observation has told us dogs produce dogs. But you want me to believe dogs came from an amoeba. I wish you could understand. That's a religion, not science. But you'll never believe that. Go ahead.
Yeah, getting off topic again. You're bringing up Nazis and Stalinists. I mean, I could point to Godwin's law here that sooner or later in a conversation, one side will be compared to the Nazis. So it looks like that Kent's doing it this time for emotional appeal. Absolutely ridiculous. Nobody is suggesting, and I'm happy to have a morality conversation, but I don't think it's the forum for this one. So I don't know why you're going here. Just an obfuscation from the fact that you can't provide a relative answer for anything that I ask. Nobody's suggesting we should use natural selection as a moral or societal process. No one's suggesting that. It's a brutal process. In the wild, it is what's used, but we're not suggesting that's optimum. So Kent's thing of Nazis and Stalinists is just absolutely ridiculous. It's so flawed. And just an appeal to emotion to try and say, hey, you bad because you think this thing exists. Just because I think natural selection exists doesn't mean that I advocate for it to be used. That's ridiculous. Yeah, and he just pointed out purely what evolution is. Most of the dogs will freeze. The ones with long hair will survive. It'll select for long hair. The new information where you said it doesn't come. It comes from mutations, Ken. Mutations are the missing piece that you've completely ignored there. It mutates, then it gets long hair as a mutation that is selected for in the population, fixed in the population, and then you'll get dogs with longer and longer hair. Why don't wolves grow wings? Same reason a cow can't jump to the moon, because there's physical constraints on what they do. And when you have the idea of wings, it takes a lot of muscle mass in the pectoral muscles in order to lift something up. It's why you don't get birds the size of elephants. It's why birds have been selected for hollow bones. you need to reduce the weight. And then that has consequences in turn, where that wolf with lightweight bones and, not a lot of body mass because it has to be lighter, is not bringing down the elk that it's chasing after. Things are adapted for their environment, not what you want them to be. And just because you wish that, the wolf should be able to grow wings, no, nobody thinks that. Again, you said amoebas give birth. No, nothing crosses across the branches of the phylogenetic tree. You don't have amoebas, modern amoebas, giving birth to any other modern animal. It evolves outward. I mean, I suppose I could get up a trick, because you keep saying this over and over and over. So, I don't know if you could share my screen. I just want to sort of point out where Kent's gone wrong here. And I'll just get up a phylogenetic tree. So I think these, so these are the eukaryotes. These are the, you keep saying amoebas. Just let's go with bacteria because they're kind of close side by side. You don't get things crossing over. So these branches, you don't get modern bacteria giving birth to, say, a mouse. They don't cross over. They only go outwards. That's all they do, outwards, not over from one to the other, just outwards. Okay, so if you're going to talk about evolution, stop stuffing your straw man. Stop putting up a dummy for you to beat away at and feel good about. Just address the actual argument, because nobody expects any kind of what you're describing to happen. And it takes so long to happen. Why don't we see this? Why don't we see that? Because not enough time has occurred for it to actually happen. But we have seen single-celled organisms turn into multicellular organisms. We can tell where your pen came from, by the way. We can analyze the plastic. So yes, we can do experiments to show where your pen came from. So it's a terrible analogy, because we can analyze the plastic. We can look at marks on it. We can get similar examples of pens that have been produced by certain factories. I mean, what do you think that CSIs do and other scientists do? They can analyze this stuff. Whereas you cannot provide a single experiment. My ask was for a single experiment, and you said, nope, can't do it. And that is why ID is not science and evolution is. It's because evolution can make the testable predictions, the experimentation, the peer-reviewed study, all of the things that science requires, evolution can do, and intelligent design cannot. And that has been tested time after time in a court of law. You may not have respect for courts of law. I do. It has been thoroughly shown that evolution is a science. It doesn't matter what you say.
Okay. There's textbook. I collect textbooks, and that's my complaint, is what they teach is religion, not science. This has all the animals, all the fungi, and all the plants having a common ancestor. This, similar to yours, with less detail, shows there are varieties of horses. There are varieties of dolphins. But they show them going back to a common ancestor. We see dolphins produce dolphins and horses produce horses, and we get quite a few varieties of horses. But everything inside that circle, all those lines you had on paper, are religion. You believe this. You don't see this. We see the branches of the tree, of horse tree. I think all the horses might have had a common ancestor called a horse. I think there are 64 different types of herons. They might have had a common ancestor called a heron. 167 different varieties of ducks might have had a common ancestor called a duck. That's science that we can observe. You have to imagine, if you go back millions of years, that they're connected back here to a common ancestor. This is what you don't see or will never admit. You don't know that the horse and the dolphin came from an amoeba and was a common ancestor. Natural selection can only select. You said it can create mutations cause the long hair on the dogs. They already have hair in the gene code. The ability to make hair is part of their genetic code. They already have the ability to make longer hair and shorter hair. Some are selected for short hair. I think if they lived in a hot climate, those with long hair might not make it and couldn't make any babies, and all the short-haired dogs would survive, like the dingo or the ones in the desert area. I think nature selects, but it doesn't add new information. None of them have wings to fly. And you said they have hollow bones. Birds were selected for hollow bones. There's a whole lot more complexity to that than you understand. Birds have a whole lot more than just hollow bones. That's one part of it. They have incredible wing structure and heart structure that's able to pump the blood really fast. Eyesight. There's a million things have to go into a bird that make it different. The ducks, for instance, we've got ducks here. At the end of mating season, the male's duck penis falls off, and he grows a new one. How did that get selected for? And how did the first one make it? At the end of mating season, oh no, he just decided to grow a new one? This is one of trillions of examples that can be given of things that could not possibly have evolved. They had to be designed. And I agree with your family tree. At the outer part, sure, there's a variety of horses, there's a variety of rats, there's a variety of amoeba, there's a variety of rabbits. That doesn't prove they're connected, though. Not at all. This whole family tree is speculation, religious belief. Even if it were true, it wouldn't be science, because we can't show that. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. I want to watch an amoeba turn to anything other than amoeba. Show me the experiment. It doesn't happen. Show me the experiment of any horse producing anything other than a horse. We've watched, and I used to raise hamsters, short generation time. You can get several generations in a year. Okay, why don't you turn the hamster to something else? We don't see it, Mark. I wish you could understand. You believe in evolution. It's not science. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It is science. It's been, as I said, Kitzmiller versus Dover. It was found to apply by a Christian judge, I might add, to be evolution fulfills all the criteria of a science. And it is probably the most tested scientific theory in the history of science. The guy that I was referring to, Francis Collins, who is a very, very devout Christian and is a geneticist and ran the Human Genome Project, said that you have a better chance of overturning the theory of gravity than the theory of evolution, and that is a fact. So it's not a religion. We don't have to imagine it. I'll bring up the chromosome 2 fusion, where you basically had telomeres in the center and 2 centromeres. Didn't address that in the slightest, Kent. And I want to know how that happens by pure chance, or it just happens to happen where we predict it to. How did they know to make those predictions? Is that something that they just guessed at and suddenly came true? And as for the duck penis, well, it probably atrophied to conserve energy or to conserve certain resources. I'm sure that, and I'm not a geneticist. I do want to make that clear. I do not have a genetics background, so I am only sort of speculating hypothesis that perhaps it was in the duck's best interest to not have that organ during certain times. And then when it's mating season, obviously he needs it. That could be a very, very useful mutation. I'll point out other useful mutations like tetrachromia in humans, where some women have an extra cone in their eye to detect 4 colors and not 3. They can actually see colors way better. If that woman needed those to survive, needed a better color designation to survive, then that would be a huge advantage. I do notice that Kent's answered none of my questions. He basically has no answers whatsoever to ERVs, especially, the chromosome 2 fusion. I'd love to hear that from you, Kent. Hopefully we can get something out of you that actually addresses my presentation instead of just sort of claiming these random things for no reason.
And gentlemen, Kent, before you respond, I think this might have to be the last response, just because we got a ton of questions too, and we're going on the hour and 20-minute mark. It's been a real fantastic discussion, lots of great points discussed. So let's make this the last. We'll say a couple minutes of discussion for the discussion portion, but we're also going to have concluding statements as well in order for us to wrap up our thoughts. So, okay, go ahead, Kent.
Okay, we'll have a whole separate debate on ERVs. Donnie, you wrote a book about this, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. It was just discovered in the last 20 years or whenever it was. And so you guys have been teaching evolution a long time before that. Here's a 2014 article about that endogenous retroviruses, critical role in the body's immune defense system. We'll save that for another debate. But I want to stick with your first point, which I tried to make the debate one topic at a time. And we do ramble off on other things. You said genetic similarity is evidence for common ancestry. I pointed out with the Green Mile movie that you can look at the facts and come to the wrong conclusion. I did answer your question. It does not prove common ancestor. It could prove common designer. Don't say I didn't answer your question. Yes, I did. I did answer your question. There are physical limits to all kinds of things. What we observe is science is what we can observe. We observe dogs produce dogs. That's it. We've never observed a dog come from a non-dog or turn into a non-dog. And you say there's no crossover between the branches. The branches don't even exist. The whole tree doesn't exist. You made up all of it. You drew a bunch of lines on paper and connected an elephant with an amoeba. You guys think somehow through natural selection, an amoeba had a beneficial mutation that got him, part of a trunk and a little bit longer trunk, and pretty soon, it turned to an elephant over billions and trillions and quadrillions of generations. This is not science. It's not observable. It's a religious belief. I resent paying for that to be taught. I resent brainwashing kids with that dumb theory. I think we should teach them science in science class. Science says dogs produce dogs every time. Ask any cow, ask any breeder. I had a family come to my seminar once. They said, we've been in the dog breeding business, selling them for 100 years. 3 generations, our family's done this. She said, Brother Hovind, the lady said, I can tell you right now, you give me 20 or 30 generic mutts, just pick any mutts. Maybe it was 50 mutts. She said, we'll selectively breed them and then get the Great Dane and the Chihuahua and everything in between in 100 years. Selective breeding works. Natural selection works. It doesn't create anything. They never turned the dog into anything else. And there are limits. They got down to the toy Chihuahua now, 100% useless. But they're never going to get a dog as small as a flea. There are animals as small as a flea, like a flea. And they got a digestive system, reproductive system. They can jump like how many times their body height? It's incredible. Fleas are incredible. Why don't they get a dog that small? There are limits. Of course there are limits. There are genetic limits, obviously, and there are physical limits. There's lots of things limit how far they can go. That's why I said you're never going to get a cow to jump over the moon. You might get a cow to jump a little higher. There's limits on the human race. Run the 100-yard dash. Have they broke their record yet? They might break it by 1/10 of a second. But they're never going to run the 100-yard dash in 1 second. I'll tell you that. There are limits. We have seen all these family trees. You guys ignore the limits. You want to connect a horse and a dolphin by drawing lines on paper back to an amoeba. That's not science. You can imagine it all you want, but it's not science. I know we got a million questions, Donnie, and it's late, and I got a long day tomorrow, but go ahead. Take over.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Thank you, Mark. Mark, I understand there's probably a few points there that you want to address, and that's why we've got a 5-minute concluding statement. So we'll use this time to wrap up our thoughts, wrap up our points, make any final arguments that we feel are important to the topic. So, Mark, we're going to hand it over to you. You've got 5 minutes. Then we'll give Kent 5 minutes, and then we're going to get to some audience questions. So whenever you're ready, Mark, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, I didn't cover as much as I would like out of Kent's sort of opening, because he did go through like 30, 40 different topics. I don't know how many, but there was a lot. So evolution isn't by chance. It isn't this whole idea of, things just happen randomly and suddenly it produces this thing. That isn't what happens, and that's not what anybody is saying. So as I said before, when Kent says this, it is like a lot of things that he does is punching at a straw man. He's basically creating a false opponent, hitting it, and then looking really pleased that he's doing well. It's not the real argument. Mutations are random. They happen randomly in things. And even an ERV that I was talking about earlier can be inserted into your genetic code. And if that code is changed with mutations like substitution or gene insertion, it can not only turn off, but it can actually turn out to be beneficial for you. And that's one of the ways we can sort of co-opt a viral sequence to act for us instead of against us. Mutations happen randomly, but natural selection isn't random. As the example that I pointed out, a big, strong animal will get selected over a smaller one. We see the sort of limits being pushed all the time. Dogs are constantly breaking the biggest dog ever, biggest dog ever, biggest dog ever, as breeders breed them towards that property. And we see that broken year after year without any signs of really stopping. How long have we been breeding dogs for? And how many times has the world record for the biggest dog been broken? It's just that it happens so slowly, you've got to see beyond your own lifespan. Kent wants it to happen in, 100 years, it has to all change into some other animal. I'm sorry that is not the reality of what evolution says. Again, it's another straw man he is beating at. It is another fake opponent, because that's not what evolution says. He says he wants to see a horse come from an amoeba. A modern amoeba will not produce a horse. That is, again, another straw man. It is not what we are saying, and Kent has been told enough that he should know it. And it kind of shows a little bit of dishonesty, because he should know that. An amoeba will evolve into some other creature. Unless you're doing it by, you are selecting for what traits you want, it will be to the best fit with its environment through random mutations coming up, and those mutations being selected by the ones that are able to breed, and therefore the traits are fixed in that lineage. This doesn't disprove a God. Evolution is a science. It's been tried many times in a court of law. It is a science. Intelligent design is not. Kent can't even come up with one experiment. He can't come up with any mechanism, not just saying, oh, there are limits. What is the mechanism? How does it happen? He doesn't have an answer. He hasn't answered the question. He's got no limits. He's got no experiments. He's got nothing to show how people would study intelligent design in a lab. You can't. How are you supposed to get an experiment? I mean, I'd love to know, but Kent can't seem to provide anything. Whereas evolution, you have multiple experiments, analysis of genes. Every example that Kent brings up is a false analogy. It's terrible. And again, just to reiterate, evolution being true doesn't destroy your God or prove it wrong or nullify your Christian. You're welcome to those beliefs. I would support that you can believe in that, but it's not in a place for the science classroom where evolution 100% is. Your God has its place in school. It's called theology, which is different than science. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for that 5-minute concluding statement. Okay, we're going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, you have 5 minutes as well for a concluding statement, and then we'll get into some questions and wrap it up. So go ahead, Kent. Floor is yours.
All right. I think at any debate, we should define some terms. We probably should have done this at the beginning. I downloaded this today. What does the word evolution mean? The process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth. Oh. The gradual development of something of simpler to more complex form. We don't see this, okay? Downloaded today. Evolution is a process of gradual change that takes place over many generations, during which species of animals, plants, or insects slowly change some of their physical characteristics. The evolution of plants and animals. Again, that's not observable. This is a statement of faith. Read it. A process of gradual change that takes place over many generations. Well, then it's outside of science. You guys don't get it. No, it's not science. In this section, we define evolution as it is understood in modern biology. It applies to ecology. Evolution is defined as the change of the inherited traits of a population of organisms through successive generations. When living organisms reproduce, they pass off to their progeny a collection of traits. I agree with that. But you have to believe that these changes can add up to something. We now have 7,000 varieties of apples. They've been watching them pass on their traits to the next generation, and they always become apples. Always. Never an exception. But you guys believe passing on these the changed inherited traits can change an amoeba to an elephant. Amoebas are still making babies all the time, about every 8 hours. Where are they changing to anything other than an amoeba? Define evolution, Stephen Jay Gould. Descent with modification from pre-existing species. Oh, okay. I descended from my parents. They descended from their parents. I bet it goes back to, I bet they had parents too. I bet if we keep going back, it's always going to be human. Always going to be human. So when we observe something with a short generation time like amoeba, all we see is amoeba produce amoeba. You want to imagine, if you go back in time, which we cannot do, that it was something else. It's not science. So the word evolution has 6 different meanings. I stick by that. You guys skip the first 5 because they're embarrassing to you. You can't answer it. Evolution, evidence from fossils, evidence from structure, evidence from molecular biology. This is a typical textbook. I got a bunch on the shelf. Natural selection. Natural selection works. It only selects. Evolution is a fact, not theory. Birds arose from non-birds and humans from non-humans. Whoa. No person who pretends to any understanding of the natural world can deny these facts. I deny them. I deny birds ever came from anything other than a bird, and humans always came from humans. I deny the idea that birds and humans have a common ancestor. So this is my objection is it's a religious belief. What evidence do they give? Well, you can have all the theories you want. I want to get to something else here. They say mutations happen. I agree. They say mutations make something new and better. I disagree. Where's the good mutations? Then they say natural selection makes it survive and take over. This is what you said tonight, Mark. Evolution's a religion of death. The one that has the mutation gets to survive. The rest of them have to die. Mutations are the original source of variation in population, shown by the many varieties of roses. I bet all the roses had a common ancestor called a rose. Darwin said it's a wonderful fact that all plants and all animals through all time and space should have it related to each other. This is typical propaganda. This is a lie. No matter how numerous they may be, mutations do not produce any kind of evolution. Pierre Gross, who believed in evolution, said mutations aren't going to do it. All they do is rearrange existing information. Here's a mutation, a 5-legged bull. He didn't add any new information. He already had the code to make a leg. It made one in the wrong spot. Okay? There is no scientific evidence to support the evolution theory except lies proven wrong years ago. Here's a mutated sheep, short-legged. No new information is added. They capitalized on it and said, wow, we can get more of them on the short decks of the ships. Let's make this one breed. Okay, here's a 2-headed turtle. That's a mutant. It's not ninja. They don't make double-neck turtleneck sweater. Rearranging the letters of the word Christmas will never get you Xerox, zebra, or queen. 4-winged fly. This biology book gives an example of a mutation. A fly with 4 wings. It can't fly. It's not a beneficial mutation. But then it shows a bad one and says, beneficial mutations is how it works. Oh, really? Why don't they show us a good mutation? One guy said, sickle cell anemia is a good mutation. Oh, yeah? Tell that to the people who have it. Anyway, we're out of time here. But I would like, you think beneficial mutations is going to drive an amoeba to an elephant over billions of years. That is pure propaganda. Religion. Believe that if you want, Mark. It's not science.
All right, Kent and Mark, that concludes the concluding statements. Gentlemen, thank you for the very engaging and memorable debate. So let's get into some questions then. How we typically format the Q&A period is whoever the question is for, we're going to make sure they get the last word, and that way we will move along smoothly. So let me make sure to get to the super chats first, and we'll kind of go from there. So I should say there are some super chats that came in. Looks like there's 2 after shows. So there's one on James W. and Amy Newman's channel. And then there's another one on LPP channel. So logical, plausible, probable. Okay, here we go. Let's get to the first question. So super chat comes in from Patty Smith. Appreciate the support. Question is for you, Mark. So she asks, can Mark explain why we cannot even see a new folded protein being made? And not talking about repeats, duplicates, novel protein folds, etc. Mark, go ahead. Oh, Mark, I think you're muted on your own end.
No, I didn't do that. I think even though we can't see some things, we can, like, basically science isn't about, oh, if you see it, it has to be true. Like, that's the only way we know something is true. We can look at evidence and testable predictions to see things. That's how observation works. It's not necessarily you have to see the initial case. You can see the products of those cases to tell if something happened. So I would probably sort of, make the distinction. Well, you believe in God creating everything. When have you seen something being created by God? If you can provide that, then great. But unfortunately, we never see that either, and yet you believe it. I would simply go with the evidence that the geneticists give on the subjects that I've raised as the best evidence that I follow. Whereas I've never seen any God create anything. Maybe they can poof it into existence in front of me and convince me.
Okay, appreciate the response there, Mark. And Kent, we'll hand it over to you if you had a response. Go ahead.
Well, it's a fair question. We don't see any new, I don't think we see any new information added. You can imagine it if you want. That's my point. It's imagination. And what would a folded protein do? Is that going to add something new? Is this an example about that's going to turn an amoeba to a whale over trillions of generations? You can believe that, but that's not science. So I have nothing more to add to that one.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Mark, quick final word. Mark, I'm not sure why it's not letting me unmute you. It keeps saying that you muted yourself. Maybe
definitely. No worries.
No worries.
Thank you anyway. We don't see an amoeba turn to elephant, nor should we expect to. Again, that's just a straw man brought up by Kent to beat away at so he feels good. This isn't what we're saying, which I've said over and over and over. Kent, I don't know whether you're just not listening or you've got your hat on too tight. I don't know what's happening. That is not what we're saying that would happen. Things don't go from modern amoeba to elephant or elephant to monkey, but things were more primitive in the past and they got more complicated.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Patty Smith. So next question comes in. This one's now for you, Kent. So we got a nice healthy mix of questions for Kent and for Mark. So this one comes in from Galaxy OW. Question for Kent. You make a positive claim that there are limits for microevolution. What is the limit between Archaeopteryx and a modern bird/crow? Positive claims require positive evidence. Go ahead, Kent.
Well, I guess if I was demanding that my theory be taught and everybody has to pay for it, there might be, a little meat behind that one, a little teeth behind that one. So far, all we've ever seen, I don't know if we've ever seen an Archaeopteryx reproduce. I doubt that. But crows, we see them all the time. Crows always make baby crows. So, do you know an example? Can you give me an example where a crow had made a non-baby crow or where it came from a non-crow? That's all we've ever seen. We got a bunch of birds we raise around here for the Science Center for kids to come take tours. So as far as is an Archaeopteryx and a crow related, you can believe that if you want, but there's no evidence that they're related. You don't see Archaeopteryx reproducing at all. I don't know of any still alive. But so I would have to point out, all we've ever seen is every kind of bird we have, every kind of bird, canaries, buzzards, crows, herons, storks, all of them produce after their kind, which is what the Bible said would happen. So if you wish to believe something other than that, enjoy yourself, but that's not science.
All right. Thank you, Kent, for that response. Mark, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so Archaeopteryx, I read that today's discussion wasn't about the fossil record, so I sort of didn't bring up fossils like Archaeopteryx. It's basically a bird with all the characteristics of bird, but it still has the teeth that you would find in a dinosaur. It was predicted. I believe it was Darwin. I could be wrong on that, but it was somebody that predicted that if evolution is true, then we should see a bird with teeth that dinosaurs evolved into avian forms. And we did find multiple examples of Archaeopteryx, which is almost perfectly in between a bird and a dinosaur, small dinosaur. So there doesn't seem to be a limit here into, dinosaurs always remain dinosaurs and will not turn into birds because we've got the procession that leads up to them becoming an avian form. And Kent sort of says, oh, well, they're always ever a X fills a spot. I think his example earlier was apples, and it's like, well, that's a terrible example because you're selecting for apples. You're selecting the applest apples and then replanting them because that's what the farmers want. It's a terrible example. So, again, Kent's analogies are terrible. The Tent cannot answer the mechanism. Not just there are limits, but what is the mechanism that stops, say, a dinosaur going to Archaeopteryx, then going to a bird crow? What is the mechanism?
Mark, thank you for your response. And Kent, question was for you. We'll give you the last word.
Well, the mechanism is the genetic limits. You got a gene code. You are not capable of making anything other than a human. I'd bet you $1,000 on that one. No human today is even capable of making anything other than a human. An Archaeopteryx was not capable of making anything other than an Archaeopteryx. And dinosaurs, pick your dinosaur. Apatosaurus was not capable of making anything other than a baby Apatosaurus. But you guys got lines on paper for these charts, and you said something about the amoeba didn't turn to an elephant. I didn't say it turned to an elephant over one generation. You think the amoeba turned to an elephant over billions of generations. The thing that keeps you guys quiet is time. More. And if that doesn't work, try more time. Billions of years. If that doesn't work, try trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillion. That's not going to help. But that, you've mentioned it 20 times so far tonight, I believe, if my count's correct, that over millions of years or over millions of generations, stop. That's not science. You draw these lines on paper and say, look at this, boys and girls. We can connect the shark and the fern and the starfish and an octopus. Came from an amoeba. That's what the kids are being taught, Mark. They look at this propaganda and believe it. All the many forms of life on Earth today descended from a common ancestor, a primitive unicellular organism. This is propaganda. This is not science. I disagree. There are limits to the bird, to the crow. The crows will always produce baby crows. Always. And they always came from baby crows. From mama crow. Going back in time, it was always a crow. No exceptions. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Next one comes in from Vans 182 Workshop. Another super chat. This one is now for you, Mark. So he asks, Standing for Truth for Mark, please explain how petrified trees are sometimes found going through the layers upside down if the layers of the geologic column are millions of years apart in age.
Yeah, so there's as far as I know, and I'm not a geologist, and this is sort of off topic, but it's fine. And I'm not a geologist. As far as I understand, this happens on several different locations where there can be a buildup of water sometimes that then the trees get pushed by certain flood mechanisms that basically first they float on the water, and the water makes it more permeable, and then they're sort of flipped. It can also happen with some geological movements where the sort of a mountainside or a volcanic area is sort of flipped over, sort of a folding process. That is very, very rare as I understand it, I think. But there are a number of mechanisms that geologists can point towards the geological column being inverted. And I definitely know that due to plate subduction, I believe it is, where one plate pushes down on the other, it can fold and be upside down. So what you'll have is the geological column going up, and then down as it's been flipped over to the other side. So there can be multiple processes for this, but as far as I understand, that can be the reason for it.
Okay, thank you, Mark, for that response. And Kent, over to you. The floor is yours.
Well, first place, there is no such thing as a geologic column. If the top layer is younger, where is it coming from? Outer space? All the layers of the earth are the same age. They all formed in one big flood. If I shake up a jar, which I do every time I take a tour here, I get a sample right out of the ground, put it in a jar with water and shake it up. It automatically separates gravel, sand, clay. Well, yeah, I agree there are layers to the earth, and I agree there are petrified trees standing up. Here's me by one in Yellowstone. Central Alabama has dozens of them running from one seam of coal through the next seam of coal. You got the Blue Creek and the Mary Lee Formation of coal. The guy that was here today took the tour with me, his whole family. He's been in the coal mining business for generations up there in central Alabama. This one goes through a seam of coal at the bottom, then through a bunch of rock, then through another seam of coal. And the idea that the tree could be petrified in these layers, and then the layers flip over without damaging the tree, is insane. We see petrified trees standing up, running through many layers. That's a pretty common fossil. And sometimes they're upside down. Well, we see Mount St. Helens, when it blew all the trees down in the mud there, it made many layers in minutes. The layers formed quickly. This is not millions of years. There's no such thing as a geologic column. And in the Spirit Lake, thousands of logs were floating. Many began floating upright and then settled to the bottom. Upright floating logs. And the layers formed around them in 20 years. I think Noah's flood made all the layers. Sometimes pet polystratofossils are upside down, running through the layers. I think a Noah's flood is the only logical explanation for the answer to the question there. But the Bible says the scoffers are willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kent. And Mark, you get the last word. Question was for you. Oh, and just make sure to unmute yourself, Mark.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you. There's no geological explanation for this sudden burial or flood. There's no evidence for the flood. Not worldwide. There may have been a local flood in Mesopotamia. I believe that Professor Finkel recently found a tablet that showed that the flood myth has been a myth that's been carried over from earlier Mesopotamian tribes. That's come out recently. There's no evidence for a worldwide flood, and there's certainly better geological theories of how certain things got in certain places. I think there's the Black River Delta, where if the flood happened and it would have to put down sediment, thousands of times a day instead of twice a day for the tides. There's a lot of evidence to show that the flood is complete hokum. Nobody reputable in geology believes that. It's just certainly people rely on their faith to say that it's true, which again isn't science. And if you want to believe a flood, that's fine. It's not going to be taught in schools because that's your religious belief, while things like geology and evolution are not religious beliefs. They are proper demonstrable science.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to a couple super chats here. James W. This one, he's just mentioning the after show over on his and Amy Newman's channel. So right there, open mic, all are welcome. And then also logical, plausible, probable, same thing. He says after show as well over on his channel. So it looks like there's two after shows, but James also had kind of a comment and question attached to his as well. James will be here next week for the next debate with Kent. So James is asking you, Kent, he's pointing out still no mechanism to impose your limits on mutation. So I guess this goes back to that part of the discussion. Anything you'd like to add to that, Kent?
Well, what do we observe? We observe all the mutations that have been observed are harmful, fatal, or neutral. They do nothing. When I take my tour here, we got some ducks in our lake that have a fuzz growing out of their head, feathers growing out of their head. It was a mutation. The skull bones didn't grow together right. So the mutation causes the feathers to grow on their head funny. Okay, it's not helpful. Nobody's observed a beneficial mutation that is capable of taking over a population or adding something new. If you do get a beneficial mutation, don't you have to have two of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time, and they got to find each other and be interested? It just isn't science. It's a religious belief. James, if you believe, I think the mutations are limited by what we can observe. All we see are bad ones, or duplicating information that's already there, like the five-legged bull. They didn't add any new information, or the two-headed turtle, or the four-winged fly. They already had wings. They already had wings. It didn't change anything. It duplicated information and made it where it can't fly. So it's now a crawl. So I would say a scientific observation tells us we don't see it happen. Is it genetic limits? Sure. There's no gene code in the bull to make it grow wings. It doesn't have the code for that. And it wouldn't get it over millions of generations. You can believe that, but it's not science. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kent. James, thanks for the super chat. And Mark, over to you if there's anything you'd like to add.
Yeah, so this is a fundamental misunderstanding of what Kent's saying. Would you need two things in the same mutation at the same time? No, you wouldn't. And that's where Kent's completely and utterly wrong. He says there's no beneficial mutation. So I'll just explain that for a second, that all you need is one, and they will have children, a mixer with, just say they have 8 children and 4 have the mutation and 4 don't. What will happen is that over time, that mutation will be selected for, so the ones without the mutation will not do as well as the ones with the mutation. Then you'll have more, then it'll be out of 8 children each, you will have more and more and more having the mutation rather than not. So no, you don't need 2 at the same time. And it's hilarious, the misunderstanding of how evolution works that Kent has, that he thinks that you need 2 things with the same mutation in order for natural selection to work. You don't. You just need 1. And then some children will have it, some children won't. The ones that have it will be selected. Now, beneficial mutations. I mentioned tetrachromia earlier in women that gives them extra eye receptors. That is a beneficial mutation. In fact, after there was a car crash in America, they tested these people and found that they had a gene for higher bone density. Their bones are stronger, and they do not, all of them came through a horrific crash with no broken bones. And people said, well, how did that happen? They have a gene for higher bone density. And so they are way more resistant to their bones breaking than other humans. Now, this is an example of a beneficial mutation. There is a consequence, as all mutations do have consequence, and is why you won't get a bull with wings. It's because the consequence is that you can't sustain your body weight with those wings. You can't sustain it in the air. That's a consequence. These people with heavy bones, the consequence that they found it more difficult to float. But if there was a situation where they weren't near the water and all they had to do is survive, and it was beneficial to have more dense bones, then that would be selected for. And it is a beneficial mutation because those people went through a car crash and did not have a broken bone between the entire family where others would have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And question was for you, Kent, if you wanted to have a final word there.
No, I have nothing to add to that one. Go ahead.
Okay, so we got 2 more super chats and then we're going to call it. But the super chats, I'm looking at them, are kind of off topic. So let me put them on screen. And, gentlemen, if you do want to answer it, it's up to you. If not, that's completely fine because it is kind of off topic. So Boomer21 asks, for Mark, the amount of C14 in the atmosphere, I'm guessing, is about 0.00. You can see the number there. If the Earth would be over 4 billion years, we should have reached equilibrium. Please explain. That's obviously an age of the Earth related question. So
yeah,
it's up to you, Mark.
Yeah, I'm also not a climatologist or something like that. So, but this sounds like a usual creationist talking point where something that's carbon-14, basically one of the radiometric isotopes. I'm not sure what he's getting at. We should have reached an equilibrium of carbon-14. As far as I understand, a carbon cycle is very complex. And is he talking about decay? Is that what he's talking about?
The atmosphere and the C14. I'm not sure. Is there anything you
What I'll say then is, if you disagree with current science, Boomer, go and produce a paper yourself and challenge. Everything in science is up for challenge. Everything. And the person that overturns like evolution, if Kent wants to challenge evolution, bring out a paper on it, submit it and overturn it. You will be famous. And any scientist that can overturn any of these theories or these commonly known scientific principles will be famous, and they will have tons of grant money come in. Go for it. Have at it. Go for it.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And Kent, is there anything you want to add to that before we get to the last final question?
Well, not much. There are lots of scientific limits on the age of the Earth. The Earth is spinning, but it's slowing down. Well, that puts a limit. the moon is going around the Earth, but the moon's leaving us. It's getting further away. Well, how long can that go on? If you reverse that, how close could the moon get before the tides would destroy everything, or before they would collapse? 1.4 billion years, the orbit collapses. So I cover on my video number 1 of my series about 30 or 40 different scientific limits that say, look, the Earth can't be billions of years old. I'm sorry. Called the age of the Earth. Called 8x5 Big Dino, extension 1, or go to drdino.com. There are all kinds of limits on how big animals can get. There are limits. The Earth can't be billions of years old. The C14 is just one of many that says, look, it's not billions. I know Mark relies on time. I'll get the pacifier out. This is his thing that keeps him happy. Time, mentioned it 20 times tonight. Well, give it enough time, it'll happen. You can't have the time. I think Mark would agree. If you could if I could prove the Earth was not billions of years old, your whole theory collapses on that one point right there.
All right. Appreciate that, Kent. Mark, you can have a quick final word. Then we have one final question, and then we are going to call it, gentlemen, because we are already over time as usual with these debates. So, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, so, I mean, the moon getting further away, Kent's assuming that the moon's been moving at the same rate away from the Earth at all times in history, which is not what the science says. Don't forget, as you get closer, two objects of mass get closer, the gravitational attraction is actually greater. So what we should see over time is the more that it goes on, the faster the moon will move away from us, because the further it is away, the less attraction there is. And that's just simple gravity. It's a very, very simple thing. Kent wants to ignore this and say, hey, it can't be that old. He assumes that the moon's been moving at the same rate at all times, which is not what people say. So again, bust out the straw man, put it full of straw, beat away at it, feel good about yourself. It's just a misunderstanding of the actual science. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I'm not really sure what Boomer's getting at with the C14 and what he means by reaching equilibrium. I'm not even sure what he's talking about.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. Since I only have one question that I can get to, and then we got to wind it down. I do see a couple super chats. I do apologize. They are off topic, and I do want to get an on topic question in here. So apologies ahead of time, guys, but I do appreciate the support and donations. I do want to keep it on topic as much as possible. And we did get a couple off topic questions in there. So that'll do for that. Okay. So final question. And then we're going to wrap up this epic debate. So this one comes in from Wade Robbins. This one is now for you, Kent. And I think we've had a pretty good mixture of questions for the both of you. So he asks, this is Wade the Wizard. So you and Kent and Wade just finished a debate trilogy. So he asks, why do all vertebrates, including fish, whales, dolphins, have eyes with inverted optic nerves, while all cephalopods have a direct optic nerve?
Very interesting question. Never seen that one or thought about that one. I don't know that it's true, but if it is true, I think it still would indicate design. Why do the British drive on the wrong side of the road? I don't know. That's what they chose. That's why they lost the war. So I think that'd be a good field of research. It wouldn't prove nobody designed the optic nerve or the eye or the brain to interpret the signal. But I don't have an answer to that one. I'll see what I can find on that one. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Appreciate your response, Kent. Mark, we'll give you a quick response if you'd like to, and then go from there. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah. So cephalopods, octopus and, squids and stuff, they have excellent eyesight underwater, way better than humans, way better than humans. So evolution basically says that there was a development that gave them this eyesight. That is incredibly good because they need it for they're suited to their environment and what they're trying to do. But yeah, a big shout out to Wade. He's really good. I do enjoy watching him on Standing For Truth. Yeah, big shout out to Wade. But we are under evolution. That's perfectly explained. Under Kent's thing, I'm not sure how he even explains that, if at all. Love for him to get an answer. I'm not sure what he's talking about, which war that the British lost. Not sure about that one. maybe that was in your lifetime and not mine, Kent. I don't know what you're referring to. I mean, World War II, they kind of won, or the Allies won. Not sure about that one.
All right,
Well,
Ken.
go back a little further in history, you know, when we rebelled against the British and we got our freedom over here.
Gotcha. War of Independence.
We won that one. And you guys had to have our help to win, you know, the Second World War, but that's okay. Anyway, you drive on the wrong side of the road, that's why. So
yeah, but that was decided by somebody. I mean, it wasn't like
and your police, I don't think they're even armed. They just have a club. That's another story. Okay. You said,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, the question was about, put the question back up, can you, Donnie? About
yeah, let me see if I can find it. We got about
the optic nerve and all that stuff. Was that it? Okay. Well,
yeah.
He said they evolved it because they needed it. I need an extra arm once in a while to open the door while I hold the groceries. It'd be nice to have a tail. Well, you could drive the car, tune the radio, and hold the can of Coke all the same time. Lost it because we didn't need it. And the octopus evolved better eyes because it needed it. Wow. Okay. That's great faith. You and SpongeBob. You ought to make video games together. Just imagine you can go around and shoot, you know, spaceships down. You can imagine all you want. Okay, that's it.
That's it.
Yep. I'll do some research on that optic nerve thing. That's interesting. I think it was designed.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's a really good evolutionary trait. It's fascinating.
Oh, okay.
All right, gentlemen, Kent, Mark, we made it. We've endured to the end of this debate. I do appreciate you guys giving us 2 hours of your time. And yeah, that's pretty much, unless you gentlemen have some really quick final words, I think we're just going to close it down.
I just want to thank you and Kent for being here. And yeah, I had a blast. So yeah, really good times. And do like and subscribe, Standing for Truth, if you do like these debates. Bunch of them, and good luck to James on his debate. Wade, if he comes back, good luck to him as well. They are great guys and present really good arguments. Oh, you spelt my name wrong, Kent. That's terrible.
I want to thank you for Mark for doing this. If you ever get over to America, come visit our Dinosaur Adventureland. We'll give you the tour of the place, show you our science center. This is way more than just an academic debate, though. Give you Pascal's wager. Mark, if you're right, I haven't lost a thing. I've had a wonderful life. If I'm right, God created the world, and you haven't accepted as a savior, you've lost it all. I win either way. I think I'm on the right side of science, but you're really taking a chance there, I believe. You can go to our drdino.com website, DRDINO. We have all kinds of stuff going on our schedule around here, so come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. That's it. I'm done.
All right, thank you. You get some sleep, both of you. Well, I guess, Mark, your day's just starting. Ken's day's just ending. So, gentlemen, thanks for the awesome debate. To the audience, thank you for so many questions, and thank you for being so engaged and involved in this important topic. I'm going to let the debaters out while I stick around, of course, for a couple minutes to go over reminders and announcements. God bless all. All right, welcome to Standing for Truth. Tonight we have another epic Age of the Earth debate for everybody. Last week we had Dr. Kenny Rhodes and Dr. Kent Hovind debating this incredibly important topic. Now tonight we've got Smokey Saint here who will be defending the old Earth position. 2 seasoned debaters. Both Smokey and Dr. Hovind are no strangers to debates. I've also got Raw Matt here for the privileges of being my co-mod for the night. Matt, thanks so much for being here, brother.
Anytime.
I appreciate it. And to anybody not yet subscribed and they love debates, discussions, interviews, lectures, and more, please hit that subscribe button and also share around this important content. Okay, that being said, why don't we get to know each other a little bit, get to know the debaters for tonight. Dr. Hovind and Smokey Saint, thanks so much for being here and giving us your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Absolutely. My pleasure.
This is going to be great. We've already got almost 100 people in the chat. We've had people waiting all day. They've been camping out in the live chat, waiting for this epic, important exchange. So this may just break the internet. Why don't we start with Dr. Hovind? This will be your 21st time here, so you're no stranger to this channel. But nonetheless, why don't you give us a brief introduction of what's going on over at Dow, a little bit about yourself.
All right. My name is Kent Hovind. I was been a Baptist preacher 47 years, independent, temperamental, fundamental, right-wing, radical, chicken-eating Baptist, the dangerous kind. I believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate. I was a science teacher 15 years, and in 1989, we started the ministry Creation Science Evangelism to teach the world about the science that backs up the Bible being true. We have a dinosaur adventure land in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Come on up. We've had visitors from all over the world come here. It's amazing. We're having a big debate coming up the day before Thanksgiving, inviting all the atheists in the world to come take me on by myself. So come down. If you believe evolution, come on down. We'll take you on to the big Bible believers, Bible Baptist Big Bang blowout. We're going to take them all on at once. And then free Thanksgiving dinner the next day after that. So come on down. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to that, brother. I think all three of us may attempt to make our way down there and support you against the atheists. So thanks so much for the introduction, Dr. Hovind. Smokey, thank you for being here as well. This isn't your first time. Why don't you give us a brief introduction? How's it going?
Sure, doing well. Thank you, Standing, and thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it. I am the Smoky Saint. I host the Smoke Room, and yes, I have a channel on YouTube. It's always an open mic experience. Anyone that shows up is welcome to challenge me on Christianity. I do believe that Christianity is true, that it is the only valid religious worldview. It is the only worldview that actually makes sense. It's the only worldview that leads to positive moral structures and beneficial infrastructure in society and culture. So I defend that perspective an idea through the realm of religion and also politics, and I stand on my channel with the link in the description for anyone who wants to join and wants to challenge me on the validity of Christianity and why it is the best worldview. So absolutely, all are welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Great introductions from the both of you. This is definitely going to be one debate to remember. So before we hand it to Smoky Saint for the audience sake, I will go over the format for tonight. So we're going to be starting with 12-minute opening statements, followed by 8-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. And then we're going to have an open discussion. We're going to keep it, as always, on this channel, cordial, respectful, equally timed, discussing one topic at a time. Then we're going to have 5-minute closing statements, and we get you guys in the audience involved. So we're going to have an audience Q&A. We'll get to as many questions as we can, of course. So please make sure you're tagging either myself or Matt. Matt will be in the chat under Young Earth Creation. I'll be in the chat under Standing for Truth. So that being said, enough from us. Let's hand it over to Smokey. Smokey, whenever you are ready, you have a 12-minute opening statement.
Beautiful. And I will share my screen if I can.
Of course.
Here we go. All right. All right, and just confirm you guys can see it on screen.
Looks good.
Yes.
Okay,
good.
Beautiful, excellent. All right, I'll begin. Well, sincerest thanks to Dr. Hovind for agreeing to meet me for this debate today. I am familiar with him from my youth, and this is indeed a cathartic moment for me. Thank you to Standing for Truth for helping arrange this and hosting this debate for us. I pray the audience will find this to be beneficial and inspire all of us to honestly reflect upon the justification for the beliefs that we hold. I used to be a young earth creationist. In fact, I believe that I actually had to be in order to be a Christian. I carried this truth with me into my adult life and even attempted to defend young earth model, only to find myself constantly discrediting myself to the very people I was trying to reach. My belief that this perspective was essential in order to claim to believe the Bible, and therefore as doubt was given to me by the atheist opponents and friends, my faith became frail and was influenced by other toxic philosophies until eventually I no longer had any faith. I don't singularly blame the belief that young earth beliefs being essential made me lose my faith, but I also can't deny that it was indeed part of it. I have seen Dr. Hovind argue science-heavy justifications for his perspective time and again. Today, I would like to challenge some of his philosophical justifications and implications to the positions that he holds, and allow the conclusions to be laid bare for the consideration of the honest pursuers of truth here in the audience. And so with that, let's begin. The apologetic benefits of old Earth cosmology. Calm down, flat earthers. This isn't proof for your model. This is a picture of the microwave background radiation, which is arguably one of the most significant cosmological finds in human history. This image gives us a snapshot of the universe about 380,000 years after the Big Bang. This is actually the first light of the universe that we can detect. Now, I am not a cosmological or science expert, but I am familiar enough to know that this cosmological discovery has given us a ton of information that has helped us to realize that there are hundreds of fine-tuning constants in our universe that must exist with the most extreme of precision. And there are hundreds of extraordinarily fine-tuned cosmological constants that can't possibly have even the most mild of variation, or none of us would be here to have this conversation. As a brief example of one of the hundreds of cosmological constants that must be finely tuned in order for us to even be living, all of the matter in our universe is incapable of being destroyed. This is an essential fact of reality in order for our universe to be geometrically flat, as cosmologists call it. In short, all the matter in our universe must be finely tuned within a metric of 1 part in 10 to the 60th power. What this means? Well, if you were to add or subtract just a dime's worth of mass from the universe, no physical universe would exist. The universe would either expand too fast and no matter would be able to form, or the universe would collapse in on itself and be a black hole. This is only one of the incredibly and undeniably precise cosmological constants that we see, and we only know about these incredible fine-tuning constants because of the scientific discoveries of Big Bang cosmology. Young Earth cosmology generally requires people to discount much of this field of study and consequently discard some of the most incredible and compelling evidence that our entire universe is the product of a divine mind. This is indeed so compelling that even atheist and agnostic astronomers out there have to seemingly admit that when they look up at the heavens and consider some of these precise metrics, that indeed it looks like this whole place was made for us. Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. I would like to bring this up as a brief note on this Hebrew merism. And the merism definition is the combination of two contrasting words to refer to an entirety. A strong essential to sound hermeneutics is to understand some of the nuance of the literature of the culture which wrote it. Merisms are incredibly common all throughout the Bible and are essential to communicate ideas with a language that lacked complex and diverse dialectic. Complex ideas would have to be communicated in simple terms. As we can expect, God spoke down to the writers of Scripture as he could not communicate with them on his own level. This comes true in the prolific presence of merisms in Scripture. This tells us that the literal things mentioned in the text are not actually the object of communication, but an all-encompassing idea of totality. So what came first? The earth or the universe and matter? Reading the text, I believe it is easy to come to the conclusion that the creation of the universe precedes the creation week in Genesis 1. I don't believe the earth in Genesis 1:1 can possibly refer to the literal earth, but must refer to the creation of the whole universe prior to this first day of creation in the week. This would mean that God created all matter, space, and time before the first day of creation mentioned in the text, which definitely begs the question: how much time passed between God creating all of the universe and day one of creation? It is easy to come to this plain reading interpretation from the text as we see that before God even speaks light into existence on creation day one, which is noticed as the first act of creation, the Spirit of God is already hovering over the face of the waters of a formless and void earth. But nonetheless, the earth was clearly already there before God begins his first day of creation by forming the light and separating it from the darkness. This means that the earth, and certainly physical matter, space, and time, were already in existence before the first day of creation. The earth is clearly created before there is even a possibility of a solar day, as God had not created light which means that we must interpret Genesis 1 as a true merism, that is talking about the beginning when God created the entire universe, and we are not told in any way in the text how much time passes between the beginning of the universe and the first creation day. The correct frame of reference of the text is also important. Whose day is the narrative talking about for the first 5 days? With that considered, let's also consider this particular point. God is the only person in existence for the first 5 days of creation, and he's the only subject in the text. God's reference to time is completely different to us, and he is describing events from his frame of reference. You must assume that God is speaking as if he is experiencing time as a man instead of experiencing it from his own frame of reference, and then analogically relating it to us in terms that we can understand. I find this far more likely than to assume that God is having a human experience before man was even created. The fact is that if God is indeed experiencing deep time, it wouldn't change his analogical communication to the limited and finite mind, and therefore this text would still look exactly the same. Communicating all the details of his experience and act of creation would be both confusing and indiscernible to these ancient cultures, and arguably even us. I see God communicating with man on his level, on man's level, not living as a man in the text. I think there is a hidden nuance in the text which helps us see that indeed these creation days cannot actually be literal 24-hour periods. Every time a 24-hour day is mentioned, it is always referenced as evening to evening. Yet the creation days are signified at beginning with an evening and ending with a morning. This could be a 12-hour night cycle, a 36-hour day-night cycle, or a long but definite period of time. But the text insinuates and seems to say that it can't possibly actually be a 24-hour period of time. Well, the question now should be asked, didn't most of Christianity over the last 2,000 years believe in a young earth? Well, actually, there's 2,000 pages of church father writings, and the evidence is not particularly good for that. It is commonly said that people wouldn't come to any other conclusion than a young earth by simply reading the text, and that most of Christianity is held to a young earth perspective. This is actually not true by historical evidence. There are approximately 2,000 pages of church father writings relating to the creation account, and only 2 of those pages allude to a literal 24-hour day of young earth perspective. Additionally, it appears that our Jewish predecessors, whose culture originated this text, came to many different conclusions about the age of the earth long before any old earth sciences had emerged. Jewish rabbis came under an older earth conclusion long before the existence of old earth sciences. Rabbi Abahu, Rabbi Abaye, and the Talmud and Midrash suggest a concept more akin to actually our present knowledge, where we have billions of years. And that is actually in the Talmud and the Midrash. Simon Hahasid in the Talmud estimates the earth age is about 40,000 years. And based on these early ages, many writers of Jewish religious philosophy in the 10th and 12th centuries gave ages of the earth from 50,000 to 100,000 years. And there is the reference for the JSTOR article if anyone would like to go read that in full. So, and this is the point I'll finish with. I have many other avenues and points that I look forward to exploring in the conversation to follow, but for conciseness and time of my opening, I'll leave this as my final point. There is an interesting anomaly about day 7, in that it does not have the same evening and morning statements of beginning and ending as the other days. Arguably, we know that God is currently not engaging in any supernatural acts of creation and will not create again until he creates the new heavens and the new earth, which could leave us to conclude that we are still in the 7th day of the creation week, and God is still in his period of rest from any special creation. This is seemingly backed up by Hebrews 4, talking about Christians entering the Sabbath of the Lord, or entering his rest, which is still ongoing and will continue until the heavens and the earth pass away in the end of Revelation, and God creates the new heaven and the new earth. Aside from day 7 potentially still going, I find that day 6 is a lot happening in a simple solar day. He doesn't just create the garden as he seems to create the rest of earth, but it says that he plants it. Then we see that Adam is actually created outside the garden and then brought into it. This is a weird way to put it if we are expecting it to fit in a 24-hour period and be created quickly ex nihilo like the rest of the creation, which alludes to some spans of time in the text. Additionally, the story is full of heart, as it shows God playing the first matchmaker. God declares it is not good for man to be alone, but he doesn't instantaneously create woman and bring her to him. Instead, God brings all the animals before him until the narrative concludes that Adam is aware that all the animals of the world have a mate and develops a personal longing for a partner of his own. Only then does God put Adam to sleep, do surgery on him, then create Eve and bring her to him in order for him to exclaim with joy at the sight of her that finally a proper helper was found for him. Once you crunch this story into an essential 24-hour period, I believe you rob some of the feeling and beauty of the story. There is much more I would like to fit in and discuss, but for the sake of time, this is where I should stop. I hope we will get the chance to discuss several other issues and perspectives during the conversation, and with that, I will yield.
All right, perfect timing. Thank you so much for that opening statement, Smokey. I also appreciate the visuals. So now we're going to hand it over to Dr. Hoven. You also have 12 minutes for your opening statement, and I will start on your first word.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I've heard this argument many hundreds of times, and Smokey, you're wrong. God is right. He said in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And heaven should be singular, by the way, not in your one you're showing with heavens. It wasn't heavens until later in that chapter when he divided it up into three heavens. First heaven where the birds fly, second heaven where the stars are, third heaven where God is. Paul said he was caught up to the third heaven. But in Genesis 1:1, he made the heaven and the earth. And when it says he made the heaven and the earth, that means he made the heaven and the earth. Earth was made on the first day. Now, the fact that he didn't make the sun until later, I think, is an indication that he doesn't want us to worship the sun. God is light. That we can have one day without even the sun being there. One spin of the earth is a day, 24-hour day. Where even if the sun was gone, we'd still spin around once in 24 hours. So Jesus said in John chapter 1, it is said about Jesus, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Well, if the Word was God, we better figure out who this Word is. All things were made by him. You skip down to verse 14. The Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. That would be Jesus Christ. So Jesus made everything. Jesus is God Almighty in the flesh. He should know when he made it. He's the one who did it. Colossians 1, by him, that's Jesus, were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth. Jesus is God Almighty in the flesh. That's another debate for another topic, okay, another day. But Jesus said in Matthew 19:4, they were talking about marriage and divorce. He answered and said unto them, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? Clearly, Jesus said the creation of Adam and Eve was the beginning. By your theology, Smokey, that is not true. Jesus was lying. In Mark 10:6, Jesus repeated it. From the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. I don't think it could be any simpler. And we don't need a guru to tell us what that means. Jesus said the beginning of the creation was when God made Adam and Eve, and he's the one who did it. He ought to know. Major point here to bring up. In Romans and in 1 Corinthians, it tells us sin brought death into the world. Wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin. Why do we have death and suffering in the world? By the evolutionist philosophy, death and suffering is a wonderful way. That's how we get ahead. If one animal evolves a little better than the rest of them have to die to make this evolutionary process work. So the question is really very simple. Did death eventually bring man into the world? Or did man bring death into the world? These could not be more opposite. And the Bible is totally clear. Man brought death into the world because of his sin. By man came death, 1 Corinthians 15. By man came the resurrection of the dead. In Adam all die. By the way, Adam's sin affected the plants and animals too. God put a curse on the ground. You can read that in Genesis chapter 3. So Jesus said the beginning of the creation was when he made Adam and Eve. The Bible says nothing died until Adam sinned, until man sinned, okay? Exodus 20:11 in the Ten Commandments, God wrote this one on a rock with his finger and handed the rock to Moses. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. I don't think it could be more clear. He made everything in 6 days. Exodus 31, he repeats it. In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, every word is established. It's a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested. And it was clear, he told them, he said, I worked 6 days, rested 1. I want you to work 6 days and rest 1. If the days are not literal days, was he telling them to work 6,000 years or 6 billion years before they get a day off? No. He said 6 days. It's all through the scripture, hundreds of times. The 6 days and rest on the seventh day. 1 Corinthians, the first man, Adam, was made a living soul. And the last Adam was made a quickening spirit. Adam called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living. So the Bible clearly says, number 3, we all came from Adam and Eve. Now, you don't have to believe the Bible if you don't want to, but I'm just pointing out that is what it says. We were told in 2 Peter chapter 3 that in the last days there would be scoffers who would come along who would walk after their own lust. See, they don't like the Bible being true because that means it might put a cramp on their lifestyle. This book says, thou shalt not, a couple of times. They don't like those thou shalt nots. And so they say, well, we don't believe it, or we got to reinterpret it my way. They can twist it and change it any way they want. The Bible says, where is the promise of his coming? Since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were. We were warned in 2 Peter 2,000 years ago that in the last days, scoffers would say, the way things are happening now is the way they've always been happening. Well, this is simply not true. There have been some catastrophes that have completely rearranged things on the planet, like a flood, okay? For this they willingly are ignorant of, Peter said, that by the word of God the heavens were of old. The scoffers are willingly ignorant, that means dumb on purpose in the Greek, of how God made the heavens and the earth standing out of the water and in the water. The second thing they're ignorant of is the flood, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. And they're ignorant of the day of judgment, which is coming. So the creation 6,000 years ago, people say, are you a young earth creationist? No. 6,000 is a long time. I have a hard time thinking just about Abe Lincoln 170 years ago. That's a long time. Columbus, the Vikings, my ancestors, the Norwegians, running around trying to find this place 500 years ago. That's a long time. 6,000 is a really long time. Billions is ludicrous, absolutely stupid, not necessary, not there, okay? The Bible says clearly, nothing died till Adam sinned. Adam was the first man, and Adam lived 130 years and had a son, and that son lived 105 years, and his son lived 90 years. Anybody can graph it out. It doesn't take long. Add up the dates in Genesis 5, and you'll get the first part of this chart. And then after the flood, you will get the last part in Genesis chapter 10 and 11. The dates, and we have history, recorded history from the time of Joseph on. Joseph's the last actual date we have in Scripture to hang your head on when it comes to establishing a creation. But the Bible dates add up to approximately 4,000 BC, or 6,000 years ago. Okay, and I don't say the exact date or time. I don't think we can get that. Okay. We have a birth certificate. God himself promised he would preserve his words. All Scripture is given by inspiration of God. It's profitable for doctrine, reproof, correction, instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect, truly furnished unto all good work. Here we have God himself writing down what happened. The Bible dates for the creation add up to 6,000. The textbook says the earth is billions of years old. Somebody is lying. There's a big difference between 6,000 and 4.6 billion. Congress has no clue about that difference, but they're different, guys, okay? Textbooks say the earth is billions. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Was he lying? Did he not understand science? Or could he have been right? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Thou, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth. Hebrews chapter 10. So when was the beginning? There are many, the Scripture could not be more clear. The beginning was when God made the heaven and the earth. And when Adam and Eve were created, on everything was created in those 6 days. You can have a day without the sun, and there's no gap. God can do everything on day 6. He made Adam, then he made the garden, then so Adam got to watch God make the plants. They grew out of the ground. Adam saw that. God made one more of each animal. The rest of the world's full of animals. God made one more of each animal so Adam could see, wow, I need a wife. They've all got one. I don't have one, and that one's not suitable for me. No, that one's not suitable. That one's not suitable. So God said, go to sleep, son. I got a surprise for you. He took one rib out of Adam and made the world's first loudspeaker. It's created Eve. I'm sorry. And so here we have God claiming he did it all in 6 days. We don't need anybody to interpret that for us, because later he said clearly in the 10 Commandments, and he wrote it on a rock, in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth. So let's look at some scientific ways to prove the earth can, 475. Okay, scientific ways. Certainly the Scripture comes to 6,000. Now you can try to twist it or pervert it or change it or alter it, but that's what nobody Just anybody just reading the book would come up with that conclusion, okay? Scientific ways. Now, I understand full well if you take time away from an evolutionist, this is their pacifier. They have to have billions of years. I understand. Time keeps them from crying. If that doesn't work, you add more time. Will, you gave me these, didn't you? This is great. If time doesn't work, add more time. Oh, yeah, billions and billions of years. Somehow they think that's going to solve something. If you take away that pacifier, they get frantic because they know their whole theory falls apart. Now, galaxies are spinning, but the stars in the middle are going faster than the stars at the outside. Therefore, the galaxies are slowly winding up. They would not have the spiral arms on them anymore if they were billions of years old. You can't have a spinning object like that go on for billions and billions of years when the stars are going different speeds. Hello, it can't be billions of years old. The arms would be gone. And they've done all kinds of studies on this and what would happen. Wow, galaxies with spiral arms, interesting. Red, white dwarfs. Let me go to a couple of signs, and you've already seen all this, Smokey, but some of the people have not. Let's see, 510. I go through about 30 or 40 different scientific indicators. The Earth cannot be billions of years old. It just can't be. If you need billions of years, I'm sorry, you can't have it. Jupiter has a moon called Ganymede. Jupiter's way out there. I think it's 5 astronomical units. It has a moon going around it that has a strong magnetic field. Whoa, stop right there. That would indicate heat in the center. You think that little bitty moon way out there in space is still hot and has remained hot for billions of years? If you came in the room and found a cup of coffee and I said, don't touch the coffee, it's hot. And you said, whose is it? I said, I don't know, it's been sitting there for 300 years. I don't think the coffee's going to stay hot for 300 years. And I don't think Ganymede's going to stay hot enough to have a magnetic field. Ganymede, the surprisingly magnetic moon. Interesting. I got a theory about Ganymede. God made everything 6,000 years ago, and Ganymede's only 6,000 years old. I don't have a problem. Saturn has rings that are gradually getting further away from the planet. They're dissipating. Saturn's rings are leaving us. Wow. The rings are gone. Less than 100 million years. Wow. Saturn's rings are an indication it can't be billions of years old. Watch my video number 1, where I cover 30 or 40 scientific indicators. You can't have time. I'm sorry. Pick a new theory. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. Perfect timing to the both of you. I appreciate your 12-minute opening statements. Thanks for the visuals. Tons of fun. So what we're going to do now is hand it to Smokey. Before I do, thank you to everybody in the chat. We've got a huge chat and a ton of questions flying in already. So thank you. Make sure you're still tagging myself and Matt. So that being said, Smokey, I'm going to hand you the floor. You got 8 minutes. I'll give you a 1-minute warning at the 7-minute mark. So go ahead.
Cool.
Where's yours?
Sure, appreciate it. Okay. Well, I feel like it started with a little bit of an insinuation and kind of carried through that I'm somehow denying Scripture. And if I thought for a second that I was actually denying Scripture, I wouldn't hold this perspective. I believe that I am still honestly, pursuing the truth and honestly interpreting the text. And I did ask this question in the last debate on the Super Chat as to whether or not Dr. Hovind thought I was saved by simply, saying I do believe, in Christ as my Lord and Savior, but I don't, hold to the young earth perspective. And he said, yeah, I'm saved, even though I'm just wrong, and that's fine. And I accept that answer. But now it seems like I'm being painted as someone who is denying Scripture. And I don't think you would typically say someone that is denying Scripture is definitely saved. So I just want to make note of that for the audience. I don't think I'm denying Scripture, and I'm certainly not trying to, and that's not the intent. And I'm not certainly saying Kent is trying to, or that that's the intent. In fact, I do believe he's trying to go with an honest, direct, plain reading interpretation, and I don't in any way condemn it. He does say that Earth was made on the first day, which is okay. I can accept that, but it almost makes it sound like then the Earth is the only frame of reference of creation. What about time, space, and matter? I mean, something can't even be created without time. The chronological passing of time is essential in order for matter to exist and certainly be changed and for things to be created. So certainly there would have to be something in existence prior to the beginning of that day one. one. Also, I didn't really hear an answer to the Jewish mirrorism component, and the reason that mirrorisms are important, and maybe I might challenge Kent to help give me a exegetical perspective of this, and this is one of the reasons why mirrorisms are important, is like, for instance, in Isaiah 45:7, without understanding the use of a mirrorism, you could end up coming to the perspective that God is a dualistic entity who is directly creating good and evil. But a mirrorism lets us know that extremes are sometimes painted to talk about a whole or an entirety. So I didn't really hear much of an answer to that in terms of my opening of the idea of how much time is kind of passing, before, God does the first act of creation, which speaks and says, let there be light. He's already hovering above the earth and the waters in some sort of time space. Clearly, he's already hovering above the earth, and then he speaks. And that's the first act of creation. Yet there is creation. There is something existing before that. So I don't feel like that was really answered. Death before the fall was brought up. I would actually like to go into that more, but I think I should probably save it for the conversation period, because I do have some questions to bring up. I will mention briefly that I do, of course, and I think you would kind of have to, if you hold to an old earth perspective, of the idea of at least animal and plant death before the fall. So I do think that is at least reasonable, not necessarily definitive, but reasonable to come to, even from a couple clues in the text itself, which I'm happy to go over with Kent in the conversation period. Let's see. Another thing, I don't think I'm being a scoffer of the text, by the way, and I think that text was kind of brought up kind of to strike at me that I'm kind of scoffing at the idea I'm scoffing at the text in order by denying a literalistic or this particular interpretation. And it doesn't seem to be, again, I'll reference back to my opening, this type of, hard, rigid stance to this entire interpretation is not something you'll find anywhere in early Christianity, and certainly not even in the cultures in which this text was originated. They were not necessarily and essentially reading this text the way that Kent kind of seems to say that we absolutely have to. I do feel like the way that he kind of answered the 6-day challenge that I put out was kind of a little bit flippant. With all due respect, I am talking about a heart component to this story. The idea that there's God sociologically working with man on his level, not necessarily keeping him on a time clock, and certainly allowing that natural urge and desire to develop within him, and not to just bring him the first loudspeaker. And I get it, it's a clever quip, it's funny, but just to make note, because I don't want it to be desensitized, I am talking about God acting at a humanistic level with man, acting as the first matchmaker, and showing the importance of this appreciation of the fulfillment of the longing that is placed inside the male heart for a partner, and putting this on a rigid 24-hour time clock, to me, and again, this is just me and I could be wrong, but seems to does steal some of the heart, and some of the feeling out of this text that I would read otherwise, that God taking his time with man for what developed that needs to develop. Anyway, let's see. Evolutionists need billions of years, and I get it. I do believe in speciation. I think even young earthers do. In fact, I believe young earthers believe in just as much speciation as we do. There's how many fossils in the fossil record, how many different species have we discovered? It's something like 250,000. And we estimate that may even be only as much as 1% of all the species that have existed on Earth. So, there's a massive number of species, and 99% of all of those species are now extinct. So it does kind of beg the question, what was Noah really essentially saving? Maybe just a certain tier, maybe up to the order or the class or the family or something like that. Well, and then you guys have a massive amount of speciation, not only from the fall, where you have a whole massive amount of speciation and very quick evolution from lots of dietary tracts that are primarily herbivorous going into carnivore. That requires a whole bunch of rapid changes, really massive changes in information over quick periods of time, which up to the flood would be 1,500 years. So here you have 250,000 or so of species, and that's only the ones we know about. that are all speciating during this period of this 1500 years, before the beginning creation and then up to the flood. And then after that, all of those species, we don't even know what Noah necessarily saved, because all of those species that are in the fossil record are basically extinct now. So what did he save? Which class did he save? Well, whatever class he saved, up to order, class, family, whatever it is, young Earth creationists do have to believe in a hefty amount of speciation across the board in order to fill in the gaps of all the animals and different species that we see today. So I almost think that even young Earthers, in a way, are kind of almost hyper evolutionists, needing all these changes in such a short period of time. Not every animal evolves or speciates at the same rate. Things can have small clusters of family groups where there's only one or two born, and it takes long times for them to give birth, and they live long lives. They will not speciate as fast as bacteria, which multiplies thousands of times in a short period of time. So sometimes, we don't want to be abusing uniformity or inconsistently holding to uniformity. And I guess with that, I will yield.
All right, with 15 seconds to spare. So that concludes your 8-minute rebuttal there, Smoky Saint. Now we're going to hand it to Dr. Hovind. Dr. Hovind, on your first word, I'll start the timer. You've got 8 minutes.
Well, he seems concerned that God had to have created time before he created matter, etc. Well, that's what he said in Genesis 1:1. In the beginning. There's time right there in the third word. God did create time, space, and matter. They have to come into existence in that order. If you had matter but no space, where would you put it? If you had matter and space but no time, when would you put it? So I agree. He made time, and then he made space, and then he made matter. He could do all that in 2 nanoseconds. He doesn't need long time. And God can create everything. Your idea that it requires heart, and God had to, Adam had to long for a wife and all that. Well, that sounds very romantic, but the scripture is clear. He made everything in 6 days, and there was no death until man sinned. Genesis 3 is clear that man's sin affected the plants and animals. Now, whether plants are actually alive is another discussion we might need to have. Could they be a complex, self-replicating food source? I look at it, the best answer I have right now at this stage of my life is there are 3 types of life. There's plants, which only have a body. There's animals, which have a body and a consciousness of life. There's something different about animals and plants. There's something different. They're conscious of their life. Man has a body, a consciousness of life, and a consciousness of God. We don't know of any animals that have a consciousness of God. None of our pigs pray before they eat. They just go eat, okay? So I think there are 3 different types of life. Now, the Bible God told Noah to bring onto the ark all those in whose nostrils is the breath of life. Which brings up the question, since insects don't have nostrils, they breathe through the spiracles in their skin, are they considered alive in the biblical sense? I think it could be argued that maybe they're just also a complex, self-replicating food source for the rest of the animals. They sure have babies quick. Now, you mentioned bacteria. They do have a generation time of about 20 minutes. They get born, grow up, and get married and have kids in 20 minutes. That's pretty quick. Has anybody ever, in the history of the study of bacteriology, has anybody ever seen a bacteria produce something other than a bacteria? And the answer I'll give it is no. You might get some that are strange this way or strange that way, but they're always bacteria. People that have been raising dogs for a long time will tell you they can selectively breed their dogs and get big ones or little ones. They can get dogs with long hair, short hair, curly tail, straight tail, long snout, short snout. But they always get a dog, recognizable to a 3-year-old that it's a dog. So there has been 0 evidence for any changes other than their kind. The Bible says they will bring forth after their kind. It doesn't use the word species or kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus. What exactly was a kind? I don't know. But that's a subject. I don't think God cares about Carolus Linnaeus's classification system. So the fact that we have in modern science have decided to classify them into species and genus, etc., well, that's wonderful, and that's practical, and that's useful. But God said 10 times in the first chapter they would always bring forth after their kind. There have been no examples given to me in my 249 debates before this one where anybody can say, we saw this creature produce a different kind of offspring. Carl Sagan said, evolution happens, but we just can't observe it. It happens, but just not while we're watching. So it's imagination. It's SpongeBob stuff. It happened in the past. You got to go back millions of years and imagine this bacteria became an elephant. Because in the evolution theory, and I suspect in your theory, Smokey, you believe that the bacteria slowly became something else. Has any animal ever in the history of the world, by your theology, Smokey, has evolution happened? Have any animals ever produced something that would be considered other than their kind? I ask atheists all the time, I say, guys, dogs produce dogs every time. And they'll say, yeah, that's now, but in the past, oh, stop. So something non-dog produced a dog. Exactly what was it that was non-dog that produced a dog? And they say, well, it happened gradually, slowly. Well, then it's not science, it's imagination. We don't observe that. Certainly, farmers all around the world have observed a whole lot of animals making babies, and they always come out the same kind as the mother and father. There may be variations, I agree. There are 70 varieties of sunflowers. They might have had a common ancestor called a sunflower. That's all that's ever been observed. I think evolution is not science. I think your theory, Smokey, about the Earth being billions of years old is not science. It's imagination. You may believe that, and that's wonderful. You can have any religion you'd like. But your teaching on that is contradicting the clear teaching of Jesus, the clear teaching of Moses, or God giving the law to Moses. It couldn't be more clear in this book that God made it all in 6 days and nothing died till Adam sinned. And you really have the philosophy, and maybe won't admit it or don't understand it, that death brought man into the world. Was Adam created from the dust, Smokey, like the Bible says, or did Adam come from some type of ape-like ancestor? What is your theology on the origin of man? Did we evolve up through the primates? If we are just a complex animal, how do we know right from wrong? How do you tell right from wrong? An atheist called me today while I was driving the car, and we got into the topic. If he's in Australia, he said, I want to debate you on morality. I said, okay, how do you decide morality? Who decides? Where's the standard? We have a standard, here's a foot, here's a yard, the metric system or standard system, English system, American system. So you have to have standards of weight and measure and volume. You have to have a National Bureau of Standards to keep track of those standards. I think we've got a standard right here. God tells us right and wrong. I asked the atheist in Australia, I said, is it morally wrong for the mother lion to kill the baby zebra to feed her baby lion? Well, I'm sure the zebra thinks it's wrong, but the lion thinks it's right. Was it morally wrong for Hitler to kill the Jews and take over their property and their gold and to finance his empire? Well, the Jews didn't like it. Hitler loved it. He thought it was great. Go in, kill these people, take over their land, get rich quick. That's what it's all about. Where's the standard with your theology? Maybe you could answer, how do you tell right from wrong? Was Adam created from the dust and God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life? I think that's what the text says real clearly. Do you believe that, or do you believe man came from some kind of lower type creature over millions of years? Okay, give you my last minute. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much, Kent. With a minute to spare, we'll throw that into the discussion portion. So, gentlemen, that now concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. There has been a great mix of scripture-based and science-based arguments. I will moderate with Matt in a way that allows this discussion period to discuss the various points brought forth in the openings and rebuttals. That being said, Kent just ended his 8-minute rebuttal, and therefore, Smokey, why don't we give you the floor, and you can start us off in this discussion. Maybe there's a few points you wanted to address or a question you wanted to ask. Kent, go ahead.
If I could, I may address them kind of one at a time, and I'll kind of give a thesis statement, then pose a question, and we'll kind of take it from there for a little bit. So I guess one thing I'll just touch on real quick, the insects. I thought it was interesting what you said about the insects. Like they could just be like a self-replicating food source. They could technically not really be alive. Does that mean that you would be okay if like insects could have death before the fall?
If they're not alive, they wouldn't have death.
So, well, I mean, like
I don't think any insects died before the fall either, but yeah, I don't think we call them living and dying. I understand with our modern classification system, we call plants living and dying. They just may have ceased to cease to respirate. And I just point out, God told Noah to bring those in whose nostrils was the breath of life. So does life require nostrils? That's just a theory. Are fish considered alive in the biblical sense? They certainly didn't go on the ark, didn't need to, got plenty of water outside. So I don't think anybody can answer that question. Okay. It's a fair question.
Would you
go ahead.
Would you say that it is, like, say, immoral for the death of animals to exist? Like, I mean, I know you're not a vegan, clearly, right. But like, I mean, would you say that the fact that death of animals exist is an immorality? It's almost an essential immorality, maybe.
Well, I do only eat vegetarian cows. So that the cow was a vegetarian for me, so he did that for me. And pigs. I'm glad Jews don't like them because I like bacon. Okay, so I don't think. No, if God told, it's clear in the scripture in the first in the creation story that God told Adam, and he made all the fruit, the vegetables, and the seeds for him to eat. Same thing with the animals. It's clear in the first couple chapters. The animals were all vegetarian. After the flood, God told Noah, now the animals are going to be afraid of you. And I cover that in my video number 7. I got about 40 million slides here, so I can't.
Now, just real quick, can I ask you, do you believe that God kind of like supernaturally changed all their digestive tracts in like one instant? Or do you think it was kind of like an ongoing evolutionary speciation type of thing? Like, because they're all herbivores and then the fall happens and then what happens? Does God just snap his fingers and they all switch to carnivore habits, or what do you think?
Well, I think going from a vegetarian lion to a meat-eating lion is a pretty minor change compared to going from a bacteria to a lion, okay? So we're talking real minor changes. Right. There was, and I give on my video 7, I can't find the slides right now, but, are plants alive? Just
so I can answer 2 of those challenges, Ken, just so you know what you're arguing with against. I don't believe Adam came from an ape, and I'm not a theistic evolutionist. I don't believe that all life came from a single cell. I think the idea that complex life coming from a single cell, undergoing a bunch of mutations and deleterious changes over time, leading to more complex systems, is just an asinine proposition. So I don't hold to that. I do believe in special creation. I believe in a special creation as it's laid out in the text. And I just believe that probably God created a lot. Like, he probably did create a polar bear and a gray bear and a brown bear or whatever. Like, I don't believe that there was, like the Cambrian explosion. I believe that he, created all those animals, that there wasn't necessarily tons and tons of speciation needed for that. I'm sure there was, but I am able to concede to the idea of all of these special creation events, including the special creation of Adam. I just want to make that clear.
Okay. So you do believe Adam was made from the dust and God breathed into his mouth?
I do.
Good.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Okay. Well, you can move you a couple more steps to the right. You can be an independent temperamental Baptist again. Okay.
Doubtful, but you're welcome to try.
I'll certainly keep trying. So yeah, I don't think there was any death until Adam sinned. We don't know how long they were in the garden. We do know Adam, according to the scripture, was 130 when Seth was born. That's really the first date we've got to go on. We know that they were out of the garden when that happened. So somewhere in the first 130 years, they got kicked out. We also know that Cain and Abel were old enough to have a fight and one killed the other. Let's assume they're in their 20s. They were out of the garden when that happened. But Adam and Eve really could have been in the garden for 100 years before they sinned. We know that Satan was perfect, and he was a good guy when he was first created. He was Lucifer, the light bearer. Ezekiel 28 talks about that Lucifer was in Eden, the garden of God, until iniquity was found in him. So my theory would say, the scripture seems to indicate pretty clearly, God made everything. At the end of day 7, it was perfect. Perfect. Angels and Satan were probably made on day 1 or 2, because they rejoiced when the foundations of the earth were laid in day 3. So the Bible doesn't tell us about angels and Satan, but I think they're made on day 1 or 2. The only way I can make it fit, like a Sudoku puzzle. Go ahead.
Okay, interesting. I wanted to ask you, going back to like the names of the animals too, and day 6. So, how do you feel that Adam was naming the animals? Like the names that we have in, and I know your King James version only is. So like the names you have in there, like those are the names Adam chose, or I mean, because of course Adam wasn't speaking New King James. So like he was giving the names in his language, whatever that was. And then Moses wrote it down in that ancient Hebrew, and then that's what it was. So is the names that Moses wrote down the actual names that Adam gave the animals?
I don't think there's any way to know the answer to that one either. Maybe Adam spoke Hebrew. Maybe that's the original language. I don't know. I don't think there's any way to tell.
But you do believe what Moses recorded, whatever he recorded, was the name that Adam gave the animal. Like when Moses is calling an animal a thing, he's calling it because Adam called it that, or it's just his own culture calling it that.
I'm not trying to. I don't recall Adam naming any specific animals. He just says he gave names to all the animals. I don't think he said this is a cow and this is a goat and this is a snake. Or I don't think any were specifically named by Adam. So again, I don't think there's any way to know that question. But in Genesis 1:29, it seems to give a distinction here. I've got it up on screen between God said to every, verse 30, to every beast of the earth and every fowl of the air and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb. So apparently in the scriptural classification of things, the green herbs do not have life. They are a complex, self-replicating food source. I don't think it's something worth arguing or fighting over. But Cain brought the fruit of the ground. God would not take it. There's no blood in a turnip. Abel brought a lamb, a sacrifice. So the distinction between the fruit of the ground and the firstlings of the flock is found again in Genesis 4. God said, I will destroy all flesh wherein is the breath of life. Every living thing of all flesh. He said, I want you to take onto the ark of all food that is eaten. So again, there's a distinction here between the living things with flesh and the food that is eaten. So does a carrot die when you eat it? You'd have to first determine, is this actually alive? Or is it taking in sunlight, taking in water, and following a complex code to grow? I mean, you can get computer programs it'll grow. And that's not alive. So I don't know. I don't care.
I mean, well, it seems like it just ends up kind of being really incredulous with what the definition of life is. I mean, if we found plants on Mars, I mean, would we say we failed to find life on Mars, or would we say we found life on Mars? I mean, if we find plant life, we tend to call it plant life, right? I mean,
that's in our modern classification system. You are correct.
It's cells. It's a complex collection of cells engaging in complex, processes. I mean, arguably they don't have sentience, of course, but I don't think sentience is necessarily a measure of life. We have small, bacteria and stuff that aren't necessarily of any real type of measurable sentience, but we classify as alive. And like, the idea of a universe like what we have right now, where we have I guess you would claim then, if I'm not mistaken, that the law of thermodynamics or the law of atrophy or entropy, that everything's kind of wearing down, that didn't happen until Adam sinned. So nothing.
I don't think there's any way to know that either. That would seem reasonable. Let's assume Adam and Eve did not sin for 100 years. I think they were designed to live forever. The fact that they only lived to be 930 is the sad part. They were designed to live forever. So God can certainly create a machine, a man, an animal, or anything that'll last forever. The heavens are going to last forever. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but he's going to make new heaven and a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness. So we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Do you think that they were just like naturally immortal, or because they were also eating of the tree of life, or both? Like, because the tree of life is there, and we know that, that they're even, cut off from it because God says, well, it's not good for them to live forever in their fallen state, basically something along those lines.
I'm just going to jump in real quick, gentlemen. So that was about 10 minutes of Smokey asking questions.
Sure.
And very engaging discussion so far. This is a ton of fun. We got a great chat. So Ken, if you wanted to answer Smokey's question there, and then we'll do a few minutes of Ken asking Smokey some questions pertaining to the age of the earth. Go ahead, Ken.
Sure.
Remind me of the question again. I'm getting old and senile. It was
oh gosh, I must be getting just as old and senile. I now it skipped to my mind as well. Why don't you go ahead, Kent? It's fine. I'm sure it'll pop back up again as we move forward. Go ahead.
Well, that's why I said, as best I can figure it out. I've been studying the book for 52 years, and it looks to me like they're plant life, if you want to call it alive, animal life, people have a hard time classifying some of the single-celled organisms. Are they plant or animal? You know, this is a classification dilemma they've had for decades. But so I would say there's plants, which are a complex self-replicating food source. Animals eat the plants, and the animals are certainly considered alive in the biblical sense. But could there be perpetual motion? If I developed an engine that would run forever, never wear out, all you got to do is add fuel. Well, therefore, is it something wrong because you got to add fuel? I mean, if Adam and Eve would have lived forever just because they got to add oxygen once in a while and add food once in a while and water, they could still be immortal. So the question of, are they immortal? Is the engine immortal if I got to keep adding gas? So that would be another matter of definition. So I think they were designed to live forever. Adam and Eve blew it, but God's going to fix it back one day. Certainly, we're going to live forever in the future. The Bible clearly teaches we have eternal life. Apparently, God can do that. Okay.
Well, do you think the only reason they were alive was because they were eating of the tree, or you think there was something else?
Well, I think they had to breathe. I think they had to drink water.
Well, no, I know, but like,
yeah.
I mean, like in terms of their immortality, I mean, is what I'm talking about.
Well, that's why I gave the analogy of the engine. If I had an engine that would run forever, but I had to add fuel, is it therefore not immortal?
Right. So, like, well, then they would be like taking of the tree and taking of the tree of life. They would be adding fuel to the engine, basically, right? Is
correct.
That maybe what you're saying? Okay. So, like, but you don't think the animals were partaking of the tree necessarily, but they were still immortal?
It looks to me like God created them also to be immortal.
Okay.
But Adam's sin, because certainly God said, "Cursed is the ground for thy sake," and He said in Genesis chapter 3, the animals also suffered because of man's sin.
Right.
So these are good questions. I don't know if anybody's ever been able to answer those completely, but
appreciate it. No, and thanks for trying to tackle them for me. These are certainly some of the things I even think about and digest. I'm sure certain members of the audience do as well. So it's good to hear it and kind of unpack it as best as we can. We're not going to have all the answers to everything, not until we get to the end. So we're just going to do our best as much as we can. So I appreciate that. Go ahead, Ken. I'm sorry, it's your time. I apologize.
And then why don't we do this, gentlemen, because those were some great points and great questions, especially pertaining to Scripture. I think that was extremely important. Why don't we now focus, let's say 10 minutes or so, on some points that were brought up in the opening statement and rebuttal pertaining to the science that either supports a young Earth or an old Earth. Smokey, since you just asked a bunch of questions there, Kent, if there's a question you wanted to bring forth to Smokey pertaining to something that, let's say, supports your position defending today, go ahead.
Okay. I enjoy science, and I mentioned that time is the pacifier. They have to have billions of years to make their theory. Job, it said in the book of Job, "Speak to the earth, it shall teach thee." Well, let's see, what is the earth telling us? Does the earth tell us it's billions of years old? The earth certainly has a magnetic field, and the earth's magnetic field, like all magnets, loses its strength gradually. We have lost 10% of our magnetic intensity in the last 150 years. The Earth's magnetic field has declined about 40% in the last 1,000 years. Well, the Earth's magnetic field is getting weaker. It cannot be billions of years old. It gives about a 25,000 year max. That means carbon dating can't work and none of the radiometric dating methods can work because the Earth's magnetic field is changing. That's one thing. National Pornographic even read Geographic. Earth's magnetic field is fading. I agree. Computer models indicate the strength of Earth's magnetic field declined 10% over the past century. Wow, interesting. During the next 150,000 years, it rose to a maximum strength and then began to decline. So the Earth's magnetic field is declining. I don't think anybody argues with that. They tried to answer this. Here's NASA had an article about the declining magnetic field. Earth's magnetic field is weakening 10 times faster now. So the way they've tried to come up with a solution for this, they'll say, well, the Earth's magnetic field is reversing. If you have a spinning planet that has a molten core apparently producing a magnetic field, it is absolutely physically impossible to reverse that magnetic field. It can't be done. The whole idea of reversals is baloney. What they've done, they've gone to the bottom of the mid-Atlantic ridge and drilled core samples, and notice there are areas of stronger and weaker magnetism. In some places it's stronger, some places it's weaker. there are no magnetic reversals. The Earth's magnetic field has never reversed. It can't reverse. It can get stronger and weaker. What they were measuring actually was the cracks where the Earth cracked up when the fountains of the deep broke open. The water rushing into the crack would cool it off, locking in a magnetic field. Whereas the hotter rock between these cracks would be losing its strength. So somebody drew a line through the middle of that stronger, weaker, stronger, weaker, stronger, weaker, and called everything below average a reversal. No, it's weaker. If I lined up all the people in the world and found the average height was 5'5", does that mean anybody under that is in the ground? Or are they just less than average? So my point would be there are no such things as magnetic reversals. The science tells us the magnetic field's getting weaker. That tells us it can't be more than 25,000 years old. Okay? How do you get billions of years then just with the magnetic field?
Well, you did say.
Go ahead, Smokey. You go
Yeah,
first.
just a real quick response to that with the magnetic fields, if I could.
No, take your time.
Appreciate it. So the thing, you showed a couple references. You showed one of them that said that it's decreasing like quote unquote 10 times faster now. That almost seems like this is one of those instances where we have evidence that this decrease is not uniform. It's not something we can apply to an absolute uniformity. In fact,
correct. Yeah.
And I also found the idea, I think for the sun, like the idea of the decreasing sun, there was that paper back in the, I don't know, you probably know better than me, Kent, just back in the 50s, where they were measuring where it seemed like the sun was losing like 5 feet a day or something, or an hour or something crazy like that. And then they have had other measurements that they've done since then. That paper, I guess, supposedly wasn't actually published, but they've done other references too, where they've shown that it's actually fluctuating. Like there's times where it seems like it's decreasing over a period of time, and then it expands and then decreases, and different metrics at different time are giving different results. And I also want to mention this too, for the idea of some of the planets. You had mentioned about this kind of idea of uniformity, losing heat and stuff like that. And I get where you're coming from too, but I also do know that there are mechanisms, even inside like Earth, you know, like our plate tectonics, that are a form of replenishing energy, you know, and some of these planets could have the very same thing kind of going on. And there is sometimes this assumption, I guess, maybe in the uniformity of these things, like, you know, throw it away when it doesn't fit and keep it when it does type thing. And I said a lot there. I'll yield. Please go ahead.
Well, one at a time. It's true. If the Earth's magnetic field is weakening, which I think everybody would agree it is, all the observed measurements said it's getting weaker. Now, is it a linear? If you go back in time, would it be linear or logarithmic or, you know, geometric? There's probably several different ways the chart could go.
Right.
But either way, it's getting weaker. Whether it's same thing with the sun shrinking. The sun is shrinking. Obviously, it's burning up fuel. Step outside and look at it. Everybody can see the sun is burning. We can feel the heat from here, 93 million miles away. So I think it's been observed that the sun is burning up about 5 million tons of fuel every second. The observations so far have indicated the sun does oscillate, you know, like a burning gas ball. It gets bigger and smaller, bigger, smaller. But the overall trend is toward shrinkage. It has to be. It's losing fuel.
Oh, I agree with that. I would say it's not necessarily this idea of like uniformity that sometimes is presented, like, oh, it's losing, 5 feet, per, hour based on this one thing, when it's really just an oscillation that was being measured. And that's one of the things I was just pointing to that. That's all. And I'm glad we kind of settled that out. I appreciate that. I agree.
It's oscillating, but the trend is still toward shrinkage.
I agree. Yeah, I don't disagree.
So
I don't disagree.
Do you agree that would put some kind of time limit on the sun? I'm not saying what it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. I don't. And in fact, I know there's a time clock on the whole universe. The universe has a time clock of heat death. Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, the size of the sun is, oscillating, but generally shrinking. But that's less important. The mass of the sun is losing 5 million tons a second. That's how much fuel it burns. Mm-hmm. My van gets about the same gas mileage, okay? But so the sun is burning. If you go back in time and start adding 5 million tons a second, now again, whether it's linear, geometric, logarithmic, whatever, I understand all that. But the sun would be heavier. I mean, an hour ago, the sun was heavier, which makes gravity stronger. Now we're talking, minuscule amounts compared to the size of the sun. But if you want to go back billions of years, you got a problem. Because now I got all that stuff in my slide presentation here somewhere. But If you want to go back billions of years, the sun would be so massive, the gravity would be changing, and it would suck all the planets in. You cannot say the Earth has been going around the sun for billions of years while the sun is losing mass. Not geophysically possible. That's
Well,
why
and
I say
I think
time is a pacifier.
if I do know, and again, I would have to go look this up. I wouldn't say anyone to quote me on this, but I do remember in vague reference that our particular sun has had different stages of its cosmology. In fact, there's a stage of our sun where, you know, habitable life certainly wouldn't be possible on Earth. We live on a middle-aged planet in a middle-aged solar system, in a middle-aged galaxy, in a middle-aged universe. And like everything seems to just rest in this neat little niche, you know, of like perfection, where based upon where we are in our universe at our specific time, this is the reason we can see the heavens. This is I mean, if we were at a different place in the universe, or, you know, in a different galaxy or something, or at a different location, we wouldn't have the same frame of reference we do. We wouldn't see the heavens the way we see it. You know, I mean, there's something to be said, seemingly, and I agree with this fine tuning, even though like the idea that there's the Big Bang and things explode and go out everywhere. And yet out of all of this chaos is the signs of direct intention of both uniformity and merging matter from just randomness and chaos into working complexity. And that, I think, is one of the best evidences of a divine mind.
Could it be then that everything is, you know, finely tuned? I agree that it was created that way 6,000 years ago. And instead of saying, well, we just happened to be at the right time and in the right place, how about just believe the book? What is wrong with that?
Well, and I would say, Dr. Hovind, I do believe the book. I don't disagree with the book. And again, this is a difference of hermeneutics and interpretation. I mean, really, truly it is. I mean, and maybe you could help me. Help me if you could. Could you help me with the verse from your plain reading, Isaiah 45:7? I create the light, I form the darkness. I, the Lord, do all these things. It's something that people try to attribute God for evil. I know it's kind of off topic, but if we don't address the use of merisms in the text and their utility, we can come to wrong interpretations to things like that. So I'm just curious how you would deal with a text like that.
Well, I agree. There are what you call mirrorisms, but you can't apply that to Genesis 1:1 because it says he made the heaven and the earth. And then the Bible says no prophecy of the scriptures of any private interpretation. You have to compare scripture with scriptures. Are there other scriptures that match Isaiah 45:7? I'll do a whole program on mirrorism some other time. But to say, wow, the Bible talks about light and darkness, black and white, therefore we can change the obvious reading of all these other verses. I think that's ludicrous. There are many verses that talk about no death till sin. 6 days God made heaven and earth and everything. He wrote it on the 10 Commandments. Work 6 days, rest one, because I worked 6 days and rested one. The Jews have always understood that to mean that.
Well,
That's
no, but
why they have Sabbath.
But why deny a I guess you would say regular reading or plain reading of Isaiah 45:7 and demand it for Genesis 1:1? Like, what's the justification?
I would ask you, what's the justification of applying it to Genesis 1:1? That this mirrorism, like, well, the comparison, male, female, light, dark, tall, short. I understand. But he made the heaven and the earth. The guy I debated last week on this program, I think you believe the same thing as him. When it says God created the heaven and the earth, it doesn't include the earth. Nobody is going to come up with that interpretation without going to be taught that someplace, because that's not what it says. The plain reading is heaven and earth. Now, he made the sun later on day 3, I think purposely, so we would know not to worship it. How many cultures have fallen into that trap of worshiping the sun?
Oh, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. That even part of this text is polemics against certain other cultures that would claim their deities to be the creators. I agree. That's interwoven throughout all of the text. I think that's a good point. It's still your time. I'm sorry.
Okay. When Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning, what did he mean?
Say again. I'm sorry. One more time.
Well, Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning of the creation. Matthew 19:4, Mark 10:6. Was the creation of Adam the beginning of the creation, like Jesus said, or do you believe Jesus needed you to interpret that for him?
Well, I'm a little confused because it almost sounds like from like a plain reading of the text, the way you're kind of throwing it at me, that like Adam is created on day one or something. Because like in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And here it says in the beginning, he created Adam. So here's the same term. It seems like you're the one kind of forcing a weird contradiction in the scripture. I don't really understand what the question is.
Okay, well, the question, hang on, let me get this down here. 524.
So it says, in the beginning, God created Adam. That's just Jesus talking. But we know Adam wasn't created until day 6. So I don't understand the issue. If you're forcing me to have a real rigid, literal interpretation of it, then it sounds like you would have to stick to that. You would have to be consistent. You have to say Adam was like created on day 1, because that's in the beginning. So I don't know.
I think, here's the verse, Matthew 19:4. He answered and said unto them, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? And again in Mark 10:6, from the beginning of the creation.
Well, at the beginning. Yeah. Well, well, again, you can't interpret it that from the beginning of the creation, because that would be day 1, would it not?
Well, no, I think
you don't want to interpret it that way.
Why day 1? Why not second 1 or minute 1 or year 1 or?
Well, that's what it says. It says from the beginning. Well, when's the beginning?
Well, that's the question. The beginning of the beginning week?
Well, yeah, it's saying, I know, I'm saying like Jesus is saying in the beginning he created Adam.
Well, I think if I said I had a cup of coffee this morning, we could argue, well, was that the first thing when you got up? Well, no, I went potty when I got up first, and then I made coffee. Okay. So
it doesn't hurt my point either that, like, again, this isn't like treated in some sort of hyper rigid literal thing that Christ is saying in the beginning, like on the very first beginning, the very first second he's creating Adam. But clearly this is communicated with a sense of hyperbole, which Christ is certainly known for.
And not hyperbole. My interpretation is very obvious. From the beginning would mean the first week. He made everything in 6 days.
I don't
deny that. He made everything in 6 days. That was the beginning. That package deal, 6 days. He could have done it all in 6 seconds.
I can still even call it the creation week, by the way.
Sure,
and I still have the interpretation of Yom, and I still have adherence to literal interpretation of the text. I am literally interpreting the text.
Okay. Well, then answer me this. When God created Adam and Eve, how much time had passed since he made anything else, stars or whatever? Was it billions of years from the stars until? So when he said the beginning, does that mean billions of years, or is 1 week a little closer to what most people would understand?
Well, no, and I mean, I'm talking about I'm sorry, I want to be clear. I apologize. I'm talking about how the literal definitions of Yom, and there's 4 different literal definitions, and one could be a long but definite period of time. So when it's saying the first day, the first Yom, I'm still being literal. I'm still taking a literal reading because it's still one of the literal definitions. I'm just not choosing the literal definition you do. And so that's ultimately where it comes down to. I'm just looking, maybe you can help me. Give me a justification for why it has to be that literal definition, because there's 4 of them and you choose the 3rd. So why do you choose the 3rd?
If you look at the order of the creation, God made the sun on day 4.
Uh-huh.
He made the plants on day 3. He made the sun on day 4. If those are not literal days, then plants are going to have a hard time surviving until the sun comes up 1 million years later. So I think obvious reading from just the order of creation. And he made the insects and the birds, and they pollinate the plants on day 5. So if you want to say Yom means a long period of time, you're going to have plants sitting around for millions of years waiting for the sun and millions of years waiting for pollination. Well, it's not logical.
Actually, I think there is an idea, and again, I'd have to research this a little more. I'm going off of nuance. I read over all of this prepping, but I believe there is the idea that there was a protoplankton of some kind, an early form of plant life in various forms that were basically working as, you would say, I guess you would almost equate it to, what is it? Terraforming. You say a replicating food source. And we would say it's kind of this type of thing. It's barely probably even life, but it's plant life of sorts that's not actually yet operating based upon photosynthesis. It's kind of basically dealing with the methane stuff that's already inside the environment and exchanging that for oxygen, and then making the environment more oxygen rich. I'm fine from my interpretation, and again, this is kind of a little bit flippant, but I'll give it to you for the sake of time, is I kind of think the idea you have the creation of plants a long period of time, and there does reach a point where there's an essentiality of photosynthesis to the plant life, and then the earth, it's not that the sun is created, but that it's revealed to the face of the earth. I believe the atmosphere went from opaque to transparent, and I believe there's evidence in the sciences for that as well. And then at that point, photosynthesis can start happening, and I believe that right there, that transition period could be, of course, certainly quick. I have no reason not to think so.
All right, so let me be clear now. So on day 3, when God made, it says he made the plants and the trees.
Right.
That really only included bacteria or something able to live without the sun?
Well, something at the beginning, maybe that. And then as the day got on, life would reach a different point. And I don't think it's necessarily the type of thing where there was a 0 UV rays potentially reaching through the earth. But I mean, again, this is not one of these things that I particularly complexly dealt into this particular little area, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, I think it's a lot simpler to believe he made the plants on day 3. He made the sun on day 4. They can survive fine for one day. And he made the insects and birds on day 5, and they pollinate the plants. To me, I don't need any help interpreting that.
Well,
I'm gonna jump in.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Of course, and I'll allow you to have the final word on that, because I got to say it's been a great discussion. I have 3 minutes left on the clock for the discussion portion, and we have done so well discussing all the relevant topics and points of the debate. So why don't we hand it to you, Smokey, if you want to just say a few words to kind of end that portion and that topic. But just to make the debate complete, let's now allow you to provide what you believe is a good line of scientific evidence to support your position today on older Earth, and
Sure.
then we'll wind it down from there.
And I guess I'll probably, just for the sake of time, I'll pull it out to the macro level, and I will say this: I do believe God, the heavens do declare the glory of Him. And as we have looked into scientific discoveries, even from what the secularists have provided us, we see more and more and more layers of increased complexity and design and essentiality of a divine mind. And these sciences provide us incredible tools. But once we start picking them apart, once we start making the Bible go against science, sometimes we can be crippling some of our apologetics. So I guess just a quick little summation for me in the science realm, I don't believe God is a deceiver. And I believe that a lot of what we see, a lot of what we has unveiled before us teaches us this space is old. Geology, cosmology, the fossil record, all of this stuff seems to insinuate collectively to older ages, even the radioactive decay. I'm almost kind of sad we didn't get into that a little bit, because I did have some questions on it that I would have liked to go into and kind of get clarified. But there just seems to be all of these evidences that point to, in the natural revelation, that it's old. And usually in order to get to young Earth justifications, you have to flippantly kind of either throw out uniformity where you don't like it and keep it where you do, and even sometimes force it where it's not necessarily true. And this is kind of what I see. I would rather not believe that God is the greatest deceiver of all time, convincing us that all of the earth is old in a natural sense and then telling us it's young in the biblical sense. I guess that's where I would leave with it.
I appreciate that, Smokey. Let's hand it to Kent, equal time for a response. Go ahead, Dr. Owen.
Yeah, I don't think God's deceptive at all. I think he wrote it very clearly where nobody can mess it up. He said many times, God blessed the 7th day. Was it the 7th day? I'm fixing my PowerPoint here. Let me make one more fix, and then I'll show you the verse, okay? There we go. That is slide number 388. Okay. Alt DV. Okay. Okay. It says, in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and he rested the 7th day. So not only are you going to say the days, was it the 7th day when he rested? He said it in Exodus 20. He repeated it in Exodus 31. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day. Again in Genesis 2, on the seventh day. God blessed the seventh day. Was it the seventh day? Hebrews 4:4, same thing. Was it the seventh day? I don't think you believe it was the seventh day. You're going to give us some interpretation, but go ahead.
No, I believe it is the seventh day, and I believe he's not supernaturally creating anything right now, and he won't until the old heavens and the old earth has passed away, and there is no place found for them. And then he's going to create a new heaven and a new earth, and I believe he will come out of his day of rest. You know, it is his day. It talks about in Hebrew 4 of us entering his Sabbath, entering his day of rest, you know, which is what we do when we come to Christ and recognize him as our Lord and Savior. So again, day 7 is that one day where that is the day where it doesn't say evening and morning were the seventh day. That's not there. You know, so there is no differentiating end point in that. You could, even if you interpreted for sure, very rigidly, that day 1 through 6 were 24 hours because of the justification of the evening and morning being stated. Even if you did that, you can't necessarily use the same logic to now refer to day 7 because those words are missing. And I do think that there's stuff in the text, in the rest of the Bible, that does allude, and also philosophically, God's not creating new stuff right now. He's not supernaturally creating things. What's here is here. And he's waiting for this all to, you know, pull its course for all of the number of the Gentiles that are supposed to be saved to come into the kingdom, and then it's game over. It's on, and then we're on to phase 2, and then he's going to create again. So that's what I would say, Ken, honestly.
Okay. Now this method you have of interpreting the scripture, mirrorism or whatever, I would think this would have to give you bad dreams at night. What if you have to do the same thing on salvation? Maybe he didn't really mean he'd save you and take you to heaven. Maybe he really mean something else. I mean, this is going to undermine your faith in every area.
I disagree.
Okay.
I'm not looking to apply mirrorisms in places where it's inappropriate to do so. That would just be being flippant with the text, and that's not my intention. If there is a clear sign there, I don't know. In fact, if you even look up mirrorism on Google, and I go ahead, type it in, the very first example you'll have of any type of biblical mirrorism is this exact one in Genesis 1:1. It's claimed by a vast majority of Hebrew scholars to be a mirrorism. That is talking about an entirety. If it is a mirrorism, and if that is true, then it is talking about the creation of all physical space, time, and matter. And the earth is present, and then God is hovering over the waters, and only then is the first spoken part of creation that's actually recorded. You know, so there was something created seemingly at a time where, well, there was no time, space in which for God to speak for it to be created. So, but we have something that exists and is created time, space, and matter, and the earth is there. And then God speaks and says, let there be light. So he's present already in a space before he does that first speaking moment of unless you believe he was speaking things before that and it's not recorded. I mean, you could say that.
I think you're talking about a totally different God than the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is not, your God seems to be
limited. Am I not
limited.
saved anymore then?
No, you keep saying what God did before that. Just the word before implies time. God did not create, he is outside of time, space, matter.
I agree. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think you do agree, because you said, what did God do before this creation?
Well, before the earth that is sitting, before he speaks the first words in the text, he says, let there be light. There's no recorded speech of him before that, yet he's hovering above the surface of the waters on the earth. See what I'm saying?
But yes, I do see what you're saying. I don't think you do, though. You're still trying to put our human limitations, time, space, matter, on God. You used the word before several times. There is no before. God is outside of time. We are stuck in the river of time. God is not. He's outside of time. So
I don't know if I'm necessarily being understood. Okay. All right. That's fine.
Well, I agree.
Ken, I'm a little bothered that it seems a little duplicitous in communication sometimes, because you tell me I'm saved. You said I believe in Christ, so I'm saved. But then you say things like I serve a different God and I'm rebelling against Scripture and denying Christ. I mean, could you ever look at someone honestly and say you're saved when you know that they deny the teachings of Christ? I don't think you would ever say that that's okay for someone in any other context.
Let's hand it to Kent now. Go ahead, Ken.
I have no idea. I have no idea if you're saved or not. I suspect you probably are. I can't tell. I can't look at anybody and tell that. But no, believing something wrong doesn't mean you lose your salvation. Probably everybody's wrong on something. Some people voted for Democrats, but so they can still go to heaven. They have to sit in the back row when they get to heaven, but they can go. So no, this is not a salvation issue. And I didn't say you served the wrong God. I said you're thinking of the wrong God when you're trying to put your limitations just by using the word before. He's hovering above the creation. That implies space. God's not limited by time, space, or matter. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, time, space, matter. He's outside of all that. He's in a totally different dimension. I don't think we're capable as humans of understanding that, but he calls himself, when they said, Moses said, "Who shall I tell them sent me?" God said, "I am that I am." He didn't say I was.
Okay. Did he create anything? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did he create anything before he created light?
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and then he said, "Let there be light." He made heaven, earth, light, all on day one.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll concede.
He made light, but then later he made the sun. He made the sources of the light. See, light, there's two Hebrew words, or and meor. God can make we have two things. I call that a light, but it produces something called light. Well, we have one word. That means actually two different things. There's the source and the product. So God is light. He later made the sources that we need, the sun, moon, stars, etc. Well, the moon just reflects it. But so yeah, I don't think God's limited by our time, space, matter. He just is. He's the eternal one. And I'm curious to understand that someday, but I don't get it yet.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, let me jump in here. This has been a fantastic discussion and debate. We could probably listen to you guys discuss these important topics all day. An hour and a half has really flown by, and we've got.
Let's do carbon next time, Kent. Let's go get to the carbon next time.
Sure. Unlimited topics to discuss. So, especially when it comes to the age of the Earth. Gentlemen, did you guys want to wrap up your thoughts in terms of the discussion before we jump into 5-minute concluding statements, or did you want to jump right into?
We can go right to the statements. I'm fine with that. I think.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Smokey. You started us off with this debate, so you've got 5 minutes for your concluding statement.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Well, sincerely, thank you so much to Standing for Truth. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to Dr. Hovind for showing up. This was an honor. This was definitely a boyhood dream come true, for sure, to show up and contend with him on the field of battle of debate and exchange of ideas. I really do hope the audience enjoyed it, that it brought you guys to really think a little deeper about some of these perspectives and the justifications that you hold for these ideas. We do want to be the best apologists that we can. We want to be the best tools to the glory of the kingdom of God. And I do believe that there is something to be said for us to consider this from a macro scale. If it really isn't an essential issue that you believe young earth or old earth, and it doesn't really ultimately matter in terms of your salvific situation, then sometimes it could behoove us to consider that we could concede some of the points of the scientific field without having to pitch this argument that in some ways almost essentially requires the Bible to go contrary to many of the discoveries of science when it comes to the age of things. And yes, there are decent arguments that I have come across for young earth, but there are also lots of instances where young earth I don't think has successfully risen to the occasion in every single avenue. And certainly the atheists notice this, and this is one of the things that I've come to realize. In fact, I'll let you guys know, if you have not seen it, there was an interview of Aaron Ra on James is Tired. That's the name of his channel, James is Tired. And it was very revealing. He's a very soft-spoken man. And he asked Aaron Ra outright. He said, why do you spend so much time and focus on young earth creationists? And Aaron Ra just exclaimed, well, because it's easy. I believe it's the easy way to take down Christianity as a whole. That's why when he shows up to debate someone like Fuzz Rana and gets completely owned in abiogenesis, he looks like an idiot, and then he doesn't bother usually with anything else when it comes to the old earthers, and he's decided to fixate on this. So the atheists view this to us as almost like a weak link in the chain. And I'm not telling anyone to stop believing young earth or that it's wrong or that it's really ultimately a problem. You guys have to do where the Spirit is leading you and convicting you to believe. But at the same time, I just ask for everyone here that's viewed the debate and everyone in perpetuity to just consider this and consider how essential it actually is in your apologetics and how much you essentially need to apply it. And there aren't some areas where you can, shorten up some of the natural, contradictions and some of the things that would limit some people to coming to the faith because they believe that they have to take a perspective of Scripture that runs contrary to scientific narratives and evidences that seem to coincide with the idea that we're living on an older planet in an older universe. And inside those evidences that they've discovered are incredible extra evidences that there's no chance that we could possibly be here without a divine mind having been involved, which means that we are all intentional beings. We were put here with intent, which means that we have a purpose, which means that there is objective morality, which means that there's substance to reality, which means the things that we do actually have meaning. This is really one of the only ways that we can shake off the bonds of nihilism that naturalistic philosophies drag us into. So we have the upper hand, whether we are young earth or old earth. We have the upper hand in that we notice that God created everything and that he is the source of everything and is the source of all good. And that we can all agree on, and I'm very thankful for that. I'm very thankful to Standing for Truth. I'm very thankful to Kent Hovind. I'm very thankful to my brothers and sisters in the audience. I do wish the peace of Christ to you all. I hope you found this educational and built you guys up and really made you think and delve into these perspectives. Don't be like the atheists. The atheists run into rooms and just play team sports. They don't pay attention to arguments. They root for the person that they liked. They have no idea what was really said. They can't repeat the arguments. Don't be like them. Really digest all these ideas and pray that God sharpen you, that he guides you to all truth by the work of his Holy Spirit, and that you be open to these ideas wherever they may lead and the evidences wherever they may go, as long as you keep your eyes fixated on Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And with that, I'll yield.
All right, just on time. That's 5 minutes. Smokey, I appreciate the concluding statement. So we're going to hand it over to Dr. Hovind. Kent, you have 5 minutes. I'll start the clock on your first word.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I've enjoyed this. I think, Smokey, you've said something several times tonight I didn't get a chance to point out. You seem to indicate that there's some kind of conflict between science and the Bible. You talked about the discoveries of science. I would love to know, I taught science for 15 years. I happen to really enjoy science. We have a science center here. I'm not aware of any science discoveries that would contradict anything in the Bible. If you know of one, the Bible clearly says the animals will bring forth after their kind. Has science ever discovered an animal producing something other than its kind? And before you get off into definition of kind, what would a 5-year-old say? That's the same kind of animal. Okay, so I'm not against science. I love science. We have all kinds of science activities here and science lessons, and we blow things up and burn things down and have a wonderful time. But there's no conflict between science and the Bible. Now, there is a conflict between evolution and the Bible, and there's a conflict between evolution and science, and I think there's a conflict between billions of years, old Earth, as you call it, and science. There are scientific ways to show it can't be old. I'm sorry. The sun is burning. The moon's moving away. The Ganymede's got a magnetic field. Our magnetic field's declining. The oceans are filling in with sediment. The oceans are getting saltier every day. I go through 30 or 40 on my video number 1. Get my whole series for $50, science creation seminar series at drdino.com. So I'm not aware of any conflict between science and the Bible. I am very well aware of the conflict between evolution and old Earth and the Bible. Those both conflict the Bible. Science deals with things we know, we can study, test. The word comes from the word seer, Latin word seer. What do we know? By observation, experimentation, testing, etc. We know dogs produce dogs. We do not know that dogs and amoebas came from an amoeba, or that dogs are related to pine trees. We do not know that. You can believe that. I think, Smokey, your approach to this is going to raise doubts in people's minds rather than raise confidence in God's word. Your ministry, if you want to call it that, your YouTube channel is going to raise doubts rather than faith. I think you need to look at that. The average person listening to you and watching you is say, wow, maybe those aren't days. Wow, maybe the earth shouldn't be in day one. Maybe there's a mirrorism. I wonder if this applies to other things in the Bible. Like, thou shalt not commit adultery. Well, maybe it really is okay, because I think your approach, even if you're right, your approach is raising doubt, not faith. And you mentioned that you want to pray that God guides you into all truth. I agree. He sent me, Smokey, get right with God. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That concludes your closing statements. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for a fantastic debate. And the audience has been very lively. We've got a ton of super chats, guys. A lot of super chats and support. People saying, great debate. Thanks, Smokey Saint, Ken Hovind, and Standing for Truth. Tons of super chats like that. So I want to thank everybody for the support. You guys are the life and blood of this channel. So please hit that subscribe button if you're not yet subscribed.
Did I break Kenny Rhodes' viewership last time? Almost.
It was very close. Last week, Dr. Hovind and Dr. Rhodes, we set a record with 250 people, and tonight we got about 243. So it's very close, very close. So two epic, memorable debates in a row. So I appreciate it. That being said, why don't we get to as many questions as we can? I've saved a bunch in the side chat ahead of time, guys. I already apologize if I don't get to your question. Okay, so let's start with, and what Ram, Matt, and myself can do is we will take turns.
I feel like I'm about to be in the hot seat a lot all of a sudden. I feel like that moment on MDD after I debate an atheist. It feels like that right now.
I will say that most questions are for you, Smokey. So
I'd imagine that would be the case. All right.
So what we do, as we always do, let's say the question's for Smokey. Smokey gets to answer it. We're going to hand it to Kent. Kent can give a response, and then whoever the question was for gets the last word. So what we'll do is we actually do have a question for Kent here. So we'll start with that. So this can kind of be more even. Question for Kent. Question from Skyout. I appreciate your question. He says, can you ask Kent, does the Hebrew word for time, in quotations he puts yom, must mean literal 24 hours all the time?
Oh, absolutely not. Smokey is right. The word yom has several different meanings. Just like our word day has two different meanings. Are you talking about a 24-hour day, or are you talking about 12 hours of day, or are you talking about in the day of Abraham Lincoln? That's correct. The word day can have several meanings, but when it's used in the context of evening and morning, and it's used later saying in 6 days he made everything and rested the seventh day, if you put all the scriptures together, you're going to have to come to the conclusion he meant a 24-hour day. So yes, no, it does not always mean 24-hour day, but in that context, in the creation context, it has to, because of 50 other references in the Bible referring back to that.
I appreciate it, Dr. Hovind. Great question, Skyle. Smokey, if you'd like a response, go ahead.
If I could, I will briefly.
Sure.
And I would say that, again, just drawing back to the idea that there is no evening and morning reference for the seventh day. So even if that argument holds for the 6 days, it doesn't hold necessarily for the seventh. And yet, Kent will pull up exegetical text to draw into the idea of it being purely past tense. But if it's not used in that seventh day, I mean, why is it not? I mean, why is it missing, other than if there is some intention for it to be missing, in my mind. So, and the idea that God is no longer creating through, special ex nihilo type of creation or anything like that would allude me to believe that the seventh day is a long period of time and we're still in it. And if that could be the case, why not the others? I will re-mention, the statement that every single time you have a 24-hour day mentioned in the text, especially with a dividing mark of something like evening, it's always evening to evening. It's never evening to morning. There's no other place in the text where you'd see such a day referenced as a 24-hour period of time. And here in the text, it's evening to morning. Now, that could be 12 hours of night, which I find very unlikely, 36 hours of night and light, or a long but definite period of time. I think the very text itself precludes the potentiality of interpreting 24 hours. I'll yield. Sorry.
I appreciate that, Smokey. And Dr. Holden, the question was for you, so we'll give you the last word.
Well, the reason it's missing on the seventh day is because God had already told them 6 times. He figured they'd get it by then. Okay, you don't need to add it every time. He's saving ink on paper. But it does, as far as evening to evening or evening to morning, each of the days, he says, on the 4th day, God made this, and the evening and the morning were the 4th day. So he includes evening, morning, day. I think that pretty well covers it. So I think, like, again, it's the order of creation, plants, and then sun, and then insects and birds requires that they be 24 hours, among the other things we've already covered. So I don't have a problem with that. I think it's pretty clear. Hebrew word yom can mean multiple things, I understand, but you have to interpret every word. And in English also, many words have to be interpreted in the context. That's what lawyers do all day in battles in court. So yeah, in the creation story, it's a 24-hour day. There's no other logical way to look at it.
I appreciate the response, Dr. Hovind. So let's move right to this question. Question for you now, Smokey. So we do got a good mix, actually. Some more questions have come in. So that being said, question from George Bond. Question for Smokey. I appreciate the question, George. Why did Moses choose to use a day to describe the 6 days of creation when in Genesis 24:60 Moses used 1,000 million to describe the seeds of Rebecca? I just read that word for word. So
I think he's talking like because then I think the application of the analogy would now be worthless. What is clearly happening in the text to me is that God is describing from his own frame of reference. And remember, God experiences time different than us. That's why I pulled that passage, 2 Peter 3:18. A day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as a day to the Lord, showing in the narrative it's his frame of reference that's being talked about. He's the only one around, and he's talking about his day, his work rest cycle. I think, again, we have to make assumptions that this is a literal 24-hour day, or this is a literal 24-hour work rest cycle, because he's not going to paint it in a different way in terms of painting it for the analogy of use for the people of their work rest cycle. He's going to make it relatable. So it's not that God has to experience it the way they did, but he can experience it in his own way and then analogically reference it to him. And when I say analogical, I mean it's like the way that he experienced it, but it is not exactly unequivocal because he's eternal. So it's just requiring too much equivocation that God is like experiencing as a man when he's giving them this example. I would say he's experiencing as God and then analogically conveying that example unto man. Because, and again, just to finish and really drill this home, God doesn't need to rest, okay? The fact that he rested at the end is not because he needed to, but because he was setting an analogical example to the people. So just carry that through. There's an analogy in the text that God is relating his experience analogically for a work rest cycle of mercy unto man, because it does say that Sabbath was not created, Sabbath was created for man, not man for the Sabbath. So anyway, I'll yield with that.
Well, thank you, Smokey. And Dr. Hovind, if you wanted to respond.
I love Q&A, by the way. It's my favorite part of the debate.
Well, the references were 1,000 years as a day and a day as 1,000 years. We're not talking about the creation. I think God's working on a 7,000-year calendar. I think there was a creation, and then 4,000 years later, Jesus came, was crucified. 2,000 years later, we are today. There's another 1,000-year day of millennium coming. So there's you're right, it's analogy. The 6 days of creation were literal days, but they were analogous to 7,000 years of human history. My chart that we use on that, let's see, I got this in the way of all my stuff on the screen, but the chart that we have talking about the end times, go this way, okay. There was the creation, and then the flood, and the Bible dates add up to about 6,000. And I think we're about at the end, and there's going to be a tribulation time, and a really bad time's coming for a short period, and then we go into the 1,000-year reign of Christ. So I think there is an analogy there, but that doesn't have anything to do with the creation days not being real days. Let's see. And God doesn't need to rest. I agree. He rested the seventh day because he was done. I was out mowing the grass on the church one time on the tractor, and a guy stopped me on a Sunday afternoon and said, "Why are you working on the Sabbath?" I said, "Well, first of all, yesterday's the Sabbath. Secondly, the Sabbath is for the Jews. I'm Norwegian. And thirdly, God rested because he was done. I'm not done, but I'm going to go take a break when I get done." And I did. Okay.
I appreciate it, Kent. And Smokey, for a quick final word there, we'll move to the next question.
I think I said everything I needed to for that. That's fine. I'll yield.
Okay, I appreciate it. And Brother Matt, I think you've got the next question.
Yeah, this one comes from Redefine Living, and the question is for both of you. It is, when God destroys the earth and rebuilds it, how long will it... How long will it take him to build it the second time around?
About an hour and a half.
As long as he wants.
He can do things instantly. He can turn the water into wine. He can take a little boy's sack lunch and feed 5,000 people. The God that I worship is not limited by time at all. He can have one angel come kill 185,000 soldiers in one night. So how long? He could snap it into existence, poof, there it is, or he could actually do it where he could watch it happen. God did the creation of plants so that Adam could watch them happen. He knew. Eve never saw God make anything. Eve was the last thing created, and so Satan came to Eve in the garden to fool her. Adam, if he'd have said, "Hey, Adam, how do you like this garden I made?" Adam would say, "What do you mean? I saw God make this." But Eve had to trust her husband to say, "Honey, don't listen to that snake," or it's Satan. So I think, who knows how long. I suspect he's going to take a little time and say, "Hey, children, come here, watch this." Poof, make it grow. We'll see.
I appreciate the answer, Kent. And Smokey, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say as long as he darn well likes. Whatever he sees fit. We don't know. Yeah.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Great answers and a great question. So next question here comes in from Sea Science Film Labs. Question is, ask Smokey Saint to define species since he wants to use it so much, and then ask him how speciation is even possible given his definition. Go ahead, Smokey.
Yeah, I would concede that, and that was probably a little poor pull from what I was saying, because even Kent said he doesn't know what kinds are, and I would even tell a lot of the evolutionary, naturalists out there that they don't know what species is. It hasn't been really specifically defined, but it's the closest we come to in terms of a reference of what we're talking about. It's the closest precision we can get. So, in terms of requiring it to be something it can't possibly be, and then trying to use that as a strike against me, I think is kind of unfair. Because Kent even admitted he doesn't know what kinds are, and I didn't hold him to that. Could it be family? Could it be order? Could it be species? What could it be? What is kind? And Kent admitted that he doesn't really necessarily know, but it does matter, because how far up on the phylogenetic tree that is, you're going to talk about a lot of speciation and a lot of quote unquote evolution in a short period of time. So I'll yield with that. And
we'll hand it over to Kent for some thoughts.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Well, I think it's pretty simple. The Bible says they can bring forth. If they can bring forth, they're the same kind. A dog and a coyote can probably bring forth puppies. A dog and a banana cannot. Okay, so I think it really goes back to replication of the gene code. Now, can we get animals that have diversified enough, like Great Dane and Chihuahua, where they can no longer bring forth? Technically, they can. Okay, kind of hard on the Chihuahua if she's the mama, but okay. So, and it may end up killing them, but they could. I don't think you could take the sperm from a dog and impregnate a cat. It's just not going to work.
Right.
So they're different kinds. So
but
the Bible definition to bring it forth. Go ahead.
But you think it's possible that they could have ultimately come from a similar kind themselves? Like even a dog and cat maybe could have come from a similar kind higher up the front-loaded DNA genome chain or whatever it is, however you see it. I mean, is that possible?
That would be SpongeBob imagination. I mean, could it? Just imagine. We don't know.
So no.
It does.
No.
I would say no. We know. I don't believe it did. I think God said they would bring forth after their kind. I think that's all they've ever done. That's certainly all we've ever observed. Every farmer on the planet, whether he raises plants or animals, will tell you they get the same kind. Now, they've now diversified through selective breeding. They've developed, 339 breeds of dogs, but that might have had a common ancestor. But that doesn't mean dogs and bananas have a common ancestor if you keep going back.
Well, yeah, but the dogs emerging very quickly, that's human instigated. That's us playing with genetics. That's not something that's just happening in nature with environmental pressures.
No, it happens in
and
nature.
A lot of those species would go extinct if they emerged. In fact, most dog species are completely, absolutely worthless in the wild.
Amen.
So I mean, this is something that we have really kind of made happen. We've manifested this by our own manipulation. It's not something we could apply and say, well, we made dogs in 200 years, therefore this can happen in nature. I mean, we know full well all dogs would have gone extinct if that happened in nature.
And go ahead, Ken, if you'd like to respond.
There certainly is a natural selection component. If you turned all the dogs in the world loose into Alaska, within 5 years, go up there and visit. 5 years later, go visit. Only those with long hair, thick fur, thick body, short legs, coyote type.
No, I'd agree with that. Sure.
Yeah.
I'd agree with
so
that.
Nature selects long-haired dogs to survive in cold weather, and the dingo would be the only one to survive in the desert. Long leg, thin fur, thin body, so dissipate heat. So nature can select, but it can't create anything.
Right.
Can't create a thing.
But you admit, even though there's some things like coyotes and I don't know, dingoes, or what is it, dogs, African dogs, they're definitely different species, and they're not necessarily, well, actually maybe they are genetically compatible. Anyway, I won't take it any further. Let's go to the next question. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's Matt, I think you got the next question, brother.
Yeah, this one is for Kent, and it is from Luca, and he asks, if bacteria do not come anything but bacteria, they're producing only bacteria, never become anything else, would you accept evolution at the kingdom level then?
Well, you have to define the word evolution. I think bacteria always produce bacteria. There's different kingdoms. We have the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, the single-celled protozoa type kingdom. Would the fact that bacteria only produce bacteria mean that the plants and animals are related? No. There's no evidence for that. There's no evidence of any bacteria producing anything other than a bacteria. That's all they might give it. Two-celled, something may happen, diploidism. It's been a long time since I studied that, but whatever it is, but it's usually would not survive, go extinct, or will not replicate. They can't get that two-cell to then go on and make 3 or 4 or 5 and grow to an elephant. Can't be done. It can be imagined, but it's not science.
Smokey, if you'd like a quick response, or did you want to move to the next question?
Move on to the next question. That's fine.
Okay, I appreciate it. This has been a great Q&A so far. So let's.
I will say something real quick. I do, I love my theistic evolutionist brothers and stuff, but I will just reiterate this again. I think the idea of all life coming from single cell, simple, all of the complex life on Earth developing all of its complex features from a bunch of random, seemingly mostly deleterious mutations in a single cell organism. The idea that ultimately emerged all of the complex life on Earth, even with a hyper loaded genome, is just completely insane, asinine nonsense to me. So I think it's ridiculous. I think theistic evolutionists, even though I love you guys, I think it's ridiculous. I just do. If you want to try and change my mind, you're welcome to try.
And I think that's something both debaters can agree on tonight. Any last words, Kent, to that question?
No, I agree. Well said.
Okay, so we're going to start winding it down with the last few questions here. Question, this one looks like it's for both. Question from Jamie Russell. I appreciate it. Question, can we measure age like other scientific measurements? Whoever wants to start.
Can we measure age? Yes. I'm a little confused by it. I mean, I think we all certainly at some level, no matter what model we're in, at some point, in some way of what we're arguing, at some level, we are accepting, axiomatically the idea of some form of uniformity. And, I think one of the challenges I would make, and it's something for me to unpack and unflush and not necessarily here at this time, and certainly something to look at a different way, but I would say that I would want us to be looking at things through a realm of consistent and logically applied uniformity, not just picking and choosing whatever fits the model and then just throwing it out simply because it doesn't fit the model and relying upon circular reasoning, which I think is fallacious in this case. I guess that's my best answer, I suppose.
I appreciate it, Smokey. And Dr. Hovind, if you had a response at all?
Well, as far as measuring age, when it comes to like measuring the age of the earth, I think there are scientific ways to do that. I think there are scriptural ways to do that. And I think both point to about 6,000 years. If I told you this ink pen was 8,000 years old, you'd say, excuse me, it's made by Bic Corporation and they didn't come around till after World War II. So it has to be after 1946. There would be ways to limit the age of this pen down to less than 8,000. I could make a claim it's 8,000, but I think you could quickly disprove that. The ball point in there, when the ball idea was developed of rolling the ink out rather than at the other times the pens they had. So I think I could scientifically prove it's not 8,000. I think I can scientifically prove the Earth cannot be billions of years old by the Earth slowing down in its spin, by the moon getting further away, by the sun burning up, by the population of the Earth, by the oceans getting saltier. So I think there are scientific limits that would say, look, you might want billions of years for your theory, but you can't have it. Okay, that's your pacifier. And as far as uniformitarianism, well, Peter warned us in the last time there would be scoffers who would say that all things are happening now the way they've always been happening. That's uniformity. This does not allow for miracles or for the flood. I think the flood was a natural, God did it, but God used water to drown the creatures. He could have just said everybody die except Noah. So God used nature. He hasn't created anything. It says in day 7, he finished his creation. Nothing's been created since then. But things have been altered, changed around. I take in food and take in oxygen and build cells. Sometimes too many. But so I think we've only rearranged stuff that God has already made. Okay?
All right, I appreciate that response from the both of you. Matt, brother, I think you got the next question.
Sure. This one is for Kent, and I'm probably going to add a couple words because I think there might be some missing because, you're only allowed a couple hundred letters anyway. But the direct question is, are any animals truly extinct, or do you believe we can breed them through types of their kind, like mammoths and saber-toothed tigers? So if I would reword it, it might be something along the lines of, are any animals' families truly extinct? Like, do you believe we can breed them through their kinds, like mammoths and elephants, or saber-tooth, or do you think we can get a saber-toothed tiger if we bred them back from other lions and tigers, or do you think they're gone completely?
I think it would be difficult to prove the extinction of anything. You'd have to be all places at the same time. You can go out in our woods right here and drive around. There's deer that live on our property, but you hardly ever see them. They hear us coming and they go somewhere else. So I think there have been, like the dinosaurs, my video number 3, about could some dinosaurs still be alive? There is an enormous amount of evidence that, yeah, there are some dinosaurs still alive. So it would be difficult to prove the extinction of anything. Certainly in a court of law, a freshman law student could take that apart and say, come on, you don't know that's extinct, you believe that's extinct. So could we take what we think are extinct, saber-toothed tiger, and recreate them from the gene code available? Maybe so. I don't know. It wouldn't be creating anything new. It'd be recombining ordinary genes. They find fossil dragonflies with 27-inch wingspan. Could we do that now? I think we'd have to modify a lot of things. We'd have to modify the air that they breathe, richer oxygen, greater air pressure. But who would want a 27-inch dragonfly anyway? What are you going to do to it? So I'll say I don't think it's possible to prove anything's extinct. And if it was, it may be possible to bring stuff back, but you're not going to create anything new. A saber-toothed tiger is still in the cat family. You're going to make another cat. We don't need him. We got too many cats here. Come get some of ours.
Great response. Great question. Smokey, I'm not sure if you wanted a response as well.
Yeah,
go ahead.
kind of. It's interesting that even at our cellular system, it does seem like there's something pre-programmed to deal with the existence of atrophy or things wearing down. We have things inside our very cell that are error-correcting machinery. The fact that I actually kind of believe that, yeah, there would have to be kinds. I'll agree with Kent on that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. He doesn't know what that is. I don't know if anyone knows what that is. But there was some sort of creature that God created that I would say, yeah, probably, if not having a really loaded genome, which I've heard that argument. I don't know if that holds weight in every single instance, but having a genome where it's created in a prime state, where it doesn't have any transcription errors yet. But as time goes by, those errors will emerge, through mutation, through genetic, reproduction. There will be these changes. There will be these deleterious alterations to the information over time. And that ultimately that will lead to a cataclysm point, basically a genetic bottleneck. Things can then go extinct. We know this is even happening with the dog breeds that we've bred. And not even that they can't survive in the wild, which they can't, but the idea is that some of these are having genetic bottlenecks. We've forced them down into a genetic realm where basically genetically they're falling apart. They're not even really sustainable in terms of their genetic diversity. The stronger species tend to have stronger genetic diversity, which is why, you see certain, pure breeds of dogs start to develop these, problems, these issues that are almost hereditary or seem to follow with their breed. And this is a byproduct of this genetics. And thinking that that's somehow going to be bred up again, number one, seems stupid philosophically. Number two, I don't know if there's any real good actual scientific evidence to say that that's possible. I don't see anyone trying to get a wolf out of a pug. And I don't think anyone would probably even claim that you probably could at this point. So, clearly there is something to be said that there is something at some level that God created, but it also was created with a tolerance or a threshold to deal with errors that were going to happen. And inside those errors is exactly how you have survivability of the species. They have the ability to adapt. If they couldn't adapt, well, there probably wouldn't be any animals. They'd all go extinct. I said a lot there. I apologize. I'll yield.
Well, what we'll do, I appreciate that, Smokey. We got one last question, then we're going to wrap it up because we are going on the 2-hour mark. Kent, since the question was originally for you, though, I want to give you the opportunity if you had a final word there before we get to the last question.
I forgot what the question was about animals extinct, or you want to get with the second question after that? What was it?
I think it was. Are any animals truly extinct? Or
I think I answered it enough. I think, no.
Okay, well, we're going to wrap it up with this last question, and then we're going to call it a night because it's been a long night. Great debate. Please share this around. Definitely one of my favorite debates, and I've watched a lot of debates. So here we go. Last question for both. So we'll get a word in from the both of you, and then we're going to wrap it up. Question from Pi. Comes in the form of a super chat. I appreciate the support. Question for both. Does it stand to reason that the age of the Earth is determined by our observation of elemental breakdown, presupposing uniformity, and the absence of knowing precisely about the degradation of the speed of light? It's kind of a mouthful, but
that's a lot. I don't have, maybe Pi, if you want to propose something or send something to me. I don't know anything about the degradation of the speed of light. I know the idea that the speed of light was constant. I think with exception, maybe I saw some articles talking about maybe at the beginning of the universe that it would have been accelerated, and would have been accelerated simply by nature of the expansion of the space of the universe. Read it to me one more time. There was a lot in that standing. That was a big bunch of stuff in that question. You read it one more time.
I agree. That was even tough for me to get through. Reading. Does it stand to reason that the age of the Earth is determined by our observation of elemental breakdown, presupposing uniformity, and the absence of knowing precisely about the degradation of the speed of light?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there is a single model that doesn't presuppose nor require some sort of axiomatic acceptance of uniformity somewhere. We take some of these, like, we expect the law of gravity to be constant when we measure things. Otherwise, we basically just have to concede we have no way of discovering anything.
Right.
You know, there are certain things that in order to come to conclusions, we are axiomatically just accepting with no real true justification, no philosophical justification, just accepting it to be true. We're just saying this seems uniform. Now, what I notice is that on a young Earth side, the presupposition will go, well, if the uniformity applied here contradicts to my model, then I will just get rid of it, and my justification is because it contradicts to my model. So it's a circular reasoning, but it's not necessarily invalid, because the only other plea they have to reasoning is also another plea to axiomatic acceptance of uniformity in their model. So the only way I can see to split the middle and make it make sense is to try to find a way to be as logical and consistent with the application of uniformity as we can, and then look for what that leads to, and not engage in either circular reasoning or just axiomatic dismissal. But let's recognize, you know, our presuppositions where we're beginning, and then try to make sure they're consistently applying. That would be, I guess, my best answer, Pi. I hope that helps you.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the question, and we're going to give Dr. Hovind the chance to answer it as well. Dr. Hovind, you're going to get the last word, and then that is going to finalize the debate. So go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
All right. In my video number 7, question answer, I cover how do we tell the distance to the stars. This really, the biggest thing atheists and evolutionists and old earthers normally use is, how could we see the stars that are billions of light years away if the Earth is 6,000 years old? And that ties right into this question, I think. If uniformitary, if uniform thinking does not contradict my model at all, I think there's been science experiments for the last 20 years where they've slowed light down. In 1999, they slowed light down to 38 miles an hour at Harvard University. The next year, they slowed it down to 1 mile an hour. Then they brought it to a dead stop. So I don't think we could prove that the speed of light is the same in all places under all circumstances. There seems to be, done at Smithsonian and Harvard and Cambridge have done experiments on holding a light pulse still. How do you stop light? What is light exactly? I don't think anybody knows exactly what it is. I mean, give me a jar of it and paint it red, you know? So there've been, for 20 years, there've been experiments with light. At Princeton in 2000, 20 years ago, they speeded light up to 300 times the speed of light. This article said the speed of light might have decreased so rapidly, experimental error cannot explain it. If you look historically at all the measurements for the last 130 years of the speed of light, and there's many different ways to do that. We did it in my high school physics class with rotating mirrors and a laser in the hallway, and you measure the speed of light that way. So they've done all kinds of tests. It appears that the speed of light may not be a constant. There are things that may affect it. The speed of light was 10 billion times faster at time 0, this guy said. Oh, okay. Speed of light was exceeded by a factor of 100. You can watch my video 7 and get on that. But see, what people don't understand, the whole idea of these stars, you cannot measure these distances to these stars. I taught trig for years. I can explain it. You cannot measure even probably a dozen light years. And they want us to say it's billions of light years. It can't be done with parallax trigonometry. And I show all that in my video number 7. And I got a bunch of slides ready for that tonight because I thought Smokey might use that. But so nothing's reliable, even the speed of light. But 17 times in the Bible, it says God made the earth, and then he made the stars on day 4. But 17 times it says he stretched out the stars. He stretched the stars out into their current place. So of course we would see a red shift from the stars. If they're receding, it'd be the Doppler effect. If the Doppler effect works with light, which I think it probably does. So yeah, I cover all that for 20 minutes on video 7. But anyway, I'm tired. Let's go to bed. Go ahead.
Amen. Dr. Hovind, I think this is the longest we've ever had you on. 2 hours and 11 minutes. So what a debate. What a great time. Gentlemen, definitely one to remember. We've maintained a huge audience the whole time. And that Q&A was awesome as well. So
Can I have a little response, or are we?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you mind? I just want, yeah, I was going to think about bringing it up, Kent, but you've argued it so many times and there's so many debates where it's been put out there. I wanted to bring something new and kind of fresh.
We can do a round two as well in the future.
And I hope we could. I just wanted to say, I do agree with the idea that our cosmology has reached a point where we could do these measurements. And the reason I want to concede to that is, again, I don't want to go poking holes in a lot of the findings of cosmology, because inside that science, inside that field of study, are so many beautiful tools to apologetics, to the fine tuning and the beauty of the nuance of the planning of our universe. So I just wanted to say that, and I'll yield. And I appreciate, I love this. This was amazing for me. Seriously, boyhood dream, Kent. I'll treasure this. I promise you, for the rest of my life. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this. Standing, thank you so much for helping this happen. Thank you so much, audience, for all being here. Really, this was outstanding. Thank you all so much. God bless you all. Really, I appreciate it.
We had one more thing, Smokey. Want a boyhood dream? Come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. I'll give you the real tour.
Okay, you know what? I might take you up on that, Kent.
Come on down.
All three of us will. That'll be fun. Gentlemen, great debate. Tons of fun. Thank you so much for giving us your time. Any final words, Dr. Hovind? Any final words before we shut it down?
Well, none of this matters if a person's going to die and go to hell. I would say make sure you got the Lord Jesus living in your heart. Your sins are forgiven, or else you're going to face God with your own sins. Amen. I don't want to face him with my sins. I want to plead the blood and say, Lord, Jesus died for me, and I get to go to heaven because of what he did, not because of what Kent did. So be sure. That's more important than anything. Go ahead.
Amen, brother. Amen. Smokey, final words?
That's it. Praise God. This was outstanding. We prayed over it beforehand. Actually, me and Dr. Kenny did. I am just happy with all of it. This was a great time. Really, just absolutely outstanding. Thank you to Standing. Thank you to the audience. God bless you all. Thanks so much. I hope you guys have a great night.
God bless you as well. Thank you so much again to the audience. Thanks for the support. And Standing for Truth is out. Okay, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and I want to thank everybody for being here for the next chapter in our 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge series. There has been a lot of hype and excitement for this specific debate. Wade the Wizard and Dr. Dino have battled it out before, and this is their much anticipated rematch. Gentlemen, Dr. Dino and Wade the Wizard, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight's debate.
Thank you. Oh, is Kent's mic working?
There we go. My fault. Okay. Yes. Hello. Good to be here again, brother.
No worries, brother. No worries. Everything's good. And real quick, everybody in the audience probably just noticed we have a poll for this debate. So currently send in your votes. And after the debate, we'll have another one, I guess, and see if evolution was more convincing than at the start of this debate. Okay, why don't we kind of break the ice a little bit before we get into the fun, get to know the debaters a little bit. Wade the Wizard, since it's been a little while since you've been on the platform, why don't we start with you? How you been, a little bit about yourself, and a little bit about your channel.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Life's good. Some of my fellow apes drive me crazy. I'm prepared this time. I got my dinosaur tie. Can you see that? So I'm all business. But you know, the thing is, there's no humans on this tie, just dinosaurs. Yeah, I guess that's about all for me.
I like it. I like it. I appreciate the sense of humor there. Wade the Wizard. And Kent, good to have you again. How you been? What's going on? And a little bit about Dal.
Well, I'm Kent Hovind. I've been great. God's been good. Like some of God's kids drive me nuts, but God's good. We have Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. I give tours all the time, 140 acres. We have all kinds of science lessons that give God the glory for his creation instead of the stupid evolution religion. I think evolution's got to be the dumbest and most dangerous religious cult ever come up with in the history of humanity. Teach kids they come from a rock and teach them they're an ape and wonder why do they act like animals. Duh. not a mystery to me. So I enjoy this. I want to set the record straight. We believe the Bible is absolutely true. God made it all in 6 days, about 6,000 years ago, and we'll defend that position.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Kent. I appreciate the introductions from the both of you. Okay, so for the audience sake, tonight is going to be free flowing. We're going to have short opening statements. Wade the Wizard is the affirmative today, as evolution is on trial. So he is going to kick us off with anywhere between 7 and 10 minutes for an opening statement. We'll have a roughly, let's say, 6-minute rebuttal. And then we are going to just have a free flowing organic conversation where the debaters, Kent and Wade, will be discussing the topic, evolution on trial. Okay, let's get right into it. Wade the Wizard, we're going to hand it over to you. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we begin, do we have any results on that poll beforehand?
So for the poll, let's see here. We've got, is biological evolution convincing? We've got 88% say no, 12% say yes. So currently the majority is saying no. And everybody in the chat, make sure you send in your vote, and we'll see if that changes after the debate. We'll see if either Wade or Kent are converted. So those are the results so far, Wade.
It was 80 and 20 about?
Yeah, to be exact, 88% said no to evolution being convincing, and 12% said yes.
My work cut out for me. Well, I've got my dog. My dog's crying a little bit, but my girlfriend should be here in a second to console her.
No worries. We can't even really hear anything. So whenever you're ready, Wade, it's your opening statement. So if you need to share screen, anything like that, let me know. And whatever time you take, we'll give Kent equal time.
I'm just going to pull up a timer, kind of gauge myself here. Okay, well, so before I begin, I just want to emphasize that I'm going to be taking the position of the majority of people who believe in God, but also believe that God created us through evolution. So the universe, God did it. Earth, God did it. Creation of life, God did it. Okay, so creation versus evolution. Here we go. This is the Wizard Show. We're going to whack a theist. This, we here at the Wizard Show, we believe the Bible is not true and scientifically inaccurate. Life evolved, and Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Dinosaurs never lived with man. We believe the creation theory is the dumbest and most dangerous religious cult in the history of the world. It's a mental illness. Now, I'm only joking, but if you found offense at this, perhaps you should reevaluate your own introductions. All right, so looking back, when I was Mormon, I grew up in the Mormon church. I used to believe that God made everything 4.5 billion years ago, and that Mormonism was true. After I served my mission, I had a friend come up to me and say, he left the church and he told me Mormonism is not true. Unfortunately, I did not listen. I was blinded with confirmation bias. Sometime after that, I had another friend and his wife both leave the church, and they told me that Mormonism is not true. And once again, I was blinded with a confirmation bias. It wasn't until I understood the value of skepticism and I recognized my own confirmation bias that, I did unbiased research, which means I'm looking at both sides of the story. I'm looking at, is Mormonism true? Is Mormonism false? And I came to the conclusion myself that Mormonism is not true. And I changed my mind. Let's look at Dr. Dino here. He believes that God made everything 6,000 years ago and that evolution is false. There have been a lot of very intelligent people present very convincing evidence to Dr. Dino saying that evolution is true. But as we can see time and time again, he is blinded with confirmation bias and he does not believe it. We also have, this was a survey 2018, 98% of scientists telling Dr. Dino that evolution is true. Once again, he is blinded with confirmation bias, does not listen. That's because you can lead a horse to evidence, but you can't make them think. They have to do it on their own. One of my favorite quotes, "It's amazing to discover that you're wrong. In fact, it's liberating. It's not a threat. It opens your mind." And this is what helped me liberate myself from Mormonism and free my thought process. Okay, so let's look at the scientific approach to this. The strength, we got SpongeBob here. I know you love SpongeBob. The strength of science is skepticism, while the weakness of science is confirmation bias. It is, I just know I'm right because a book says a thing. So yeah, looking back at the scientific approach, the scientific consensus used to be the Earth is flat until someone came along and said, here's some evidence, Earth is round. And what did they do? They rejected the old and accepted the new. Sometime later, the general scientific consensus was that God created life until someone came along and presented evidence that life evolves. Once again, science updated its consensus. So now we hear at modern time, the scientific consensus is that life evolves. Now, let's suppose that anybody, say Dr. Dino, presented any amount of evidence that suggests that life was created, that life didn't evolve. What do you think science would do? Would they be blinded with confirmation bias, or do as they usually have done in the past and look at the evidence with skepticism, scrutinize it, verify it, and accept it if it was convincing? Right? So I think you get the picture here. Yeah, so I'm really excited to see what kind of evidence Dr. Dino has. Just a reminder, the following things are not evidence. A book says a thing. Otherwise, we could claim that Native Americans are of Jewish descent because that's what the Book of Mormon says. Also, we have the argument from incredulity. This is, I don't understand it, therefore it's not true. A lack of evidence. Basically, this is the argument from ignorance. We don't have evidence that the flying spaghetti monster exists, therefore he doesn't exist. That's another fallacy. And we have the appeal to emotion. It makes me feel good, therefore it's true. Carl Sagan said that science works. It's not perfect, but it is by far the best tool we have. Self-correcting, ongoing, applicable to everything. It has two rules. First, there are no sacred truths. All assumptions must be critically examined. Arguments from authority are worthless. Second, whatever is inconsistent with the facts must be discarded or revised. We must understand the cosmos as it is and not confuse it with how we wish it to be. The obvious is sometimes false. The unexpected is sometimes true. Okay, in conclusion, scientific consensus supports evolution. Science revises to align with the facts, and Kent has no conclusive evidence to disprove evolution or to prove creation. And that is presentation. Stop screen. All right, and looks like Dr. Dino is dipped out. There he is.
We got him back. Oh, just 1 second. We got some echo going on. Let me just fix that. And okay, just in time. That was between the 7 and 10 minutes. Wade, so we're going to give Kent, let's say, up to 10 minutes, however much time you want to take out of that 10 minutes. So whenever you're ready.
Who are doing the noise out there? Shut them off, will you? Tell them, go away. Okay.
Good to go, Dr. Dino.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Yes. Thank you, Wade, for plagiarizing my slides. That's the sign of, that's a good sign. You guys are getting desperate. The Bible says in Psalm 62 that they delight in lies. The whole evolution theory is based on lies. For instance, the geologic column does not exist anywhere. There is no such thing as a fossil record. There's a bunch of fossils. So that's not a problem, trillions of them. But it's not a record. None of them have a date on them. So the whole theory of evolution is based upon lies, that the layers of the earth are different ages, which they're not, and that the fossils can talk or something or tell a story about themselves. All we know is they're dead. You don't know they had any children. O'Rourke said back in 1976, the intelligent layman has long suspected circular reasoning in the use of rocks to date fossils and fossils to date rocks. The dates of the geologic column that they preach is determined by which fossils are found in it. And the age of the fossil is determined by the layer it's found in. The geologists never bothered to think of a good reply, feeling the explanations are not worth the trouble as long as the work brings results. Encyclopedia Britannica said, 70 years ago, it cannot be denied from a strictly philosophical standpoint, geologists are arguing in a circle. The succession of organisms has been determined by a study of their remains embedded in the rocks, and the relative age of the rocks is determined by the remains of the organisms. Date the rocks by the fossils, date the fossils by the rocks. Circular reasoning. Idiotic, okay? Let's see. Clear back in 1983, New Scientist magazine said ever since William Smith at the beginning of the 19th century, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of dating and correlating the rocks in which they occur. What did he say? How do you date the rocks? By the fossils. Right. Apart from very modern examples, which I really archaeology, I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. But now when they do date them with radioactive dating, they may have to test it 5, 6, 10, 15 times to find the date that they want to match the fossil. Radiometric dating would not have been feasible if the geologic column had not been erected first. There's no way to simply look at a fossil and say how old it is unless you know the age of the rocks it comes from. Stop and think about that. This poses something of a problem. If we date the rocks by the fossils, how can we then turn around and talk about patterns of evolutionary change through time in the fossil record? Good question. The rocks do date the fossils, but the fossils date the rocks more accurately. This is insanity to believe something like that, okay? Using only temporal concepts, circularity is inherent. There's no other way to do it. You have to date the rocks by the fossils and the fossils by the rocks. This is their logic. It is idiotic. The charge of circular reasoning, in other words, if somebody accuses you of using circular reasoning, like I am doing, I'm accusing them, they can say it can be handled several ways. It can be ignored. It's not the proper concern of the public. And they do this. They appeal to authority. Well, all the professors at universities believe this. It doesn't matter. You're dating the fossils by the rocks and the rocks by the fossils. There's no such thing as a geologic column. They always say the top layer is younger. I say, really, where did it come from? Outer space? Are these layers laying down to the earth from outer space someplace? Moving it from here to here is not changing the age of it. We do the demonstration where we take the sand art thing and flip it over. You always get 20 or 30 layers in a matter of minutes. They're all in here at the same time. They're all the same age. The whole geologic column is dumb. It doesn't exist, okay? It cannot be denied, or they can, if somebody charges you with circular reasoning, you can just ignore them. Say, well, you're not qualified. That's what they do with me. You don't have a degree from an accredited university, so you're not qualified. I got logic to say, that's dumb. Is the top layer coming from outer space? They can say it can be denied by calling down the law of evolution. Well, we know it's true because 98% of the professors believe it, like Wade said. It can be admitted as a common practice, or it can be avoided by pragmatic reasoning. Are the authorities maintaining on one hand that evolution is documented by geology, and on the other, that geology is documented by evolution? Isn't this a circular argument? Yes, it is. They've known this for 40 years. The lowest layers are obviously the oldest. This is from the court trial, 1925, Dayton, Tennessee, the world's most famous court trial. In the movie Inherit the Wind, there's a lot of problems in there, but he said the lowest layers are obviously the oldest. Stop right there. No, they're not. That is not true. If water is moving sideways, it'll deposit multiple layers at the same time. Simultaneous. Go Google experiments in stratification in Colorado, where they have the sedimentation tank. They do testing. How do sediments form? And some French guy, I forget his name now, I got a name, not that long. He did it, this is back 30 years ago. He showed moving water deposits layers horizontally. So you could get a fossil on top that's actually older than a fossil on the bottom. Yeah. They talk about the geologic column where you got limestone, 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 limestone. What's the difference between 100 million year old Jurassic limestone and 600 million year old Cambrian limestone? They're both limestone. How do you tell which it is? By the fossils that are in it. This is circular reasoning. This is dumb. But they'll show you. Geologic column contains, let's see, what do we got here? Different formations of limestone, 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 limestone. It's baloney. Grand Canyon from Wikipedia. Red Wall limestone, Temple Butte Formation, and then Mauve limestone underneath. If you shake up a jar with sand, gravel, clay, mud, water, it'll separate into layers in minutes. So the whole geologic column is a lie. It does not exist anywhere. The purpose of this debate tonight is for Wade to show where is the evidence for evolution. So we better define what we mean by evolution. This word has 6 different meanings. I cover this all the time. It drives the atheists nuts. Not actually a drive, it's a short putt for them, but that's okay. Cosmic evolution, that's the origin of time, space, matter. Where did time come from? Where did matter come from? Where did space come from? You think everything fit in a dot smaller than a proton? That's insane. Secondly, you have to have chemical evolution, because if this stupid Big Bang theory they teach produced hydrogen and helium and maybe some lithium, how do you get gold, silver, and platinum out of that? You got to have the chemicals evolve. They don't want to talk about that. I understand. Then you'd have to have the stars and planets evolve. Nobody's ever seen a star or planet form. None. Tonight's meteor shower, we're going to see a bunch of them, pieces broke apart, but nobody sees one form. Then you have to have the origin of life, organic evolution. The origin of life. Theories of organic evolution. The world has been evolved and not created. This is what they count on. They don't like to believe the idea of there's a creator. There's no other logical conclusion. If I said, I want you to explain how this pen came to be, but you cannot use man or a designer as your answer. Well, I've already shut off the only logical answer by the definition. I want you to explain how the world got here, but you can't say God did it. Okay, well then, you've already shut off this had a designer. I don't know who did it, I don't know where, and I don't care. I know it had a designer. It had a designer. That's common sense 101. The earth, the people here, the cells in your body, each person has 100 trillion cells. Fat people have more. And each cell has 100 trillion atoms, all doing their job. I think it was designed. Organic evolution is part of the evolution theory. Which exactly what do you mean by, is there evidence for evolution? Is there evidence for organic? No. Nobody knows how a mixture of lifeless chemicals first became a living cell. They say we came from the primordial soup. I cover all this later. I'm running out of time here. So then you have to have what we call macroevolution, changing from one kind of animal to another. The Bible says 10 times in the first chapter and 20 times in the first 7 chapters that the plants and animals would always bring forth after their kind. Dogs produce dogs, cats produce cats, cows produce cows. You might get a variety of them, no question, but it's still a cow or still a cat. It never changes. Nobody has ever seen anything change from one kind to another. They imagine it. They draw lines on paper, connecting them. There is no evidence for any of these first 5 at all. I rest my case. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kent, for your 10-minute opening statement. That concludes the opening statements for the debate. Now we are going to have one uninterrupted round of rebuttals. So Wade the Wizard, we are going to hand it over to you. And let's give you 6 minutes for the rebuttal. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I got a little demonstration here. I hope you can see it. Got some playing cards, right? Now, so I'm going to do a little demonstration. Watch closely. I'm going to place these down in an order. Okay, so there's my hand. We got the jack. Then we got the ace. and the king. Okay, so my question is, which card, this isn't a magic trick, all right, but I'm just asking, what card did I lay down first? Okay, just something to think about. Even in your supposed flood model, which the flood most definitely didn't happen, we can talk about that later. Even in the flood model, there were layers being deposited in an order. Okay, so that's something of significance. So we have our jar of dirt, we shake it up. At what point does your dirt turn into a rock? Curious, just curious. I guess you weren't really listening when I started my presentation, but I was saying that I'm taking the position of the religious creationists who also believe in evolution, which is the majority. Let me share my screen real quick. Switch over here.
You're shared.
So yeah, I just wanted to point this out one more time. The majority of religious people believe in God and believe in evolution, but believe that God did it. Kinds produce kinds, just a lot of wild stuff. I want to, I also want to emphasize that Dr. Dino did not provide any evidence of creation. That's because there is no evidence for creation. One thing that I want to make sure I get to is ERVs, because you still don't get it. This is John Perry's clearly stated. He said a retrovirus insertion might have a negative, neutral, or beneficial effect. Okay, but that is not the reason they're evidence for evolution. Pelagia, during the 20 minutes that you cut out in his response video, he said it doesn't matter if Kent could show that every single one of the thousands of ERVs insertions was specifically beneficial. Why? Because that's not the point. You said beneficial functions of endogenous retroviruses, but that's not the point. Now I would ask you, why are ERVs evidence for evolution? But I'm sure if I left that up to you, you would dodge that question and not answer it. So I will answer it for you. Let's take two people. If they get infected with the retrovirus, there is a 1 in 10 million chance that it's in the exact same location. It's like pin the tail on the donkey, completely random. They've done studies to find that there are 10 million insertion sites. Okay, but if one person gets infected with an ERV and then has offspring, reproduces, there is a 100% chance it's in the exact same location. Chimpanzees and humans have 205 endogenous retroviruses. Whether they're beneficial, negative, neutral, doesn't matter. They are in the exact same location. And each insertion has a 1 in 10 million chance of being in the same location. If we have a common ancestor, that's 100% chance of those results. But again, if we were of different descent, that's 1 in a stupid, crazy number. It's impossible. So, yeah, and then to further this point, some people might say, like Dr. Dino might say, oh, well, God put those ERVs in a specific location to trick us or something. John Perry on his channel Genetics and Evolution did a great video about, did God put endogenous retroviruses DNA in our genome? The short answer, no. And I will turn the time back over to Dr. Dino.
Okay, Wade, that was your 6-minute rebuttal. Thank you so much. And we're going to hand it to Ken. Actually, before I do hand it to Ken, I want to remind the audience, we will be, as usual, having an audience Q&A. That's where we get you guys involved. So just make sure you are tagging me with your questions and tag me at Standing for Truth. That way I won't miss them, as we've got quite the lively chat going on. So Kent, we're going to hand it over to you whenever you're ready. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Mike, okay. One of his arguments from Wade was the majority believe in this. Majority opinion has never been evidence for anything. All through history, the majority has been wrong on hundreds of things, thousands of things. Majority opinion in science is crazy. The majority of doctors thought George Washington should be bled to get him over whatever he had, and he bled him to death. So they're wrong about, the majority can be wrong. Secondly, you showed at the beginning, for Standing for Truth there, Donnie, the majority do not believe in evolution. It's a very small percentage, 12% are on his side. I don't know where he gets this number, 99%. They make up this stuff all the time. Or maybe survey. If I go to a university and survey 20 professors who teach there, of course they're going to say that, because they lose their job if they don't. Okay. Now, as far as the cards, Wade, I'll answer your question. You took the cards and put them, 3 of them down, okay? All of them came from the same deck, which was made at the same time. All those cards are the same age. Your question of which one was laid down first is not the right question. Are the cards all the same age? If you shuffle the deck of cards, is the top card now younger because it's on top? What if shuffle the deck and the 3 of spades end up on top? Okay, then you reshuffle them. Oh, now it's the King of Hearts on top. Oh, it's a shuffling effect. All that the layers are that we see on the planet are a shuffling effect. The flood water, just the tide going up and down during Noah's flood, the tide would go up and down about 880 times. Noah faced 880 tidal changes during the 7 months he was floating in the ark. The last 5 months he's waiting for the ground to dry out. But the tide coming up and down with a liquid covered earth, a phenomena would happen called harmonics, where the tide does not get interrupted. So if the tide is going up and down 880 times with no interruptions, a harmonic tide on the earth, if the earth were covered in water, would be a 200-foot tidal change. Every 6 hours, 12.5 minutes. Tide goes up, tide goes up. Just that water moving back and forth to keep the bump full under the moon is going to cause an enormous amount of sorting. And look at the experiments in stratification by, I should have looked up the guy's name, some French name. He shows the layers forming 10 or 12 layers at a time, forming horizontally, not vertically. You stacked your cards vertically. The water moving sideways would stack them horizontally. And as far as the jar, good question, fair question you asked. Let's see. You said, how long would it take the dirt to turn to a rock? Well, that depends on numerous factors. We live in a gravel pit here. We drive the vehicles around, or sometimes you get them muddy. When you come back and let it sit in the sun, how long does it take to get hard on the vehicle? 2 hours, maybe 20 minutes if it's bright and sunny and hot out. Maybe if it's rainy, longer. Mud turns to rock, mudstone, sandstone, okay, limestone. It obviously was all sedimentary at one time. It was all liquid at one time because it's laid down in layers. All of the layers that we see on the planet were laid down in one big flood, Noah's flood. But the scoffers do not want to believe in the flood because that represents the judgment of God. I understand completely, okay? So let's see. You said I gave no evidence for creation. Wade, this is the purpose of this debate. Even the title is, where's the evidence for evolution? The burden of proof's on you. You want everybody to pay for your religion to be taught in the schools. Well, I think I've got a right to say, where's the evidence for this? That's not science. If you want to debate the evidence for creation, we could do that at a separate time. I don't have that burden of proof tonight. Okay. You mentioned ERVs. Let me get to that one. That's going to be 1, 2, 1, 5. I got too many slides in here. Endogenous retroviruses, just the name can be deceptive because we always think of virus as bad. These ERVs are designed to do a specific function. When the woman gets pregnant, the sperm and the egg unite, and then they start to divide, and they become 2-celled and 3-celled. As it starts to make a little cluster, it now has to implant in the wall of the uterus and grow. Well, the uterus is going to reject this as a foreign body. What is this? There's an ERV in there to overcome that. It's amazingly designed to create the ability for pregnancy to take place, for implantation in the uterus to take place. Human endogenous retrovirus and DNA sequences within human, they contain up to 8% of your genome. There's a lot of them in there. Retroviral promoters in the human genome, clear back in 2008, they knew they were beneficial. Our analysis revealed that retroviral sequences in the human genome encode tens of thousands of active promoters. Transcribed ERV sequences correspond to 1.16% of the human genome, and this data suggests ERVs may regulate human transcription on a large scale. So it would not surprise me if all of the animals, all of the animals at least, maybe plants even, had ERVs in their system to allow certain functions. And the fact that there are 200 of them in the same location, maybe they're serving this. I bet monkeys have to get pregnant in a similar way that humans have to get pregnant. I bet there's some similarities there. So maybe it has to do with that. I don't know that it's all been studied. Back in 2014, they found new beneficial endogenous retroviruses in the immune response. So they're necessary for implantation for pregnancy. They're necessary for immune response. The word virus is what throws people off. They're not bad. They're good. Endogenous retroviruses. Let's see, 2021, just last year. Switching sides. Endogenous retrovirus protect us from viral infections. They're not bad. They're all, and it's not like if something bad got inserted in the genes. It's designed into the genes. It's supposed to be there. And the fact that you pass it on to your children, duh, that's logical. And the fact that all animals have similarity. You know, all the animals I'm aware of, all the animals in the world breathe. That's proof they're related. All the animals in the world eat and sleep and drink water. You are crazy to think that ERVs are somehow evidence for evolution. Endogenous retroviruses turned out to represent important components in the antiviral immune response. There's loads of information on this. I'm amazed you evolutionists are still using ERVs as evidence for evolution. It's during mammalian pre-implantation embryo development. This has been known for a long time. That's what they're for. Of course, there are similarities. It doesn't prove a common ancestor, proves a common designer. Take it away.
All right, gentlemen, fantastic debate so far. That concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. I see questions flying in from the audience as well, so thank you for that. Now we are moving into the open discussion. As always, we want to keep these discussions professional, civil, and focusing on one topic at a time. So what we'll do is hand it over to Wade the Wizard, since Kent just ended with his rebuttal. Wade, why don't we have you start off with picking the first topic and asking the first set of questions. Gentlemen, go ahead.
Okay. So just a quick side note. This isn't my question, but as far as ERVs go, I challenge you, or at least highly recommend, at least everybody who's watching, go to John Perry's channel and check out this video. Did God put endogenous retrovirus DNA in our genome? But so my first question I want to kick off. So this is kind of in response where you're saying that the majority opinion is not always right, and I agree. But let's just look at these two different graphs. Okay, the one here on the left is we did a survey of what's your favorite food, and it was pretty diverse. We have a lot of people like Chinese, Indian food, American. It's all over the place. And this other survey was the shape of the Earth. The majority of people think that it's round. Okay, so like what's the difference? I just want you to kind of think about this for a bit. So with something like food, that's a subjective opinion, right? And while the shape of the Earth is more of an objective fact. So when it comes to evolution, we don't really care what your opinion is as far as which God you believe in, whether that's the Hindu God or Judaism, whatever. yeah, the facts have a consensus. Also, I want to point out, this is just the last of this. So imagine if we did a survey on the effectiveness of the COVID-19 vaccine. Should we, or what would be a more valuable survey? Would we survey doctors who have studied medicine for the majority of their life, or a bunch of high school dropout conspiracy theorists who still live in their mom's basement? Like, there's probably be different results, right? So I guess if Kent wants to respond to that, as far as like, did I stop my screen? Yeah. So
Yes.
Okay,
let's do equal time. There's a few things you brought up there, even starting with your recommendation of a specific video on ERV. So anything that Kent wants to respond to, we're going to give him plenty of time. Go ahead, Kent.
Well, yeah, several things. So he gave two options. Which is better, a group of doctors believing something or a bunch of high school dropouts in their mother's basement? Are those the only two kind of people in the world? How many of you are neither a doctor nor do you live in your basement of your mother? Everybody here. So you gave it's called a false dichotomy. It's like saying, which is correct? Elephants are blue or elephants are pink? Neither one, okay? There's a lot more options than that. This is still a very hotly contested issue, and it'll get you kicked off of YouTube if you even mention it. So I'll refrain from that. But I think there are lots and lots of doctors who are totally against what's going on. Stopping a virus with that stupid mask is like stopping a mosquito with a chain link fence. The holes in the mask are huge compared to the virus. Viruses are real tiny. It's a complete waste of time, in my humble opinion. So if a bunch of doctors are wearing those masks, they ought to know, if anybody ought to know, the size of a virus compared to the size of the holes in their mask. Duh. Another topic. Okay. You gave those two options, high school dropouts. As far as the definition of evolution, if the majority of people believe something, exactly what are they talking about? Why did Columbus sail around the world? Didn't the majority of people in Columbus's day think the world was flat? A lot of them did, and they were wrong. Didn't the majority of doctors in George Washington's day think you should bleed people to get them well? The doctrine of humors, you can Google that. All through history, the majority has been wrong. And it's not true that the majority believe in evolution, if you define what you mean by the word evolution. It's true, everybody that I know of agrees in microevolution. Variations happen within the kind. There's a lot of varieties. I got tons of stuff on. Here we go. Let me go to a different one since I got 2 minutes left here. Alt DV, slide number 689, 689, enter. Macroevolution changes from one kind to another. This is only done by drawing lines on paper. They put everything in a family tree and say we started as an amoeba or a protista or a single-celled creature. They're skipping down to, they're missing the first 4 stages of evolution. They want to start here. But you really think an amoeba turned into a shark and a whale and everything? There's no evidence of a single-celled creature ever producing even a 2-celled creature, let alone an elephant or a whale or a human. But they put them on, draw lines on paper. Here we got the human and the snail related. Wade, simple question. Do you believe you are related to a snail? Just a yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay. So SpongeBob, or no, what's his name? Dave thinks he's a strawberry. PZ Myers thinks he's a fish. Who's the guy who thinks he's an ape? And you think you're related to a snail. Okay, you're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. Here they got the human and the chicken related to a common ancestor.
Wait, was that his question? Are we going to kind of do it back and forth?
Okay. I did. You believe you're related to a snail and a chicken? What, can I throw a chicken in there? Are you related to a chicken? And why do you believe such a thing?
Because the whole body of evidence suggests that we have a common ancestor. And it's the scientific consensus of facts and evidence.
The title of the debate. Where's the evidence for evolution? That's the title of the debate. What is the evidence that makes you think you're related to a snail?
All right. Should we move on? I've got a question.
Okay.
Well, unless you want to answer his, because at the same time, we do want to make it free-flowing, Wade. So it doesn't have to be really overly strict. Why don't we have you engage Kent's question a little bit, then we'll allow you to ask another question.
Well, it's kind of curious because as we can see from pattern of history of Kent's debates, there's I'm certain that there's no convincing evidence. There's plenty of evidence, but I don't know that there's because Kent has such a confirmation bias towards a book says a thing. Yeah, there's not really any evidence that I would suggest and recommend everybody who's watching, this video is more targeted towards you, because I don't think Kent will ever change his mind, but I want you to go and do unbiased research and look for the evidence.
Well, Wade, I just want to jump in real quick because I have to note as host and moderator, the title of the debate is Evolution on Trial. So you being the proponent of biological evolution tonight, you are on trial. So it would be your kind of obligation to present a line of evidence for evolution for us to engage. We discussed ERVs for a bit. Is there another line of evidence that you'd like to bring forth, or if you wanted to rebut Dr. Hoven's points on functional endogenous retroviruses and how they are essential for embryological development? Did you have any thoughts on that? Let's kind of go from there. Wade, go ahead.
Well, so I guess I can pull this up. I mean, it's just like I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm not by any means, expert in evolutionary biology. And that's kind of where I was pointing to. So like the survey with doctors versus some nut jobs, there's going to be a big difference because, if we were having a discussion about mechanical engineering, I would have some kind of ground, some expertise where I've studied it for a decade or so. Kent here, he's he's a professional on creationism in the Bible, and so I don't know. I was hoping to get any amount of evidence supporting that, but I will switch over. I guess I got to share first.
Well, if we wanted to get Ken, is there anything you wanted to respond to there? It looks like Wade's proposing that the burden of proof would be on you. Is any thoughts on that?
Well, so far he's given us his evidence for evolution, ERVs, which I don't think is evidence for evolution, and majority opinion. Those are the two things. He's a mechanical engineer, so was my brother. My dad was an electrical engineer. Wade, do you know of any machine built by man, any machine, a simple one, a bicycle, the sprocket on a bicycle? Could that happen by chance, or did that have a designer? Could a screw, or a bolt and a nut that fit together, is there any chance the nut and the bolt could form independently so they fit together with no human designer involved? Can you think of a scenario that would make a nut and a bolt, let alone a space shuttle, just a nut and a bolt?
I think about, like, if we had two bikes and we left them alone in the garage for a while, would it eventually make a tandem bicycle?
You think the two bikes would turn to a tandem bicycle if you left them alone for a while?
Would that happen?
No.
Oh, okay. Why is that?
It's a machine. It requires intelligence to put them together to make a tandem bicycle. It takes a whole lot more intelligence to make a single cell. One cell in your body is more complicated than the space shuttle. I can't believe you think it happened by chance.
If we took, I don't know, two rabbits and put them in a garage, left them alone, would they ever make another rabbit?
If they're male and female and it's not San Francisco, yes, they probably would.
So it's probably a little bit different comparing bicycles to rabbits. So you should probably stop using mechanical examples. No?
The world is made up of billions and trillions and quadrillions, quintillions of atoms and material particles. According to your theory, if I understand it correctly, you believe, and evolutionists believe, the Earth began as a hot ball of rock. It cooled down, and then it began to rain on those rocks. So you have nothing but matter. And you think it somehow came alive, and that life form learned how to reproduce with who? And then change to all these family trees. This is the stuff they put in the textbooks that the kids have to learn. I resent that. That's not science. It's a religious belief. If you put the rabbits already have a really complicated reproductive system, and they love to use it, and they do it well. We got a bunch of rabbits here, and we can't keep count. We don't know how many we got anymore. Started off with 20, probably got, who knows? Anyway, and it's not San Francisco here. So yes, rabbits can reproduce, bicycles cannot. Adding reproduction greatly increases the impossibility of it evolving. Impossible for reproduction to evolve. Impossible for life to get started, for reproduction to get started, and nobody has ever seen a rabbit produce a non-rabbit. You get big rabbits, little rabbits, white ones, dark ones, but you always get a rabbit. Are there any examples you could point to where somebody has seen a rabbit produce a non-rabbit?
That's your question you're going to stick with?
Sure, fair question.
So saying that like a kind produces a different kind, that's how evolution is observed, is that within nested hierarchies, you always belong to the same group of animals. So you'll only ever get more specialized within the group. So like if like one of your favorite examples, if a horse grew wings, if a horse eventually evolved to grow wings, it wouldn't be feathered wings on its back. It would be more like a bat where it has a membrane of skin, because it's still going to be within the mammal family. It's not going to switch over to the bird's kind.
Okay. Does this chart I'm showing on screen?
Well, okay. So that was your question. I answered. So now I've got a question. Can we kind of jump back and forth like that? Is that all right?
Well, let's allow Kent to respond to what you're saying. I mean, we can't just leave things hanging, especially if evolution's on trial, Wade. So Dr. Dinah will give you a response, and then Wade will give you a chance for another question.
Correct. Wade just sank his own ship and doesn't realize it. He said you will only get more specialized within the same. I think the word clade is what they typically use. So rabbits will always produce rabbits. You get more specialized. I agree. I understand. Okay. There are 1,100 different kinds of bats. They're still a bat. But the chart shows the bat and the rabbit and the human coming from an amoeba. So the amoeba apparently was able to not stay in its own clade and was able to produce something different. This chart shows plants and horses related. Well, plants don't have skin like a horse, but they got a line on here connecting them. So yes, you do believe they did somehow change. This has been my point. We observe variations within the same kind. We never observe anything else. But you guys just blatantly put them on charts like this, and we're supposed to believe the shark is related to the strawberry plant because it's got a line on paper. That's not science. It's religion. It's dumb, but you're welcome to have that religion. I don't object. This is America, the land of the free and the home of the slave, and you're allowed to have any religion you want. But you shouldn't force that down the throats of students in school and have everybody else have to pay for your religion to be taught. This chart is nothing but religion. Nobody's ever seen a strawberry produce a non-strawberry or a horse produce a non-horse, but you got them connected here. And you think it's okay. Why? Where's the evidence for this?
Okay, let me jump in real quick. So Wade, you can either respond to any of Kent's points, or you can choose another topic or question at this point. So it's up to you.
I kind of like to jump into a different question, but this game. I mean, because like I said, I could show you all the evidence, and there's been a lot of people who have shared the evidence, and it just kind of has that confirmation bias to reject anything that.
I got to jump in, Wade, as moderator and host. Evolution's on trial tonight, so you can't just keep repeating. Other people have shown you the evidence. So far, you've looked to majority opinion, ERVs, and Kent has responded to those. So if there are other lines of evidence that past interlocutors of Kent have brought up that you find convincing, then maybe you should present those in order to engage. But it's up to you. I just don't want to have you repeating that line the entire debate. So go ahead, however you want to proceed. But if there is another convincing line of evidence that you want to put forth, go ahead. Evolution is on trial tonight. So,
okay. Whoops. Yeah, I can maybe jump into that later, but I want to pull up a picture of where'd he go? This guy. My mouse is being weird. All right, so the question is, this guy, this living organism, or this fossil here, when this guy was living, Kent, did he walk on 2 legs or 4 legs? And how do you know this?
I would presume, based on typical anatomy of hips and shoulder joints, etc., that this one was capable of walking on 4 legs and generally did. However, many animals that walk on 4 can also walk on 2 for a while. I walk on 2 normally, but I could walk on 4 if I had to. That would not explain. And plus, it's a fossil. You couldn't prove that thing had any babies that lived. It's a dead creature found in the rocks. All you could really prove about that creature is it died. We couldn't prove how it walked. We could prove it had the capability of walking probably on 4 legs. Okay.
So there's some things we can determine about a deceased organism by its looking at its bones.
We can determine that it died for sure.
Oh, but you just said that you know for certain that he walked on 4 legs.
No, I said I would presume it could walk on 4 based on the anatomy of the hips, etc. But this one might have been born crippled and never got to walk at all. I mean, some people are born and something goes wrong and they can't walk ever. But they got the right anatomy for it. They just can't do it. I don't know about that one, Stegosaurus. But the ability to walk is stunning in its design. A mechanical engineer ought to know that. Build any machine that can do what that Stegosaurus does, and it will take you a whole lot of hours of engineering and a whole lot of thinking and a whole lot of planning. And when you get all done, you'll have to realize this machine that's able to walk was designed. Whoa. Yeah. Took a designer. Always does.
Yeah, I guess so. There's a couple things I want to emphasize with this example. That there are some things that we can determine, like the way that a creature moved, mobility. Because we can look at the living organisms today and how they work and how their anatomy works, and we can compare them and assert that this guy walked on 4 legs. He ate vegetation only. They can guess about how much he weighed, where he lived, things like this, and we can determine a lot of information about fossils. The other important thing I want to emphasize is there's 2 main things that separate us from our cousin apes, and that is we walk on 2 legs and we have big brains. And there are a lot of fossils that conclusively determined that there were fossils they were somewhere in between. They could walk on 2 legs, but their brains weren't as big. And I don't know, it's just interesting. It's some evidence towards evolution and common ancestry, and that fits in perfectly with ERVs.
Okay. I would agree. There are some fossils that are found of creatures, ape, gibbon, orangutan, monkey, human, whatever, and the brain size is different. I think you'll find brain size of living humans today varies greatly from small to large. The smaller ones tend to get jobs at universities teaching kids they came from a rock, in my humble opinion. Okay. But anyway, from the Stegosaurus fossil you showed, could we determine that it probably could not fly? I think that would be reasonable. It probably does not have the mechanics necessary for flight, and it's way too massive in its body weight. So I think we could say it was limited to walking on the ground. It could not fly. I think we would also have to say we don't know if it was able to reproduce anything that was different than a Stegosaurus. What we do know is every farmer in the history of the world will tell you every animal they've ever bred produced the same kind. Cows produce cows, and horses produce horses, and chickens produce chickens, without exception. So to look at the fossils and claim this could do something that no animal today can do is ridiculous. No animal today can produce something other than its kind. No animal in recorded history has produced something other than its kind. If stegosaurs were still alive today and people were raising them in the farm, I'd be willing to bet $5 they would have baby stegosaurs when you got them together. Every time. So you want to attribute a magical ability to a bone in the dirt that no animal today has. They draw these lines on paper and, this way, my chart, and they connect them like this is some kind of science. Look at this. The human is related to the chicken. How do you know? We got a line on paper connecting them. And the frog, oh, he's related to a chicken too. Our chickens eat the frogs if they come around. No, this is baloney. This is not science. And I wish you guys would admit it. It's your religion and you're welcome to it. Well, we could determine from that stegosaur fossil you've shown, it died. It probably was not able to fly. And I don't think you could prove it had babies that were different than stegosaurs.
And if it did, that would disprove evolution, because that's not how evolution works.
How can you not get this? Wait, you have everything coming from a single-celled creature at the bottom of your chart here. Here it came from a sponge. Do you think everything alive today came from a single-celled protista, like this one shows right here? Origin of life was a protozoa. Here, the protozoa somehow produced something that wasn't a protozoa. The protozoa eventually produced a shark and a starfish and a snail and a worm and a strawberry and a human. But yet you admit that they always stay within their same clade. How can you not see everything got out of its clade on your tree here? Everything did. Where's the evidence for that? I don't believe it happened. You do. Okay, great. Go believe it. But quit calling it science. This has everything coming out of its clade. A single-celled creature turned into a human or a dog. That's where my objection is. I don't know how you guys can't see it. But you say on one hand, they always stay within their clade, and it would disprove evolution if it came out of its clade. Well, okay, your old chart disproves evolution then, because this is fairy tale stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to explain colors to a blind man. I don't understand how you can't get it.
I kind of feel the same struggle. I mean, like, because I've been studying, like I said, I'm a mechanical engineer. I've been studying evolution for like on and off, maybe a couple months. And it's such a complex topic in breadth and depth. And like, we're an hour in and there's just so much to talk about. And so it's kind of difficult for me to explain. I did have one thing I'd like to share. It might help some people. I mean, not Kent, but to kind of understand why evolution, like you'll never get something that's in a different group. Let me just have a couple pictures here.
Yeah, if you want to share screen, just let me know. And here we go.
And you can see that. I'm going to hide that. I'm going to show this. So much like a tree branch, this is the way that we've observed evolution. Okay, we have this big branch. You can see my mouse, right? My tiny little mouse.
Yes. Yeah.
So this branch comes along, and then when it diverges, we have these different umbrelling, kind of like an umbrella classification. So this branch, this branch, this branch, they all belong to life. Okay, and then we can look, maybe a couple of branches over here. They're both along here. So, if this branch right here, if we had a new sprout that started growing this way, it would still belong. It always belong to this branch, and we can't really where these kind of different kinds, which like what you're looking for, I guess, like an elephant and a banana, you have to go back in time, and then you see that the branching, there was a very similar common ancestor. Another thing, so to kind of point this fact out more, if we zoom in, like say right here. So this branch was mammals a long time ago, and then we have birds. Now, if, for example, bats that are still mammals, if they developed a similar trait that birds have, like such as flight. You know, it might cross over here in one trait.
I don't have an answer for that.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I might. Excuse me. Anyway, I'm saying that bats still belong to the branch of mammals. Like they'll never outgrow that's why bats are considered mammals and not birds. And we can look at, the taxonomy classes, and we can see that for the kingdom, phylum, and for those two branches, they had a common ancestor. They had these similar traits that they could consume organic material, breathe oxygen. But then when we get down to their class of mammalia and aves, then they start to differentiate and they start to diverge. But if this bat had another branching, like in a ring species, like we observe in the real world, then it would still be a bat, even if it couldn't fly anymore, or it's still a bat. Yeah.
Okay, let's hand it over to Kent. Go ahead, Kent, with your response.
Again, I think he just defeated his own argument. It would always be a bat. By the way, Wade, you cannot go back in time. All we've ever observed is bats produce bats. You said it's such a complex topic. When somebody talked you into becoming a Mormon, they would probably start off by saying, oh, this is really complex, and Joseph Smith and his visions that he saw, and all this kind of stuff. It would take you years to study learn about the dumb stuff Mormons believe, okay? That Joseph Smith was some kind of prophet. But they approach it like, wow, it's such a vast topic. Let's study that. They slowly twist people around and turn them into being a Mormon, I mean. And so it's the same thing with evolution. They say, oh, it's just so complicated. We got to study this. And go back to your chart. Let me show you your branching chart. Can you call that up there, Wade? Your branching is muted there, Donnie. But I don't need to hear him. I just need to see his chart and show it. Okay.
Oh, Wade, if you could you share screen on your chart there earlier in your argument, just for
branching
Kent to have
chart
a look at? Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Oh, wait, back up one more. Right there. You have mammals and birds coming off of the same part of the chart. If you could go back in time, what was the creature before that? Where is the part mammal, part bird? Where are there any birds that nurse their young? I think birds they're totally different. The fact that you drew a line on paper and connected mammals and birds defeats your own argument, because somewhere along the line there was something that produced mammals and something that produced birds. What was that something, and where's the evidence for it? Nobody's ever seen a bird produce a non-bird or a mammal produce a non-mammal. It's never been seen. It's not that chart right there. Classic example of pure propaganda. They drew all the lines on paper to connect them. Where does it happen today? Why can't they do it?
Birds and bats. Is that what? Let's do. This is a really cool chart. It's first going to link up with humans, but I'll change that in just a second.
Oh, now you got lines on paper that are dotted and growing together. Where's the evidence for this? Nobody's ever seen this happen.
Let's just look at this for a second.
Oh, I see it. I've seen this many times.
Well, I was going to pull up bats. Where are the bats? Cats, bats. Here we go.
1,100 varieties of bats have now been classified. They probably had a common ancestor called a bat. But your chart draws that common ancestor back to an amoeba, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that, saying that is just appeal to incredulity.
It is incredible. It's unbelievable.
Incredulity.
It's unbelievable that a bat ever produced anything other than a bat. Going forward, we know that happens. In the present, we know it happens. Bats make baby bats. But you want to believe a bat came from an amoeba. Do you believe a bat came from an amoeba?
Let's try this. Well, I'll let you pick which line of evidence we can do. I'm not like an expert in any one field, but I'll let you pick, and we can kind of talk about that. So let me pull this up one more time.
And I'm looking at the timer. We probably got time for maybe one more quick engagement on, I guess, a final line of. Oh, I see your screen being shared.
Yeah. So kind of want to illustrate this comparison with like forensic science. If we find one fingerprint or one hair, it doesn't really, we can't have a conclusive conviction, right? So if we look at evolution and we just look at vestigial structures, it's not going to be much evidence. But if we also look at homologous anatomy, paleontology, genetics, endogenous retroviruses, biogeography, ring species, taxonomy, mathematics, speciation, analogous features, we start to get, a pretty conclusive picture here that it is, in fact, evolution, and that birds and bats have a common ancestor. So I also like to point out that the evidence that God did this is non-existent. So I'll let you pick what do you want to talk about? Which line of evidence here?
Well, you should have brought that up an hour and a half ago. That was the purpose of the debate, for you to show the evidence. Mathematics shows that bats are related to worms. I don't see how mathematics does that. Homologous anatomy, that's proof of a common designer. You're an engineer, for heaven's sake. I bet bicycle wheels have spokes on them and have a sprocket for the chain to turn. I bet motorcycles also have a chain turning a sprocket in most cases, unless it's shaft driven, or I understand, or a jet engine. So the similarities in design indicate a design that works. We've got two bones in our rib.
There's a big difference. Hold on, let me
Okay.
On this, you're talking about analogous, or no, homologous, right? So they're similar, right?
Right.
Like I mentioned before, inanimate, non-living objects like bicycles and cars cannot reproduce. And it's because of this fact that we know that living organisms reproduce and that their offspring look similar to them, but they have genetic variation. And that's why we can determine that that's why these different similar living life forms have homologous anatomy. And that's why whales have fingers and wrist bones, unlike fish.
Okay, Wade, you're an engineer. Who is your favorite engineer of all history that designed things, like who designed the Eiffel Tower? Who's your favorite engineer throughout history? Who did you study? Mechanical engineering.
Let's just say, gosh, I don't know. That's a good question.
Are there any famous engineers? Are there any famous engineers that designed more than one structure? Are there people who've designed a variety of structures, and are there similarities in those structures? Because they got the same designer. How can you not see it?
Okay, if you want to look at it this way, so we have Mastercraft boats, we have Tesla cars, and we have Boeing aircraft. They all have different designers. So therefore, does that mean there's a creator for fish and a creator for birds and a creator for mammals? So there's like multiple creators. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. No, I didn't say that at all. Each of those things you mentioned, the boat and the Eiffel Tower or the jetliner, were designed. Every single screw on the airliner was designed. And if one of those screws fails, you have a problem.
There are multiple designers and engineers for bicycles and cars and trucks.
Right.
So does it not follow to say that for all life on Earth, there was a bear designer and a cat designer and a banana designer?
Do you agree, though,
what's your evidence that there is one creator, one designer?
Oh, that's a different topic. You're off topic now. My point would be
no. You're talking about intelligent design and creating and these similar designs between trucks and cars, and so I'm asking you, what's the evidence that there is a designer for biology?
Okay. Is there any chance that a car, a boat, or an airplane could form itself? Whether it's the
No.
same, different? Okay, good. Yeah, you're getting it. Is there any
No,
evidence?
you're not getting it.
Is there any evidence that a cow could create itself?
Yes.
Did a cow come from something that was non-cow way back in the past? Your charts show them coming from an amoeba. An amoeba is not a cow.
Gentlemen,
Yeah.
it's been extremely fun and engaging. The
Amen.
chat's having a great time, very lively chat. We've gone a few minutes over the agreed upon time.
I forgot to mention, I did want to have at least one time for one last question.
If Ken, are you okay with another couple minutes?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Bring it on.
So I just, my question is, what evidence would convince you to change your mind?
I like science. Science, the word science means knowledge, based on the Latin word "scire," to know. What do we know? And we know things based upon observation, experimentation, and testing. I would like to see you take a potato. There are 4,000 varieties of potatoes now. It might have had a common ancestor called a potato. Could you, in the laboratory, turn a potato into anything other than a potato? Or a dog? Can dog breeders, can they ever get out of the dog? They get little ones and big ones. There seem to be limits. Do you think you'll ever get a dog as big as Texas? Or is there a limit somewhere before we get to Texas size?
So in response to my question, what would convince you of evolution? Is this, if we had a dog as big as Texas, would that convince you?
No, if we could see frequently creatures produce something other than their kind, the Bible says 20 times they're going to produce after their kind. That's all anybody's ever seen. So you claim that dogs and bananas have a common ancestor. Where's the evidence for this? I don't think it happens. I think there are over 1,000 varieties of bananas now. Okay, there's still a banana. That doesn't prove evolution. What would convince me, it depends on which branch of evolution you mean. If you mean variation, microevolution, number 6, I'm already convinced that happens. But that's where it stops. None of the other 5 can you make life in the laboratory. That would be step number 3. You got to get life starting, or 4, origin of life. If scientists could make life in the laboratory, all that would prove is it takes intelligence to make life. There isn't any evidence. Wade, just like you got tricked into being a Mormon, you got tricked into being an evolutionist. You ought to get out of that cult.
So if I understand your answer to my question, what evidence would convince you of evolution? Your answer was if we could see an animal produce an animal of a different kind.
I don't know. And I said, I don't think that would even convince me. That would be a start. It would take a whole lot more than that.
Okay.
We'd have to see all kinds. We'd have to see it happening all the time. We never see it happening. No farmer in the history of the world has ever seen a violation to that verse right there on screen. They bring forth after their kind. Fruit trees produce after their kind. Apple trees make apple trees. No exceptions. It should be common. You guys have apple trees connected to whales. We don't see that. It's not science. Darwin tricked everybody with his title, The Origin of Species. Well, we might call it a different species, but they're the same kind. Microevolution, this one happens. I agree. And that's where it stops. There's no evidence of anything other than that. Just like there's limits to how high a cow can jump. There's limits to how many kinds of dogs you're going to get. You're not going to get one as big as Texas. There's limits. It always is within the same kind. There is no evidence for evolution. You're in a cult, Wade. I'd like to get you out of there. I'll even make you a new hat. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, maybe that'll be the perfect time.
Sure. Yeah, we can wrap up.
Great discussion, tons of fun, lots of good audience questions coming in. So let's do some closing statements, though. 5-minute closing statements, just to kind of wrap up your thoughts and points. To be fair, Wade, maybe there's something you felt has been left on the table that you want to respond to. Same thing with Kent. Wade, let's start with you. You got 5 minutes for a concluding statement. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Are we going to do like another concluding statement after questions with the audience, or do we want to?
Well, usually we do the concluding statements before the audience Q&A, but would you prefer a 5-minute concluding statement after the Q&A?
I think that works just fine.
Okay. All right. Well, we can go right into some questions then, and then we'll do a 5-minute wrap up. And as we're doing the questions, gentlemen, what I'll do is I'll put up a new poll and see if the mind has been changed. All right, here we go. This has been a funny one. So first one that came in, and as you guys are answering, this is where I'll get the new poll up. So this one comes in from Lucy MC, and this one is for you, Wade. So Wade, you've been on here before, but just in case you forgot how we run the Q&A section, whoever the question is for, we're going to make sure they get the final word, and that way we'll move on nice and smoothly. So Wade, question from Lucy is, as Kent was talking about with the water stratification, wouldn't the flood disprove what you say about the layers?
So my main point with the layers, what geologists do is they observe what we see in this world, you know, what we can measure and observe. And even in floodwaters, or, you know, there's a number of different ways that sediment deposits. And my main point is that we can see the deposition rate, and we can see that this layer was deposited first. I mean, even if all these cards are the same age, all right, they're the same, made at the same time. But if I, stack them, I can look at the order in which they were stacked. So to I don't know, age of the rocks isn't as, I don't think that's very convincing of anything really, but we can look at the layers. That's just something that Kent continues to repeat ad nauseum, and that the geologic column does not exist. But it's kind of interesting that we see these layers all throughout the earth, and given what we can observe and what we can see, and that deposition rates and things like that.
Okay, thank you, Wade, the wizard, for that response. Over to you, Kent, for your response. Oh, just one. I think Kent's on mute from his own end. As he's figuring that out, I'll just let everybody know I've got a great list of questions here, so I do appreciate everybody. I think he's just going to reboot his system there. So in the meantime, I do want to thank everybody for their generosity and their donations. You guys are the life and blood of this channel. And Alec Cox, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Carmine, thank you for the $10 super chat. The debate, Wade, did not disappoint. This was a lot of hype for the big rematch, and you guys have made this a lot of fun. So as we allow Kent to reboot his system to come back in for the Q&A, I will remind everybody we've got another big debate tomorrow, this time on the nature of God. So this one we're going to have Matt Slick and Otis Lewis. They're going to be debating the Trinity. The Great Trinity debate that kicks off at 8 p.m. EST, so the same time as tonight. That'll be the third debate of the week. Actually, 2 nights ago, me and Taylor from the Snake Was Right YouTube channel debated, do endogenous retroviruses provide evidence for evolution? A hot topic these days, and that was a ton of fun. We debated that for almost 3 hours. It was very technical, and it's gotten a lot of good feedback. So if you have not yet seen that debate, please do check it out. And of course, the Evolution Debate Challenge series does continue into May. I think we're now coming close to about 25 debates so far in this 2022 series. This is another much anticipated one for a while, actually. Ian Chen and Dr. Dino. So this should be an epic showdown. Again, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? If you have not yet seen Wade the Wizard and Kent Hovind's first debate, as this is chapter 2 in their debate series, please check that out on the channel. That one has gotten a ton of great feedback as well. Then we're going to have both Mark Drysdale and T-Rock back. Both of these gentlemen here are seasoned debaters. They've been on the channel numerous times. They've both had a handful of debates on these topics. So this one should be fun. The Genesis flood debate. Again, T-Rock and Drysdale. I believe that's May 2nd. So we have a ton of events scheduled, and just make sure you are subscribed, and also please hit that notification bell. Then we've got another sequel, Ken Rock. So he'll be back debating Kent. He'll be taking the Evolution Debate Challenge in May, end of May. Evolution on trial. So Ken, I appreciate you engaging this topic. And we got a new face as well, a new interlocutor at the end of May, Rune Norderhog. He's going to be debating Kent. The Evolution Debate Challenge continues. And next week, last week we had a conference. Actually, time flies by. It could have been a couple weeks ago now. We had a flood boundaries conference, 5+ hours of information on the flood, specifically focusing on the flood boundaries, pre, post, and the flood itself. That was John Mackay and also Joseph Hubbard from Creation Research. Next week, we've got another 2-day event. This one, though, is going to be dealing with the Jehovah's Witnesses. And then the very next day, we'll be dealing with, we'll be discussing the Trinity, providing evidence for the Trinity, and also refuting objections to the Trinity with Anthony Rogers. And I still don't see Kent back here, so I should give him a call, actually, just make sure that the system will be.
I could maybe answer some other questions while I don't know if you want to.
Sure. Yeah. Let's see if there's one here specifically for you. And okay, here's one from Redefine Living. Put it up on screen for everybody to see. Redefine Living. So, question for Wade. And he asks, and actually in that moment, we've got Kent is back. So, actually, let's do a mic test, Kent. Make sure that it's working.
Yes. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello.
Looks good, brother. It worked out nicely because we have a ton of events coming up that it gave me the opportunity to kind of advertise them. So
okay.
Why don't we get right back to where we left off? And Kent, you might have missed the question, so let me just put it back up on screen for you. Here it is.
Yep. Forgot the question. Okay. The stratification, wouldn't the flood disprove what you say? Noah's flood would form all of the layers. I can sit here and make 10 or 15 different layers in seconds with this little play toy here. Layers form rapidly when get a jar, put water, gravel, sand, clay, mix it up thoroughly and shake it up and set it down. It always settles into layers. I do this demo several times a day as we go around our gravel pit here for the tours. I have a place where we show the layers. There are 7 layers of gravel that were mined out of this spot where I'm sitting. And it's always gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. That's the way it settles. Each tide would make a new group of gravel, sand, clay. Next tide, gravel, sand, clay. Here I have probably 20 layers formed in minutes. It doesn't take long. But the Bible says the scoffers in the last days who scoff at the Bible would be willingly ignorant of how God made the heavens and willingly ignorant of how the world was overflowed with water and perished. The flood explains it all. According to the Bible, the flood was about 4,600 years ago, 2600 BC. That made all the layers containing bazillions of dead things. There's no place on the earth today where people are observing fossils forming in any numbers. There are trillions of fossils in the ground. Petrified clams in the closed position, petrified closed, had to be buried alive. These are found by the billions There's a place in Tennessee 10 feet thick with millions and millions of petrified clothes clams. They're found on top of Mount Everest. Had to be buried quickly to stay closed when it died. So they're willingly ignorant, though. Peter said it best, willingly ignorant of the flood. They don't want to admit there was a flood. This formed quickly. All the layers of the earth formed quickly. There is no geologic column. It's a joke. And they admit it in their own textbooks. Let's see, right here, I got it. Let's see. There you go. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. There is no geologic column. Doesn't exist. So all the layers formed rapidly. All these formed in a couple minutes. Go ahead, Wade.
Thank you for that response, Kent. Wade, question was for you, so we'll give you the last word on that one. Go ahead.
There's a big problem with your hypothesis. The flood never happened.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of evidence that disproves that, but I want to talk about Pando. It's a tree. So this is an aspen tree in Utah. And the thing about aspen trees, the way that they reproduce, they don't drop seeds. Like it's called a clonal colony. And so what happens is the roots spread out and then it grows out. So this is one tree. Biologically, it is one tree. And here's this map. It covers, so Pando is the world's largest tree, largest by weight organism in the world. And we can look at the growth rate of how this clonal colony expands. We can mathematically calculate with a pretty good accuracy how old it is. And it's several thousand years old. And okay, so why is this significant? Because when you put trees underwater, they die.
Thank you, Wade. Since that was kind of a new topic, did you want to give Kent the opportunity to give his thoughts on it, or do you want to move to the next question?
Yeah, let's hear why trees don't die when they're submerged in water.
Well, it's interesting. You showed it yourself. The Pando tree is of several thousand years old. If the flood was 4,600 years ago, I don't see how you've posed any kind of problem. Secondly, floods happen all the time. Trees can be submerged for different amounts of time. Most can endure being immersed for several weeks before they're damaged. We have right here, we have floods here all the time in Lenox, Alabama, when we get a good rain. They can be observed, they can be submerged for weeks or months. There are some that submerge for 6 months and then are dry. Now, Noah was in the ark for 1 year. That does not mean the whole world was covered with water for 1 year. Some parts of the world might have only been covered for a few weeks during that flood. How long would it take to kill everybody? How long can you swim? You know, a couple days would probably do it. So the fact that Noah was in the ark for a year does not mean the whole world was covered in water for a year. We know in the 7th month, Noah hit bottom and rested. He stayed in 5 more months while things dried out, stuff began to grow. But certain parts of the world might have been only submerged for a few days. The Bible says they're ignorant of that flood. We just saw a demonstration of that. Go ahead.
Wade, we'll give you the last word since the question was for you. Go ahead.
Your whole explanation was just speculation. There was no evidence.
That's your geologic column. That's your family tree. It's all speculation.
Okay, gentlemen, thanks for keeping this fun. Here's a good question that comes in from Bubblegum Gun, specifically related to points brought up in the debate. So this one comes from you. This one's for you, Wade. He asked, does evolutionary mechanisms have foresight? And wouldn't ERVs, endogenous retroviruses, require foresight to become integrated and necessary to the organism? To give a little more context, Dr. Dino presented a few papers suggesting that these ERV sequences, they function in determining cell types, embryological development. And one of the papers that Kent showed had to do with the role of these ERV sequences in fighting off bad viruses like exogenous retroviruses, which HIV, for example. So how would you explain that from an evolution starting point? Go ahead.
Well, as a mechanical engineer who has studied ERVs, not much at all. I would refer to the experts. I'd tell them to check out John Perry's. Do you want the? I can just pull that up again.
I've watched that video, and correct me if I'm wrong, John Perry doesn't address these points, or does he in the video? Does he address these?
Yeah, I would just,
because if you're going to recommend a video that doesn't address these points, it might not be much help.
well, I mean, they're like as a starting point. Like, these are great questions, and this is something that I would suggest people go and research. Because I mean, even if I were to give an answer right now, I don't know that anyone would be convinced. In my experience, when it comes,
do you have a convincing answer that's at the top of your head?
No, I don't. But I'm just saying, I'm like trying to emphasize, in my experience, when it comes to changing someone's mind, if I tell somebody whatever the answer is, it's not going to be as convincing as if they go and look for themselves and do the research for themselves. This I'm not entirely sure on, but it still doesn't negate all of the other evidence for evolution.
But it might negate ERVs as evidence for evolution, you would admit?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, let's hand it over to Kent for his response.
Well, it's a good question. If you can put it back up there. Would evolution have to have foresight? When the first creature evolved, how did it know it needed eyes or ears or ability to move? Or does it, the first male that evolved, did it have to have a female evolve at the same time in the same place in the same location? And they had to find each other and be interested. I mean, there's a whole host of problems here. So yes, it's a good question. I don't think evolution happens at all. But they pretend like it's got foresight, like it's trying to develop from an ape to a human. They show the charts: smaller, getting bigger, better, stronger, smarter. This is Satan's lie from the beginning. Ye shall be as gods. You guys have swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. Nobody ever sees a monkey produce a non-monkey baby, or an ape produce a non-ape, or an orangutan, or a gibbon, or any of them. It just doesn't happen. So it's a religious belief. I wish you guys would admit it's a religion and go teach it in private schools to those who wish to pay and come learn it.
Okay, thank you, Kent. And Wade, to be fair, question was for you. We'll give you the final word.
I wish I could remember exactly, as Kent was talking about, there was something that came to mind, and I'm pretty sure it was John Perry was covering it. Basically, the idea is, like, if these are viruses, how could they eventually have a beneficial mutation? And he explains it pretty well, though I don't remember the specific details of it. I'm just pointing out that, there's scientific research that's been done concerning that issue.
And he does explain it well. From what you remember, how does he explain it that would be considered well?
And I feel like they've done certain tests in the laboratory setting where, they've got mice and they infect them with certain viruses and kind of see how it affects them. But I don't remember the specific, like, mechanisms where it sees that virus and it kind of has a mutation to accept it or whatever. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate the responses, gentlemen, from you on that question. So let's move on to the next one that comes in from Redefine Living, and this one's for you, Wade. So I appreciate you being a good sport. Most of the questions are for you, it looks like. So Redefine Living asks, question for Wade: can you provide an example of a truly new information adding mutation that is also not deleterious or reductive?
Yeah, so I guess the first thing that comes to mind that I was researching a little bit about is how the evolution of bats. So they're essentially there's a lot of transitional species. There's a whole, I won't jump into it, but I mean, like, there's a whole section of, they call them gliding animals. So we have non-flying animals, we have these gliding animals, and we can see this nice transition. And it's supported, just the fact that bats have wings, like that's not necessarily evidence, but when we look at the whole picture and we look at their anatomy and we look at their genetics and we see how living organisms reproduce, then we can, and there's also a lot of, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that bats used to be flightless and they've developed wings. So I think that's pretty beneficial in a number of ways.
Okay, thank you for the question, Sam. Thank you for the response, Wade, and we'll hand it over to Kent for his response.
Well, he did not provide any answer to that question. Where is a truly new information adding mutation? Every mutation observed is harmful, fatal, or neutral, does nothing. If you had a beneficial mutation, who would it marry? It would quickly get swamped by the rest of the population of the creature. We have some ducks come up when I feed them every time we take the tour around here. 2 of them have a mutation of their skull where the skull bones didn't grow together right. It's a common mutation in ducks, and it makes the feathers grow funny. It looks like they got a hat on. Okay, the ducks. It's not a beneficial mutation. It's a harmful mutation, not harmful enough to kill them, but there's no benefit to it. Nobody's ever seen one beneficial mutation. But his theory, his religion of evolution, would require trillions of beneficial mutations to change an amoeba to a whale. Nobody's ever seen one. He didn't provide one. Nobody's ever provided one. There isn't one. It's something they believe in very strongly. I admire your faith. I do not admire the science.
Thank you, Dr. Dino, for that response. Wade, if you want a quick final word, since the question was for you, go ahead.
I think, I guess the theme with all these questions, questions are great. Question, curiosity, go do the research, go find out for yourself. I mean, I haven't looked much into these beneficial mutations, but if I just do a quick search, I can look at there's some information out there. I'd say go do the research, go do science.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. This one comes in from Young Earth Creation. Appreciate the question, YEC. So this one is for Wade, and he asks, has Wade heard of logical positivism? Since the 1920s, all metaphysical theories and evidence are to be rejected as meaningless science. They admit even if all evidence, and it cut off a little bit, evidence points to it, it's denied. Any thoughts on that? Have you heard of that?
I haven't heard of it, but I mean, metaphysical theories, if there's no evidence,
If not, I could just move on to another question here that I've got one here for Kent. This one's a super chat that came in. Ken Rock. So he asks you, Kent, you do know not all cards are made at the same time, right? I guess he's referring to the geologic column argument.
I understand. If I shuffle this deck of cards, is the top card younger? No, they were shuffled. Moving it from here to here does not make it younger or older. I stand my point. There is no geologic column. It doesn't exist. But I know full well that is the Bible of the evolutionist. They will say, well, during the Cretaceous period or in the Precambrian, there's no such thing as Cretaceous. Quit talking that nonsense. There's no such thing as a Jurassic period. You imagine this stuff. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting these layers. The layers all formed in one big flood. Shaking up that jar separates it into layers. All the layers are the same age. So I stand my ground. Yes, I understand some cards made in different times. I'd bet all these came off a printing press, similar time, all got stacked in a deck. But the question is, if I shuffle them, is the top card now younger? No, all the same age. Shuffling the materials, if a top layer is truly younger, like you guys believe, did it come from outer space? Where did it come from to make it younger?
Thank you, Kent. Wait, anything you wanted to add, or maybe you wanted to answer that question? Go ahead.
I don't know. So I guess what comes to mind is that science has made a number of pretty interesting predictions. So they had a hypothesis, and they said, you know what? I think that land mammals and fish once had a common ancestor, and based on species and the math, and they kind of worked it back, and they said we would expect to find a species that's kind of in between a fish and these land mammals. We'd expect to find it in this location, in this layer, and they started digging, and then boom, they find Tiktaalik, and that they've made these predictions before with, they said, I think birds came from dinosaurs, and and that was the prediction, and then they found the fossil in the location where they expected to find it in the timeline. There was, also with having common ancestry with apes, with chimpanzees, we made a prediction, and we found, these bipedal, small-brained hominids. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And question was for you, Ken, so we'll give you the last word.
Are we straight back to the one about the cards? Yeah, I think I've answered that one thoroughly. Okay. Yeah. He mentioned, and this is critical what he said, we think if you start digging, hold it, you're assuming the layers are different ages again. You would expect to find, I think there's a sorting of the fossils in the rock strata because of their habitat. I bet you'd find clams lower than birds. I bet most birds are on top and most clams are on the bottom. Not because clams turn to birds, but because birds are lightweight and they float and they can fly around till they run out of gas, and clams are already at the bottom. I bet they're sorted based upon their habitat. These guys, they already live at the bottom. Of course, they're the first ones buried. Birds don't live in the water at all. So I think you'd find the fossils can be explained. They're sorted based upon their habitat, based upon their body density. Clams are heavier per cubic centimeter than birds. I bet they're sorted based upon their mobility. Clams can't run very fast. I bet they're sorted based upon their intelligence. As far as anybody knows, clams aren't too smart. So I think there's another way to explain the sorting of the fossils, if there is any, by one of those four methods. But you guys think if it's lower, therefore it turned into the one above it. This is the faulty logic. I don't see how you're ever going to get it, but it's simply not true. Digging around to find a missing link is insane. The whole chain is missing. There is no missing link. Dinosaur bird link, fossil flap. They blew it. It's not a missing link at all. There's no chain. Birds always make baby birds. Clams always make baby clams. There are no exceptions. You guys believe it happened, and I admire your faith, but that's not science. Okay.
Kent, thank you for that response, and great audience Q&A. We got to end it somewhere, and we are well over the hour-and-a-half mark now, and we still have some concluding thoughts, concluding words. So as we do the concluding thoughts, Wade and Kent, I have created another poll And the title of it is, let me just pull it up here for people to vote as, where is it? Okay. So the question is biological evolution any more convincing now that the debate is over? Okay, so we'll give people the opportunity to vote as Wade and Kent give their concluding remarks, final thoughts, final words, so on and so forth. So Wade, we'll start with you. You've got up to 5 minutes. Of course, you don't have to use it all, but up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
5 minutes. That might be, let's say, so. I guess. So maybe I won't go through all this to save a little bit of time, but this was, again, John Perry. This video, so stated casually, John Perry basically defines with more clarity exactly what evolution is, or how, you know, we explain evolution. All these points, these 8 points, descent with modification, struggle for existence, natural selection, or differential survival. And I'm not going to go through all these points just for sake of time, but if you'll notice with each of these, they are scientific, they are observable, they are testable. Okay, so evolution is science. It doesn't require any faith. Let's see, I think so. Quote from Carl Sagan: "One of the saddest lessons in history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back." Yeah, and I think those words really resonate with me. There's not going to be any evidence that will ever convince Kent, because he's just been captured by his own bamboozle. I've been recently watching Arn Ra created some 30 video playlist, which disprove Kent's supposed lies in the textbook, and it just kind of shows a pattern of deception and logical fallacies and lies. There's also another really great documentary on YouTube called "The Weakness of Kent Hovind."
Well, wait, I'm gonna stop you there, because I don't want this to. It's been a great debate, and we really don't want to start throwing in ad homs and stuff like that. So we're going to keep it respectful, and you know, I'm not going to allow that on my channel. So
okay. Yeah, no,
we're going to wrap it up there, unless you had some final words. But as host and moderator, I want to keep this respectful to the debaters. So
okay. I mean,
you wanted to...
my last words is that's up to you. Do your own research. Went for me, changing my mind, unless, you know, the motto for the scientific society is nullius in verba, which is Latin for no one's word. So don't take my word for it. Find out for yourself. That's all I'll say.
Okay. And before we hand it to Kent, the results of the poll is in. Wade, you sure you want to hear the results?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I don't want to break your heart, but so the question is biological evolution any more convincing now that the debate is over? And 85% say no, 15% say yes. So we've got a majority opinion there, Wade, but we still got 5 minutes.
Well, hold on a second, though. This is really interesting because we increased. So if we look at before and after, we went from 12% to 15% siding with evolution. So I was able to convince some people. However, Kent was unable to convince anybody. That's great.
Hey, well, you know what? We still got another 5 minutes for people to vote. So I appreciate everybody voting and making it a little more interesting with the poll. So, Kent, we're going to hand it over to you, brother. You got 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Wade, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate the quote by Carl Sagan. That's interesting. He is a classic example of someone who has been bamboozled and bamboozles others. And you have been bamboozled. You believe that you are related to a snail, but you offered no evidence for that. Nobody's ever seen a snail produce a non-snail or a human produce a non-human or nobody's ever seen any of these intermediates that would have to be trillions of them. They draw lines on paper, and that is supposed to be the evidence. You drew a line between mammals and birds, and I'm supposed to believe it happened just because you drew a line on paper. I wish you would stop and think. You finally stopped and analyzed the stupid religion of Mormonism, and it is insanely dumb, okay? And I'm glad you got out of it. But you jumped out of the pot into the frying pan. You're still in a dumb religion called evolution. The Bible says, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God to an image made like to corruptible man and birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. God gave them up. They worshiped and served the creature more than the creator. I wish you would see it. For this cause, God gave them up. Wait, I'm going to pray for you. I hope God hasn't given up on you. Maybe you've deliberately rejected him, but you have been bamboozled. Romans 1 tells us God will judge the people of the world. They think they're wise, but God gave them up. It's a slippery slope. The fool said in his heart, there's no God. Wait, you're going to have one of these rocks one of these days over your dead carcass, a tombstone. This guy claimed he was an atheist. Well, God doesn't believe in atheists. If you died today, Wade, where would you go? You will be dead for a long time. I believe God made the world. I think he owns it. I think he makes the rules, and we're all guilty of breaking his rules. He gave 10 simple commandments. Don't bear false witness. Don't lie. I'd be willing to bet $5. You've lied. I have lied. He said, thou shalt not steal. I'd be willing to bet $5. You've stolen things. So have I. God's going to judge the wicked. He's angry. We're going to be punished unless you find a substitute. And Jesus Christ is willing and able to substitute. He did for me 53 years ago, took my sins, paid for them. Praise God, okay? I'm going to have a little dash between two dates on a rock someday. So are you. I would encourage everybody here to get away from the stupid TV and especially the dumb video games and stop and think. There's going to be a tombstone with your name on it someday. You already know the first date. You don't know the last. Could be today. You don't know. There's some idiots out there driving. Alabama does not have IQ tests to drive. You could get killed on our highways down here. If you died today, where are you going? And what are you doing with your dash between those dates? What on earth are you doing, for heaven's sake? I'd like to see everybody give their heart to the Lord, get saved, and join in the service of God for the rest of your life. That's what I'm trying to do. Come on down, visit us at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. It's all free. You can spend the night. After about 2 nights, we're going to give you a hammer, put you to work. Whole place built by volunteers and donations, and it is just amazingly fun down here. Wade, please come. I want to give you a tour. You'll love it down here. Thank you. All right, bye.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for the concluding statements, and that's 2 hours. So thank you to the both of you for the time. I know how busy I'm sure you both are. So again, to the audience, thank you so much. And I guess right before we shut it down, the final poll is 86% no, 14% yes. So there we go. We had a lively chat. It was fun. So I'm gonna let you, both of you get some sleep. Thank you for making it a debate to remember. So I'm gonna let you both get out of here. I'm gonna stick around for about another minute or two, just kind of going over some reminders to everybody. But again, Kent, Wade, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we are live. We've got a great show for everybody tonight. I'm definitely pumped for this one. I've been looking forward to it, and I know the audience is excited as well. I want to thank both Dr. Ken Hovind and Derek Barnes for giving us their time tonight for this very important debate. Without their generosity, we would not be able to put on such great debates so frequently. So thank you so much, gentlemen. And of course, tonight we are debating, is evolution science? One of our favorite topics. So before we get started, though, as always, what I like to do is give both debaters an opportunity for a brief introduction as to who they are, what they may be doing, and anything they would like to say about themselves in the form of an intro. So therefore, whoever would like to get started, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? And also, once again, thank you for doing this.
Thank you. I'm gonna start it off. So my name is Derek, master student going for a degree in science education. So I'm very interested in the topic of evolution in general, especially as it relates to evolution juxtaposed with creationism in general. I'm just happy to be here. I just want to thank you guys. Dr. Ken Hoven, thank you, sir, for agreeing to come and discuss this issue with me. Definitely appreciate that. And I'm going to, for the people that's out there, I'm going to try to put some more content together. As you can see, I'm putting some content together, and I'm going to have a YouTube channel up. But just give me a little minute. Let me accumulate a little more. My studies is up and running right now, so I just got to find the time. But yeah.
Awesome. I know the work never ends. So Derek, thanks so much. And we'll definitely check into your YouTube channel. So Dr. Hoven, thank you so much for being with us again tonight. If you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name's Ken Hovind. I taught high school science and math for 15 years. I was raised in a family of educators and engineers and always been curious about science. And I just want to know the truth. I don't care who's got it. I want the truth. And I think the truth is, it's real obvious. Somebody designed this world and the animals and plants stay the same kind. There is no evolution happening at all anywhere. It never has been. Evolution is a religion that people believe happened long ago and far away, but it's not part of science. I love science, and I think evolution is a great pollution in the science field and ought to be eradicated. Okay?
Awesome. Well, thank you so much to the both of you. This is going to be awesome. We got a good chat tonight. I'll say to the chat, we will have a short Q&A following the discussion. Therefore, make sure you're tagging me. I'll do my best to look at the chat and save your questions, and we'll answer as many as we can. So that being said, we're going to jump right into the opening statements. We're going to have 10-minute openings followed by 5-minute rebuttals, and then an equally timed, respectful, and cordial discussion. One topic at a time, of course, going to be a lot of fun. And then we'll end it with, of course, a Q&A. So, Derek, since you're in the affirmative, I guess we will start with you. And therefore, whenever you're ready, Derek, I'll put 10 minutes on the timer. And I'll give you a 1-minute warning when you reach the 9-minute mark, just for you to start winding down. So go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. So the question is evolution science? Now, the question itself is kind of poorly posed in general, because evolution is something that happens, it's a fact, and science just studies natural phenomena. That's what science is. That's what it does. It does it in a systematized way, generally using always using scientific methods. There's various scientific methods, but in general, that's what typifies what science is. So it's a systematized study of natural phenomena. All right. We know that change occurs. I mean, evolution is just a word that means change. That's all it is. And even if even if we're talking about, on the other side, like creationists, they believe, and Dr. Hoven could correct me if I'm wrong, that some form of evolution does take place. Even they label it microevolution. That's not a recognized term in the sciences, but they at least admit to microevolution. So evolution is just a recognition of change occurring. All right. Now, in the biological sciences, around 99.9% of all sciences accept natural evolution, and that explains the biodiversity of life forms on Earth. All right. 97% of all scientists in general, about 99.9% of biologists. Now, there was a study, or rather a petition that was signed, and it was put out by the Discovery Institute. And it asked how many scientists consider themselves creationists. And it was about 700 people that responded, hey, we're creationists and we're scientists. And that may seem like a large number, but I have it in my notes here. The National Center for Science Education, they went and did a different petition, and they called it Project Steve. And what Project Steve was, and you guys could look it up online, what Project Steve was it only asked for scientists whose names were Steve or some variant of Steve to answer whether or not they accept evolution by way of natural selection. And evolution in general, there's various evolutionary theories. So your natural selection is one, and so on and so forth. But natural evolutionary process, there was over 1,370 scientists just named Steve that accepted a natural explanation for the biodiversity of life on the planet. So clearly the consensus is in. 99.9% of all biologists, 97% of all scientists accept evolution as a part of science, right? What I would imagine we will hear from the other side, some controversial issues in science saying, hey, they didn't get this right, or we got this wrong, or something along those lines. That's not an argument. Well, it's an argument, but it's not, it would be called the argument from ignorance. And so that's a fallacy. That's not even like a real argument. So I imagine we'll have that. We'll hear something along the lines of gods or the gaps or something like that. I would imagine I'll point it out if I hear it, and you could be the judge if that's what took place. But that's what I imagine is going to come from the other side, respectfully. I understand when there's things that you want to believe in, you'll try to rationalize that, but the evidence is in. The consensus is overwhelmingly in favor for evolution by way of some natural process, and natural selection being the predominant theory. But of course, natural selection works in conjunction with other evolutionary processes like punctuated equilibrium, genetic drift, so on and so forth. So that's in. The alternative to evolution is usually placed as like a black and white. You got either creationism or evolution. And I don't even, like I said, evolution is just a word that means change. It's an observed fact. And we can talk about all of the various species that we actually witness changing. You could just look at dogs. They changed through another process of evolution. That's artificial selection. So clearly the mechanisms are in place for animals to change over time, right? And in general, creationists just have not an issue with that minor change, but rather with speciation and the idea that we all came from a common ancestor, a significant amount of time back. All that is just the continuous process of evolution taking place, and we can get into what the evolutionary narrative is, and it makes absolute sense. Even if we don't have all of the details right, and I'm pretty sure that Dr. Hovind is going to point out instances where scientists said something and it was wrong. That's fine. In all of these instances, is going to be some other scientists who demonstrated that what that person said was wrong, and that other scientist still accepts evolution. So those wouldn't be successful arguments either. All right. Fundamentally, when it comes to the question of what is the alternative to evolution, especially if you're talking about a physical process, because that's what science does. It limits itself to physical phenomenon. So evolution fits into that category because it's a natural physical explanation for the biodiversity of life. Alternative models such as creationist models or intelligent design models do not necessarily. Now, intelligent design, if they pose some type of alien was the creator, that may fit a physicalist model, and it would fall under the purview of science. Unfortunately, for that alien to be there, they would have to get hit through a process of evolution. Unless you posit some type of supernatural explanation, in which case it's not science anymore. So the other alternative, of course, is God. And I have no problem with God. I wish there was a actual physical God that took place. That would be great. But from the definition of what God is, he seems to be an immaterial being. And we have examples of immaterial beings, such as concepts and numbers and stuff like that. And they are incapable of interacting with the physical world. They cannot. We have no example that we know of any immaterial anything actually interacting with the physical world. So if God is that immaterial being that supposedly created everything, it would be impossible for him to do it. So the idea of creationism, if that's the alternative, it's an impossibility if God is defined as that which is immaterial. Now, if it is claimed that he has some type of physical effect in the world, then the evidence of his effect in the world should be able to be demonstrated. I've never seen any good argument where we can justify scientifically that an immaterial being interacted in the world. We have no evidence of this. One other thing that I would like you guys to keep an eye out for before I close out, because I didn't need the full 10 minutes. But one other thing that I want you guys to keep an eye out for is it's called, the fallacy of poisoning the well. So if you label something a creation, then you automatically assume that it requires a creator. But that's just poisoning the well. You have to demonstrate that, and that's what you have to do. You have to demonstrate that what you're labeling a creation was created. If you can't do that, then calling it a creation is a fallacy of linguistics. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Derek, thank you so much for that opening statement. That was 8 minutes. The other 2 minutes, we can just throw right into the discussion portion. And it looks like from the chat, we've already got some good questions coming in. Just make sure you are tagging me, therefore I won't miss your question. Dr. Hoven, then you have 10 minutes. You are muted, Dr. Hoven, so just make sure that you unmute yourself before you talk. And whenever you're ready, I'll set the timer for 10 minutes.
There we go. Okay.
There we go.
All right. According to evolution, things get better automatically. We don't get it to work around here very much. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Derek, I understand where you're coming from exactly. I was in the same shoes for a long time, and we'll get you converted tonight. Hope you don't lose your job when you do that. But yes, thank you for joining us. The word science, the title of the debate is Evolution Science. Well, we need to define these terms. What are we talking about? Science comes from the Latin word "scire," which means to know. What do we know? We know dogs produce dogs. We do not know dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor. You can think that, you can wish that, you can hope that, you can imagine that, but it's really not observable, testable science. Science, systemized knowledge derived from observation, study, etc., the Webster's Dictionary. You get similar definitions no matter where you look. Most Americans believe, the majority have always believed, that God created the world in the last 10,000 years. I believe it's probably in the last 6,000 years. There is a small percentage that believes there's no God involved and it happened pure evolution. But your argument, Derek, from majority opinion fails obviously in any court of law. It doesn't matter what most people believe. What is truth? But here's some of the test articles. I don't know where you got your information, but Huffington Post said more than 4 in 10 Americans believe in creationism. God made man in the last 10,000 years. Now, you're going to argue this is not the scientists, those who've been brainwashed. I mean, those who've been trained to study science. Okay. The percentage of Americans who believe God created humans 10,000 years ago has only decreased by 2 percentage points in 32 years. Figures rose from 9 to 19 for people who don't believe God had anything to do with evolution at all. So I think the evolution view is clearly in the minority. The rise from 9 to 19% is deceitful, Huffington Post said. The way the question was worded makes the number invalid. A question like, do you think God had anything to do with evolution, will make an atheist say no, since they don't believe in God, and make a believer say no, because they don't believe in evolution. So you got to watch how you word these questions. 1994 survey showed 46% of adults in the United States do not think humans had evolved from earlier species. They said this is startling because it's been a settled issue. Evolution's been a settled issue in science for 150 years. This is from a textbook. I'm surrounded by my library, which is loaded with science textbooks. I taught high school science for years. Washington Times, back at 20 years ago, said 55% of U.S. natural scientists believe in Darwinian evolution. You got to be careful what you mean by that word, evolution. Darwinian evolution? Science has a long history of teaching things that are wrong. I love science, but you have to be cautious. They used to teach the planets go around the Earth, the geocentric theory. They used to teach bigger rocks fall faster than lighter rocks. Galileo proved that wrong. They used to teach if you're sick, you have bad blood, take your blood out, you'll get better. That's how George Washington was killed by his own doctors. And that doctrine of humors that killed George Washington is exactly why the barber pole has the red stripe around it. That's where you go to get your blood let out. And the Bible had said the life of the flesh is in the blood that was laying there next to George Washington while they bled him to death. So this textbook says life too has evolved on Earth. What does this word mean? Now, Derek, here's why I think we're going to disagree strongly. I think you need to define the word a little more clearly. Okay. Now, someone says, I love you. Well, there's lots of different kinds of love. I love hamburger. I love my wife. I love my country. I love pizza. One of the meanings of the word, many meanings of the word, is cosmic evolution. You have to, at some point, have an origin explain how did we get time, space, and matter. Their answer, their supposed pseudo answer is the Big Bang. Cosmic evolution, why it matters. You can Google it. There's plenty of stuff on the internet about that. What is cosmic evolution? From Big Bang to humankind. What is the theory of cosmic evolution? Simply defined, cosmic evolution is the study of change, the vast number of development, generational changes that have accumulated during all time, across all space, from Big Bang to humankind. Hydrogen in a light, odorless gas, which given enough time, changes into people. You're welcome to believe that. That's not science, okay? Secondly, we'd have to have what's called chemical evolution. If the Big Bang produced hydrogen and maybe some helium or lithium, somehow you got to get all the elements from hydrogen and helium or lithium. There has to be chemical evolution. This has never been observed. A formation of complex molecules. You have to somehow go, it's all over the internet, but you can Google chemical evolution, theory of life's origin. We have 92 naturally occurring elements plus the synthetic ones. How do you get from hydrogen to uranium, lead, and gold, silver, platinum? They've tried to fuse these elements. You can't get past iron. There's a real problem at iron. But even then, the energy input to change hydrogen gas into anything other than hydrogen gas, yet where's this energy coming from? So I think chemical evolution is not science. It's not been observed, okay? It's a religious theory some people have. Thirdly, you'd have to have stars evolve. Nobody's ever seen a star form. But stellar evolution is a vital part. So when we debating this topic tonight, is evolution science? I want to make sure we're clearly talking about the same thing. Stellar evolution. Star changes over the course of time. Nobody has ever seen a star form. Never. We see a lot of them blow up. That's the opposite of evolution. Silent embarrassment of modern astrophysics. We don't know how a single one of these stars managed to form. Why do stars evolve? Michigan University. Star evolution. This is a vital discussion of the topic. What exactly do you mean by evolution? They talk about the life cycle of a star. This is not observed. It's only observed to go downhill, to explode. It's never observed to go uphill and create a new one. Typical star exists for billions of years. The life cycle of a star. Okay. The origin of the stars is an unsolved problem for contemporary astrophysics. Now, this was 30 years ago. It's still an unsolved problem. What causes stellar evolution? Nothing. It doesn't happen. Okay. Stars are formed in giant clouds of dust and gas. Whoever wrote this, nasa.gov, I'll debate you any day. You are dreaming. This is propaganda you're putting out. This is not science. Show me where we've observed a star forming. Nobody has ever observed a star forming. No one understands how star formation proceeds. It's really remarkable. Scientific American. All we see are stars blowing up, called a nova. If it's a big one, they call it a supernova, but it's the same thing. The star blew up. That happens every 30 years or so. That's the opposite of forming a star. How many stars are in the universe? A bunch, whole bunch. 70 billion trillion is the current estimate, and that's wildly an estimate. Stars have never been observed. The Bible claims very clearly that God made the stars. Now, I didn't see that either. So you're right, that would not be part of science. But stellar evolution is not part of science from the evolution side or the creation side. See, I admit mine is a religion. I take it on faith. Evolutionists do not admit that yours is a religion because you want it to be taught in the school system, and it should not be. Evolution shouldn't be taught in the schools at all, any part of evolution. Bigger question is, should we have public schools? But that's a different story. Genesis 15, God told Abraham to look to the stars and try to count them. Nobody's ever been able to count them. One estimate years ago, there was 76 sextillion stars, maybe 3 times as many as that. That's enough for every person on Earth to own 11 trillion of them to themselves. So there should be a new star forming if there are 76 sextillion stars, and it happened over 13.7 billion years like they claim. Well, then we should see 9.7 million new stars forming every minute. Every minute. Should be 9.7 million of them. Nobody's ever seen one. So you can believe it if you want, but it's not science. Number 4, we have to have what's called organic evolution, the origin of life. Nobody has a clue how life can get started from non-living material. Put a frog in a blender, blend it up for a few minutes, and then I'll give you the blended frog and put it back together, make a frog. Make it come alive again. Organic evolution. You can believe this if you want, that life got started by itself, but there's plenty on the internet about organic evolution. I think it is a religious belief. It is not part of science. So thank you. Yeah, we got books on, videos on stellar evolution, how it doesn't happen. If you want, we get DVDs on that. Nobody knows how a mixture of lifeless chemicals spontaneously organize themselves into the first living cell. Nobody knows. It's not science. Primordial soup. Maybe the primordial soup came alive. That theory has been disproven a long time ago. So let me get up to the right last one here. So number 5, macroevolution. This is changing from one kind of animal to another. That also has never been observed. That is not part of science. Large-scale evolution. It means the origin of species. I would avoid the word species because that's kind of a nebulous term. But there has never been anybody. What are the 4 processes of evolution? They talk about macroevolution. There are 339 recognized breeds of dogs in the world today.
You've got 1 minute, Dr. Hovind, 1 minute.
They might have had a common ancestor called a dog. And you may get a big dog or a little dog, but you're going to get a dog every time. Every time. No exceptions. A dog, a wolf, coyote, and a banana. Ask a 4-year-old. Which one's not like the others? The banana. The Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever seen. That is science. So Darwin wrote a book, Origin of Species, changed the word. Microevolution, which means variations within the same kind. Now that one we could agree with. That happens. Wild changes happen within the same kind. But you believe, I'm certain, that those changes we observe go further. You would say these 339 breeds of dogs is evidence that dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor. That is what you believe. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you believe dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor? And where's the evidence for that? Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Just on time there, Dr. Hovind. Thank you to the both of you for those openings. We're now moving on to the rebuttal round. We're going to have 5 minutes for rebuttal, and we are going to hand it over to Derek. Let me just get Dr. Hovind out of the full screen here. And Derek, you are muted. Therefore, when you begin your rebuttal, just make sure you unmute yourself, and I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. And as I did with the openings, I'll give a 1 minute warning. So go ahead, Derek, whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. So what we heard right now is the fallacy of missing evidence, and it's contrary to the fact fallacy. All right. So I was writing things down because he Dr. Hovind said a lot there. So let me just try to touch on each one of those. I was giving the opinion of experts. What Dr. Hovind did was saying that the general population do not accept evolution; they accept creationism. That's called the fallacy of popular wisdom. So that's a logical fallacy. Also, he says that science in the past used to say that we came from like the star, the planets revolved around the Earth. Okay, that's the genetic fallacy. So it's not, what we used to know in the past about science has no bearing on what we know about science now. That's the genetic fallacy. All right. So the next thing he said was that, he mentioned the fact that in that same context, one of the things I want to point out is that we're not saying that we're supplanting, say, what we think now with this new science of creationism. Creationism has been around for 2,000 years and beyond, more than that. People thought that the world was created by the gods and stuff like that. We still have no evidence for that. So you can't point at what science used to think and say, hey, we changed what we believe now to actually believe this new thing, which we believe to be true. And then turn around and say, the new thing that we're going to discover is something that we already believe, the vast majority of us believe incorrectly for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So, if you come up with a new idea, that would be great. So the heliocentric model won out over the geocentric model because the heliocentric model had the evidence for it. We have no evidence for the creationist model. We do have evidence for the evolutionary model, and we can get into the evidences for the evolutionary model. All right, now when it came to cosmic evolution, yes, that is evolution, absolutely. Because all evolution is change, and we know that the universe is changing. If you know about the Hubble Space Telescope, we can observe using standard candles that stars are actually moving away from us. That means the universe is changing, it's expanding, it's getting bigger, and we can calculate the rate at which it is moving away. Everything is moving away from each other, and just calculate that figure backwards, and we get to a point where everything was in one location, and that was the origin of the idea of a Big Bang. I personally accept the idea of cosmic origins, the model that Neil Turok proposes, which explains the imbalance between antimatter and matter particles. Of course, we know there's an imbalance there. Every pair was supposed to eliminate each other. The Neil-Turok's model would suggest that as we're moving forward in time, our antimatter that wasn't annihilated at the origin is moving backwards in time. So that's how that's balanced out. It balanced the equation. If you think of a number line, you have -1, 0, +1 coming in both directions from the origin, of moving in the infinite direction in the positive, but simultaneously moving in the infinite direction in the past. And so I'm that's the model I usually go with. He said that hydrogen changes the people. Yes, we know that takes place. Yes, stars are predominantly made of hydrogen. There's some helium and lithium, as Dr. Hovind mentions. But in the hearts of stars is a nuclear furnace that actually goes through what is called nucleosynthesis, in which hydrogen's atoms bond together to create helium. Those helium atoms bond together to create the heavy elements like the lithium and so on and so forth, the oxygen, the carbon, the stuff that we're made out of, up to iron. At iron, yes, more energy has to be put in, but forces of gravity do cause stars to explode.
1 minute.
Producing the heavier elements. Okay, yes. So yes, we observe stars being formed in nebula. If you had a telescope, you can actually look in the Horsehead Nebula and actually see basically a nursery of stars in the various stages of development. So yes, we do observe that. What else did he say? That organic evolution. Yes. It depends on what you define as life. We'll get into that. But you have that. If it's science, it has to be a natural explanation. That's what science studies. It studies natural phenomena. And yes, depending on how you define life, it's very easy to see that life. We know what organic chemistry is. It's just molecules that have carbon in it. That's all it is. It's nothing special about it. And okay, we'll leave it at that. I guess we'll get into biogenesis. But yes, biogenesis is biogenesis. I'm sorry, is an evolutionary process as well. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you there, Derek, for your 5-minute rebuttal. Just on time. I appreciate that. And also thank you to the chat for your super chat, super stickers, and great questions. You guys are superstars. We'll obviously be getting to as many of those questions as we can. Therefore, then just tag me. And we are going to be going into Dr. Hovind's rebuttal round. I'm going to get Derek out of full screen here. And Kent, I will unmute you for you, and you can begin your rebuttal. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate that. And Derek, I appreciate your attempt at defending what I think is a completely defunct religious idea of evolution. I think you're on the wrong side, and you will find out one day for sure, hopefully before you die and have to face the Creator himself. You said so many things I'd love to take time to go through. Argument from ignorance, because the majority of scientists believe in evolution. I don't know where you're getting even those numbers that the majority of scientists believe, and you got who decides who's a scientist, but that's another story. So many things I'd love to rebut. Let's just pick a few highlights here. You said I was giving the fallacy of missing evidence. The fact that there's no evidence therefore proves it. Is that what you're trying to say? We don't have any evidence for our theory, and Hovind pointed it out, but that proves it's true. You guys have the missing evidence. Nobody's ever seen a frog produce a non-frog, or a dog produce a non-dog, or a mosquito produce a non-mosquito. Nobody's ever seen this. Never. It's not science. There is lots of evidence isn't there. It's not an argument for missing evidence. It's a fallacy. It's the truth. There is no farmer in the world has ever observed any plant or animal produce anything other than its kind, like the Bible said would happen. Farmers plant corn, they expect to get corn every time. But you believe corn and mosquitoes and whales are related. That's not science. There is no evidence for that. You can believe that if you like. It's a religious belief. Let's see. You kept calling it creationism. I think you got the wrong term, Derek. It's evolutionism. The ism goes on evolution, like communism, Nazism, socialism. Okay. You say there's lots of evidence for evolution. I pointed out there are 6 different meanings. I'd like you to show me what evidence you have for, let's take number 5, the lowest one, macroevolution, where any animal produced what anybody would consider a different kind of offspring. Where's the evidence for any macroevolution? You said there's lots of it. Pick the best 3 or 4. And you said something I've never heard anybody in the world say before. This is a whole new one to me. As we're moving forward in time, I believe you said antimatter is moving backward in time, so it's balancing out to 0. Where exactly is this antimatter? I'd like to see that. Is that part of science? Give me a jar of that. I guess you couldn't put it in a jar, could you? I think that is a really wild idea somebody sold you. And you said you like to look at natural phenomena. I have to go back and listen to get your verbiage correct. Let me just point out something to you, Derek. I don't know if you noticed this or not, but in Matthew chapter 19, Jesus said, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? Jesus claimed the creation of Adam and Eve was the beginning. Same thing in Mark 10:6. From the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. Romans 5 says, by one man, sin entered into the world, and death by sin. Why do we have death and suffering in the world? In your evolution worldview, death brought man into the world. All the misfits and half-formed and 98% formed died so that we could get here. Is a long trail of blood and suffering. That's the evolution theory. Bible says, no, God made a perfect world and man ruined it. Man's sin brought death into the world. The first man, Adam, was made a living soul. The Bible's clear that Adam was the first man and Eve's the mother of all living. So the Bible certainly is clear. So Jesus said the beginning of the creation was when God made Adam and Eve. The Bible says nothing died until man sinned. The Bible says we all came from Adam and Eve. That's what it says. Adam was 130 when his son was born, and that boy was 105 when his son was born. You go through and you graph out the dates. I've done this and got charts we sell in our bookstore at drdino.com. You can buy this for a chart for you, have your company come over for a placemat. But the Bible dates that up to about 4000 BC, which would be about 6,000 years ago. So Derek's position is clearly calling the Bible a lie. Whether you want to say that out loud or not, you are saying the Bible is lying. You're calling Jesus a liar. He said there was death. You're saying there was death before man even got here. And you're trusting conventional dating and fossils of the layers they're found in. Derek, there is no geologic column. I taught earth science for 15 years. I'll debate any evolutionist or geologist you know. This geologic column with the Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, Archeozoic does not exist anywhere in the world. It doesn't exist except the textbooks. They tell the kids the top layer's younger. Stop and think. Top layer's younger. Where's it coming from? Outer space? What do you mean the top layer's younger? No, all the layers. If I shake up a jar and it settles into layers, is the top layer younger? No, they were all in the jar at the same time. Anyway, how can the top layer be younger? It can't. It's not younger. It didn't come from outer space. So it's a fact the Earth has layers of sedimentary rock. Now, that's a fact. Evolutionist religion says they formed slowly over millions of years. That doesn't explain where the material's coming from.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Creationist says these layers all got shuffled up in the flood. And you guys always try to erase that line between the two and make your interpretation part of the fact. The geologic column is actually the Bible for the evolutionist. You can only find it in the textbooks. There is no such thing as a geologic column. I think you've swallowed a bunch of baloney in your education. You start over, Derek. Go ahead.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for the openings and the rebuttals. That really did fly by. The chat is having a great time, and this is a great debate so far. So we're now moving to the discussion portion. We will make sure to keep it as equally timed as possible, giving both debaters the feeling that they are, of course, being able to make the points they need to make. Since Kent just finished, why don't we hand it over to Derek to start us off with a few points or maybe a question that he would like to ask Kent. So Derek, the floor is yours. Just make sure you are unmuted, and we'll go from there.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So as it relates to the sedimentary layers and the geologic columns, where's this new Earth coming from? It's coming from volcanoes like lava, and also when volcanoes erupt, it belches out newly reactive chemicals and stuff like that was in the center of the Earth because it was heated. It pretty much it's like it's new, and then once it's pushed out into the atmosphere and it settles, we have in this ash and in this volcano layer we have radioactive elements in it, and then those get trapped in the soil, and we can date those to see which ones are newer based on the half-life. So that's how we could determine how old each layer is. Of course, we know about plate tectonics and how there's areas in the Earth where crust is submerging in. We know there's areas where new Earth is being formed. So that's how we know about the layers. And during earthquakes, a lot of these layers get exposed through cracks and fissures and stuff like that. So that's how we know that. Okay, am I saying that Jesus is a liar? No, I believe he, if he existed, I believe that he believed what he was saying. That isn't to call someone a liar. That just means that they didn't have the right information. Do I believe that the Bible is holy and came down from God? No. And the reason why I say that is because there are many things in the Bible that we know to be untrue. For example, we know that the story of Moses parting the Red Sea. If we look at the Red Sea, we're not going to, we should see, according to the story, thousands of Egyptians in their chariots and everything else like that in the Red Sea. We don't find it. So that story did not happen. If you actually go to archaeologists and everything, anthropologists, they would tell you that the stories of there being 40,000 Israelites in Egypt moving in a line into the Sinai Peninsula just doesn't make any sense. As a matter of fact, the distance between that area, they're saying if you stuck 40,000, and it took them like 40 years to get from Egypt to the Sinai area, if you just put them in a line, 40,000 people, they will already be there. If you just line them up one by one, 40,000. So there wasn't 40,000 Israelites that was there. That's not true. Egyptians kept good records. They had no documentation, no recorded history of this event ever taking place. So that's not true. You also said
actually, if you want to, maybe stop there, Derek. That was about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And no problem. We just want to.
Yeah, it's not a rebuttal. It's not a rebuttal. Yeah,
right.
My fault. Yeah.
Oh no, that's okay. We'll just make sure that it's equally timed and try and keep it to one topic at a time. So I appreciate that, Derek. Therefore, Kent, you have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds as well. Like I said, we'll keep it equally timed. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you. I'd like to point out the obvious, that lava coming from a volcano is not new material. It is recycled from, it was already here, Derek. It just got melted and resettled. It didn't form new material. The Earth was all formed at the same time, whether it squirts out from the inside in liquid form and cools down. And there's several different types of rock. You're referring to what's called igneous rock. That's all volcanoes do produce. Igneous from the word ignite. It's been lit up on fire. Ash, volcanic ash, or lava, or pumice is igneous rock. This is not sedimentary or metamorphic rock. Well, it could be metamorphic if certain conditions. Okay, so then you mentioned so how you can believe that this is new material coming to the Earth. Does it, when a volcano blows up and settles layers, it doesn't make the Earth grow larger. These layers of the geologic column do not exist anyplace. There is no geologic column. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting all these layers. You need to come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. And as far as the Red Sea crossing, if you want to pick on that, I believe the Bible is true. I'm not telling everybody that you got to pay for that to be taught in the schools, because you may not believe that. That's fine. I believe it's true. I don't think anything's ever been proven false. But I think the Red Sea crossing has certainly been proven true. At the south end of this beach, which is right on the Red Sea, this is all on my seminar, part 7. You can go to drdino.com and watch the question answer period. A pillar was found that was set up by King Solomon, 1000 BC, and it says on the pillar that this is the place where they crossed the Red Sea. And right there, they find an underwater land bridge. So it's 9 miles across. The water is about 900 feet deep. There's plenty of stuff about this. When they went scuba diving down there, they found human skeletons. They found chariot wheels. There's one right there. Chariot hubs, chariot cabs with no wheels on them. The Bible says God took the wheels off. I'm sorry, Derek, you're behind on your research on that one. They did find the Red Sea crossing. They did cross. And Mount Sinai's over in Arabia. Sinai's not, the Bible says Sinai's in Arabia. It's not in the Sinai Peninsula. They didn't cross the Gulf of Suez. They crossed the Gulf of Aqaba, which is the other finger of the Red Sea. So there's the top Mount Sinai, still black from when it burned. So watch my video number 7, where we talk a lot about this, or go to the website, WyattMuseum.com. They've got a ton of stuff on there about the split boulder that the water came gushing out of. So I think you're mistaken. Anyway, you said, do you believe the Bible is holy? No, you think it's untrue because it's got untruths in it. Derek, you're going to face that statement again before God one of these days, sooner than you wish. I feel sorry for you. I'd like to see you get converted, give your heart to the Lord. You're calling Jesus a liar. You're calling the Bible a liar, which is fine. You're calling billions of people on the planet, certainly hundreds of millions of people liars, or at least stupid, uneducated, whatever you want to call it. So I feel sorry for you. Radioactive, we could talk a long time about that if you'd like. Let's see, home, radiocarbon dating. If you think carbon dating works, you are mistaken. The lower leg of a mammoth dated 15,000 years old, but the skin was 21,000 years old. How did that happen? Of course, that was in 49 when they first invented it. Back in 63, they took living mollusk shells and carbon dated them. They're 2,300 years old. They're still alive. This guy said if a carbon date supports our theories, we put it in the main text. If it doesn't entirely contradict them, we put it in a footnote. If it's out of date, we drop it. If they don't get the date they want, they drop it. Freshly killed seal was carbon dated 1,300 years old in the Arctic Journal. Of course, that's 50 years ago. Is it getting any better? The troubles of radiocarbon dating are undeniably deep and serious. You just watch my video 7. I cover all this, okay? Anthropological Journal of Canada said that. They took a living snail and carbon dated it 27,000 years old. It was still alive. Something is seriously wrong. Carbon dating, potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead-208, lead-206, I'll discuss any of them you would like. All of them are based on the obvious assumptions that we can know the initial content, that we know the decay rate has never been changed, and we know there's been no contamination. It just isn't, it's not common sense. They dated human fossils, used 2 different methods, said they should have been 250,000 years old. They said, wow, they're coming back 27 to 53,000 years old. What's wrong here? Well, even that was a 96% error in the dates that they got. So, Derek, if somebody taught you to trust carbon dating, you really been bamboozled, okay? One part of a mammoth was 29,000 years old, another was 44,000. They said in the last 2 years, we finally got an absolute date for the Gandong beds. Has the interesting value of 300,000 years plus or minus 300,000 years. That's an interesting number. Living penguins dated 8,000 years old. Materials from layers where dinosaurs were found were dated at 34,000 years old. Interesting. So I could go for a long time, and I do, on video 7, seminar 7. It's 5 hours long, covering all kinds of things. When you date a sample of known age, carbon dating does not work. When you date a sample of unknown age, it is assumed to work. I feel sorry that you've been taught that stuff, and I feel sorrier that you have believed it, and I feel real sorry that you're teaching that to other people. That's simply wrong. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what I'll do here, because Derek, if you want, because I want to keep this as fair as equally time as possible, if you want, you can take 3 minutes so we can get back to equally time. And then after that, Derek, if you wanted to maybe pick 1 or 2 points, and then at that point, we'll just kind of keep it more free-flowing and organic. So, Derek, just make sure you unmute yourself, take your time, and then we'll go from there.
Absolutely. So Dr. Hovind said the reason for those discrepancies in the dating, contamination. So yes, contamination does happen. One of the things we have to keep in mind is that the best people who are qualified to talk about radiometric dating, not just carbon dating, because carbon dating is only good for up to, I think, 50,000 years or something like that. But there's other radiometric dating in some of those Dr. Hovind mentioned, especially uranium dating and thorium dating, if you want to go into geological time. We know the half-lives. There are such a thing as nuclear scientists. These are the types of scientists who can create a nuclear bomb. These are the types of scientists who create nuclear power plants. So I would assume that they know a little bit more about nuclear decay rates and everything else like that than you, Dr. Hovind, with all due respect. And for some reason, they're still convinced that we can successfully date things. So either the people who are smart enough to understand the science and actually create new technologies from it are wrong, or common wisdom is right. And common wisdom are right, or common wisdom is wrong, and the actual experts who actually can make technology from the science are actually the correct ones. I'll go with the people who can actually make the technology. That's where I will fall on that. What else did you mention? Oh, one other thing too. Who was Cain and Abel's wives? And how did they produce additional offspring? Did they have an incestuous relationship with Eve? That doesn't seem very holy or biblical. So clearly, the stories that are found in the Bible are not to be taken literally. Now, I'm not saying that we know for certainty that God does not exist. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that if you accept evolution, you have to reject the wisdom that is found in the Bible. There's a lot of good stuff in the Bible. There's a lot of wisdom found in the Bible. But to take a book that was written thousands of years ago by human authors who did not know what we know about the world today, and accept that in the face of real evidence and real technology that acts as proof of concept of these concepts that are being espoused by scientists, I believe is absurd. Now, I'm not calling anyone stupid. What I'm saying is that we, of course, grow up, we learn these stories, they touch our heart in some way. We like them, we want to support them, we want to believe in them. And I'm not trying to take that away from people, but it's just not factual. You know, you can still keep the good points to the Bible, you can still keep the wisdom, but don't treat the Bible as a history book. It's not historic. All right.
Awesome. Just on time, actually. So this is perfect. Perfectly equally timed so far. We'll hand it over to Dr. Hovind. I know there's a couple points and I think a question in there from Derek. So why don't we go from there? Go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, appreciate that. This common question, where did Cain and Abel get their wives? This is a great, reasonable question. The first thing to finally become alive out of the primordial soup, the very first thing, who did it marry? You'd have to get two creatures to evolve to start life to begin with, and they got to be of the opposite sex at the same time in history over billions of years and in the same place. And they got to find each other and be interested. You got a whole bunch of problems on your side there, son. Anyway, Cain, the Bible says very clearly in Genesis chapter 5 that Adam lived 130 years and had Seth. Before that, they had Cain and Abel, but the dates are not given. Cain killed Abel. Cain ran off into the woods or whatever he left, wherever Adam and Eve were. And it says he knew his wife. But if you read the Bible, Genesis chapter 5, it says Adam and Eve lived after they begat Seth 800 years and begat sons and daughters. How many kids could you have in 800 years? A lot. You guys got how many in how many years? 2 in 1 year. 2 in 1 year, yeah. You get 2 at a time. Okay, so Jim Bob Duggar is a good friend of mine. 19 kids in 23 years, pretty good average. So I think in 800 years they could have a lot of kids. So no, Cain and Seth and Adam's children, Abel was killed, had to marry sisters. They didn't have to marry their mother. No incestuous relation. Now, there was no laws against marrying sisters until 2,500 years later when God gave the law to Moses. So it's not a problem at all. I think the evolutionist has the real problem when it comes to the origin of sexual reproduction. A gigantic problem, because neither one can reproduce by themselves, and both of them had unbelievably complex structures and ability, and it's way more. I taught biology and anatomy for years. It is really complicated. It's not just a simple thing to make a baby. On the surface level, yeah, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes to make this happen. This isn't common sense to say it just happened. You believe that the male and female came from a star exploding. I think the burden of proof is on you to prove such a thing. I think that's ludicrous. If you wish to believe those things, all you evolutionists can believe whatever you want. I don't care. But you don't stop there. You want everybody to be forced to pay for that dumb idea to be taught to everybody in the public school system. Now, that's where it becomes criminal, in my humble opinion. Go ahead.
All right. So the origin of sexual reproduction, there's textbooks on that. It's not a difficult question to answer. We already have examples of living organisms on the planet that not only are asexual, but change from sex to sex. So this is not, like I said, we actually have living examples that give us a history, more or less, of how the sexual reproduction process evolved in time. Yes. So you can't get organic chemistry until you have carbon. Stars will have to explode. Well, first, carbon would have to be formed in the star first through nucleosynthesis. The star would have to explode and blow that carbon dust out into space, and under the force of gravity, that dust would then collect around a star in what is called an accretion disk, and it would eventually form through the process of gravity into balls called planets. So yes, that's how we have carbon. Carbon is pretty abundant around solar systems in what are called second and third generation stars. We know that our current solar system is either a second or third generation solar system, or our sun is a second or third generation star, because it has an accretion disk. So we already know that. Now, how do you define life? Life, of course, is chemicals. In the case of life, organic chemistry, meaning carbon-based chemistry, that does a few things. Metabolizes energy. There's a lot of things that metabolizes energy. It also grows. There's a lot of things that grow, like crystals, which is inorganic. It respond to stimuli. There's a lot of things that respond to stimuli, such as photovoltaic cells. Those respond to stimuli. So when you put all of these things together, if it does all of those things, if it metabolizes energy, if it responds to stimuli, if it grows, if it has some heritability, so like clay, it has a heritable mechanism. Things can be introduced that could change the development of clay. So we have inorganic examples of all of these things. In the case of life, it just so happens to be organic and do all of those features, and we then call that life. It's organic chemistry, carbon-based chemistry. That's all it is. Now, according to the evolutionary model, of course, sexual reproduction did not just spring into existence. No, it began through a process originally called mitosis, where a single-celled organism will actually split into two daughter cells. All right. There are a ton of organisms on our planet that are still single-celled that split through mitosis. Sexual reproduction is not required. Now, one of the things that we've learned about bacteria, for example, is that, and this is a single-celled organism, is that it keeps splitting until it pretty much peters out. It stops splitting, and it can continue to live. But in order for it to reboot and start splitting again, it copulates with another bacteria where they actually exchange genes. When that process happens, then it can start splitting over and over and over again. So it begins like that. So the sexual process actually developed from single-cell organisms who copulate to continue to split through mitosis. Real simple, is laid out. We have real-world examples of single-cell organisms that behave in this way. We observe that, and then we use induction to bring us back to the logical conclusion that if multicellular life came from a single-cell organism, we have examples where, like for example, there are snakes that change sex, there's frogs that change sex. There are some animals that reproduce without the opposite sex even being present. So we have these examples. So it's no big mystery.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Hovind. The floor is yours. Take as much time as you need.
Well, yes, sir. Thank you. There's 50 different points I'd like to make here. The fact that we can see a variety of animals today that use a variety of different methods, asexual, sexual, mitosis, meiosis, etc., that is not any evidence that it happened, one came from the other. The fact that some animals can reproduce either way, they can reproduce with or without a sexual partner, that's, I would think, an example of great design. In case something happens, the population dwindles down in a certain area where there's only one left, they can still go ahead and keep the race alive. The Bible says very clearly, 20 times in the first 7 chapters, that the plants and animals will bring forth after their kind. Do you know of any examples that you can show us that we can observe where, let's take something with a very short life expectancy or short generation time, like bacteria? Certain bacteria, you could they get born, grow up, get married, have babies in 20 minutes. So you can get a whole bunch of generations in one day. One person could observe this colony of bacteria over the equivalent of many, many, many thousands of generations, which would be maybe millions of years of human, since we get 16 or 18 or 20 years before we reach sexual maturity and typically reproduce babies. So I think you would be squeezing equivalent of millions of years of elephants' growth, for instance, down into one observable lifetime. All they've ever observed in the laboratory with all the experiments done with bacteria is they're still a bacteria. They might be resistant to some heat better than the others, resistant to certain diseases, but it's still a bacteria. All they've ever observed with the 339 breeds of dogs, you get little ones and big ones, is they're still a dog. And except for maybe a few mechanical problems, they're still infertile. So that's all that's observed. Eric, what I'm trying to say is science, the purpose of the debate is evolution science? And I say, no, it's not. We observe dogs produce dogs, big ones, little ones. We observe bacteria make bacteria over thousands of generations. That's all we observe. That is science. It is not science to claim that dogs and bacteria have a common ancestor. That's religion, and you're welcome to believe it. But quit calling it science and quit pretending and quit making everybody pay for that dumb idea to be taught in the school system. You guys who believe this stuff, evolution, that we all had a common ancestor, are welcome to go start a private school and make the kids pay tuition and teach them whatever you want to teach them. This is America, you know, the land of the free and the home of the slave. So go ahead and teach them whatever you want. But I don't want to pay for that. That's not observable science. We do not observe any plant or animal or bacteria ever produce something other than its kind, which is what the Bible said would happen. A Chihuahua is still a dog, barely, but still a dog. Okay? So that's all that's ever been observed. You said life is simply carbon-based chemistry. Boy, I taught biology 15 years. You better study how complex life is. It's way more complex than you think. Okay, go ahead.
Well, certainly life is complex. No one argues that. Yes, and it takes a long time for that complexity to develop over time. What evolutionists, I don't even like the term, but all we're saying is that it had a very simple beginning, and complexity got built into it over time through a process of mutations occurring. Those mutations that were detrimental die off, of course, as you explained earlier, and the ones that are beneficial, and not even necessarily beneficial, but that are beneficial and benign, move on into the future. And that's it. And over a long period of time, yes, complexity has developed. There is no scientifically recognized kind. Kind is poorly defined, is vague, and that's a fallacy. So if you're using terminology that's poorly defined and vague, then you can't really argue on behalf of that. So what is a kind exactly? Is it a clade? Is it a kingdom? Is it a phylum? You will have to explain what you mean by a kind. At which point does it stop being a kind? We know through genetic study that all of us are made essentially of G, T, A, and C, these nucleotides. We know that we can there are things that we can look at called the biological clock, and we can see when changes occur, and we can date a steady rate that happens. We also have fossil evidence of transitional forms. And not only do we have fossil evidence of transitional forms, there are still living transitional forms that are around us. If you look at the platypus, it seems to be a mix of a bird and a mammal. If you look at, I think it's called the Insita, it's the only mammal on the planet that still lays eggs. You have some snakes that are specialized to give birth to live snakes, and some that still lay eggs. So we see there are transitional species that exist today. So that, like I said, the evidence is overwhelming. We know that we are all related, and we know we're all related because we all have the same genes. And the only difference is that, and one of the things is, you never really transition out of your quote unquote kind. A mammal is still a mammal. A mammal is still an animal is still a eukaryote. So all of these things is inherited as we move up and gain more complexity. So please define what a kind is. Is a dog kind different from a wolf kind? Is a wolf kind different from the canine kind? Is that different from the mammal kind? So you haven't really explained that. So I'll leave that there.
Awesome. Derek and Dr. Hovind, that was about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's do this. Actually, so since Derek started, let's give Kent equal time, about between 2 and 3 minutes. Then we will do one more round. We can consider it concluding thoughts. We'll hand it back to Derek. We'll end it with Kent, just so we can have some time to get to the questions as well. Time's flying by. It's been over an hour, and it's been a great debate. So, Dr. Hovind, take your time. You got between 2 and 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. The fact that we have similarities with other animals could just as easily prove a common designer, as opposed to your theory that it's a common ancestor. We do see a lot of similarity. Most computers, Steve, are all computer codes based on the simple binary code, zeros and ones? Yes. All of them are? Yes. Okay. Well, the code, CATG, that you refer to in the genetic code of all life forms is quaternary, not binary, which is what, 16 times more complex. Just the code, the base of the code. The fact that we see a lot of similarities between Microsoft PowerPoint and Microsoft Word. I would guess there are probably hundreds of thousands of identical lines of code in Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint. Does that prove they both evolved from Morse code from an explosion in a print shop? No, people are designing these codes. There's full-time people. That's all they do all day long is write codes. It takes intelligence to do this. And the codes that we use, the binary code, is simple, 0 and 1. That's it. It's how you arrange them. The code, the CATG or GACT as you refer to it, either way, is incredibly complicated, just the code. And the fact that all life forms use this same base code is not evidence for a common ancestor. It's proof of the same guy writing the code. I don't know how you guys can't see that. Anyway, I'm real curious to get questions from the audience here to see what we get. I think I'm getting absolutely nowhere with Derek, but keep studying. Let's all keep climbing the mountain of truth, and I'll be waiting for you at the top, Derek. Okay?
Awesome. Well, I just want to say thank you to the both of you for making this a fun, respectful, cordial debate, incredibly easy to moderate. So let's hand it over to Derek for your response, and maybe at the same time, Derek, kind of wrap up your thoughts, address any points you feel like you want to address, and then we'll hand it to Kent, and we'll get into some good questions. So go ahead, Derek.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what we just heard there was called the equivocation fallacy. So when people say that GATC is a code, they don't actually mean it's an actual code. It's actually physical chemicals, nucleotides. It's not a code. We can label it as a code, and it's not surprising that people did model various ideas based on naturally occurring things. And the reason why is because these naturally occurring things are possible considering the laws of physics, and they just use those things that are possible to make advances in technology. This is what is called scientists that do cybernetics do. So they look at things that are found in nature and try to design things based on that, because in the natural environment, based on the laws of physics, these designs are possible. All right. So and it was also a misuse of vague expression. Let's talk about is the idea of evolution, which is really the idea of emergent biology, a science. Does it use the scientific methods to reach this conclusion? Yes, it does. Does it concern itself exclusively with the physical and natural world? Yes, it does. Does it explain the mechanism that brought life into existence? Yes, it does. Is it open to revision? Yes, that's a hallmark of science. Does it have any verifiable evidence to support it exclusively? Yes, it does. And is it logically possible? Again, yes, it does. So yes, it meets all the hallmarks of being considered a science by the definition of science by scientists, not the colloquial use of the word, but by the actual scientists themselves. Now, the alternative that we have on our hand, if evolution by way of natural selection and the various other forms of evolutionary theories are wrong, you would think that creationism is the likely alternative. This, of course, is a false dichotomy. We could just be, the way we understand evolution now may be different from what we may understand in the future. So there are many scenarios or natural explanations for how we can get here, even if the scientists are wrong. Of course, with all the overwhelming evidence that we have no reason to conclude that they are. But creationism is not the alternative. All right. And the reason why it's not the alternative is because it introduces a supernatural element, i.e., God. I would ask Dr. Hovind, if he would, to define God. Is he an immaterial being, all-knowing, all-powerful, all the omnis? If that's your conception of God, if that's what you're defining, then it is a concept. If it's immaterial, it cannot interact with the physical world. So if I was to lay out a logical argument, matter of fact, can I share screens? Let me share screens right quick.
If you want to click share screen, and then I can, I'll approve it so everybody can see.
Okay. Let me just lay out that. Can you see that?
No, not so. You might. So you want to click the middle box, and then it'll highlight, and then click share screen, and it should pop up.
All right, let me see. Let me click share entire screen. Yeah. For some reason, let me see. Share screen. It's not doing it. Hold on, let me cancel. Let me try it again.
You'll see it's the fourth icon right next to Cam, right in between Cam and invite. If it's the same for you, click the share screen. But when it pops up in the middle, Derek, you'll want to click it.
Oh, okay, I see you. All right.
Yeah.
All right, you can see my screen now.
There we go. Yeah, it's good.
All right. So,
Boom, so you're good.
all right. So creationism is impossible. If you could I'll just read the argument right quick. Immaterial things cannot physically interact with physical things. To create or design a physical thing or system, it must be interacted with physically. Conclusion: nothing was ever created or designed by an immaterial thing. Immaterial things such as numbers, abstract concepts, words, codes, those don't create anything. All right. Argument 2. Living organisms are physical things. The universe is a physical system. God is defined usually as an immaterial thing. If we refer back to argument 1, we can conclude that God did not create life, God did not create the universe, and God does not exist. At least he does not exist physically. He exists as a concept in the minds of human beings. I would like Dr. Hovind to respond to that argument if he can.
Okay, well, thank you, Derek. That was just under 5 minutes, so that's good. You were able to address the point and also kind of wrap up your thoughts there in the form of a concluding statement. So, Dr. Hovind, you have equal time. Therefore, go ahead whenever you're ready and take your time.
Yeah, I'm surprised Derek thinks he's the one who gets to decide what God can and cannot do. I think God may have a different opinion about that. But as far as a physical world cannot be affected by a non-physical thing, I think you'd have to explain things to me like love, emotions, hatred, jealousy. Can non-physical things like emotions affect a physical body? I think anybody would tell you, yeah, how you feel and your emotions, which is a non-physical thing, certainly affects the physical thing. People get sick because of certain emotional feelings. So love, hatred, so God is outside of what we call time, space, matter. I did a debate at Embry-Riddle University many years ago against 3 professors at once, and one of them asked me the question, where did God come from? You can Google Where Did God Come From by Kent Hovind. It's got over 70 million views altogether. My 2-minute answer, it's only 2 minutes long. The question assumes that God is limited by the things that we are. Derek, I don't think you have the right concept of God in your mind. If you think that God, if he happens to be immaterial, therefore cannot become material, like i.e. God becoming a man, Jesus Christ, or God creating out of nothing, actually creating just by speaking. He can speak things into existence. Let there be. That's all through Genesis chapter 1. So the God that I worship is not limited by time, space, or matter, and I think that's your problem. We have time, space, matter, a continuum, has to come into existence at the same time. Time, which is a trinity, past, present, future. Space, which is a trinity, length, width, height. You can't have just 1 or 2. You got 1, you got 3. And matter, solid, liquid, gas, have to come into existence in a certain order. Time, space, matter. The God who created them is outside of them. He's not limited by time. This is not 2020 in heaven. God's not waiting for the election this November. God's already standing at your funeral. He knows. He's already there. He's outside of time, space, and matter. That's the God that I worship anyway. He's not limited by any of those. Now, do I understand all that? No, I don't claim to. I freely admit mine is a religion. You do not, and you should, you do not freely admit that evolution is a religion. You believe mosquitoes and whales have a common ancestor, which was a rock, which came from a dot of nothing exploding. That's a religious belief. I think an extremely dumb one, but you're welcome to it. I just resent having to pay for that to be taught to the kids in school. That's not part of science. You mentioned so many things, that evolution is a science. Yes, it is. Does it explain life? Yes, it does. Is it verifiable? Yes, yes. You went through all this like it's some kind of checklist. None of them are true, Derek. None. We need to have another debate, settle each one of those one at a time. Tonight, the topic is evolution science? I stand absolutely not. Evolution is not observable. It's not demonstrable. Nobody's ever seen any animal or plant produce a different kind of offspring. Never. You can believe it if you want. Go ahead.
Awesome. Awesome. Just on time. Okay. I want to thank both you gentlemen for a great debate. It's flown by. We've also got some great questions from the audience. So we'll get through as many of them as we can. What I like to do for the Q&A, whoever's question it is, Of course, we'll give the other debater a response, but whoever the question was for gets the last word. So it looks like we've got Derek, you're kind of in the lion's den. We got a lot of creationists. But what I'll do, I appreciate it. You're a good sport. What I'll do is I'll make sure that I pick out, because we do have some for Kent as well. So we'll make it as fair as possible, and I'll pick out maybe 3 for each. So let's see here. Okay, so first question for Derek. Derek, how do you address genetic entropy? Man is getting worse and not better due to mutation accumulation. Derek, take your time.
Yeah. Entropy is the cause for mutations. Some mutations are negative, some mutations are positive. So that's all there is to it. I know people would like to claim that the stories of the Bible is true. Man used to live 900 years and so on and so forth. There's no evidence for that. You only have anecdotal stories written down by men who did not know what we know now. If we actually look at anthropology, we see that people who were living in those times, who were writing the Bible, only lived to about 40 years if they were lucky. Most of them died before the age of 30. And we know that by actually studying their teeth and bone growth and everything else like that. So those stories are just not true. So we know that we're continually evolving, but the problem of entropy, of genetic entropy, is not a problem. It's like billions of years in the future. They talk about the Y chromosome eventually being unable to continue to pass itself on, but the Y chromosome is one of the most long-lived chromosomes that are out there. It undergoes very little change or a very small mutation rate over time, and that's why we can actually trace populations through the Y chromosome back, because it's such a solid and stable chromosome. And I did just want to just say right quick, time, space, and matter is not a trinity. There is only space-time, which is 4, so not 3. So it's length, width, height, and time. And when it comes to matter, it's actually liquid, gas, solids, and plasma. That's actually 4 too. All right. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for that response, Derek. Dr. Hoven, did you have a response to that as well?
Well, plasma is just a hotter gas, okay? Some solids are more solid than others too, but that's a different story. Okay. You claim they did not live to be 900. There's lots of anecdotal evidence of what's called the Golden Age. Just Google Golden Age. Lots of cultures in the past taught the man used to live to be 1,000. And you're saying you're going from their teeth. Well, if they were living to be 1,000, you would assume that they were designed to live a long time and maybe designed for the teeth to last a long time. There's a dentist who did a whole research on that, about the human teeth and how they could last hundreds of years under proper conditions, but that's a different story. And you said some mutations are negative, some are positive. I'd like you to give a couple examples of positive mutations that add new genetic material. You're dreaming, Derek. It doesn't happen. The mutations are harmful, fatal, or neutral. They do nothing. Nobody's ever given an example of a mutation that adds new information. Never been one example in all the histories found in the world of a mutation that added new genetic information. You'd have to have a whole lot of new genetic information to go from an amoeba to a human. There's a lot of new information has to be added. Not one example has ever been given, certainly not scientifically proven. So this is why I point out continually, and you won't accept it, I'm sure, but you believe, capital B, believe that it happened. Okay, great. Believe whatever you want. That's not science. You have a religion and don't even know it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And as always, Derek, since it's your question, you get the final word. And what we'll do for the final word, just so we can get through as many questions as possible, we'll just make them a little more quick, I guess, than the initial responses. So go ahead, Derek.
Well, plasma is not a hot gas. It is hot, but the electrons actually separate from the atom. So that's why it acts as a different type of substance. So a plasma is different from a gas. Once again, if you go back to ancient time, like the ancient Egyptians took really good records. They were alive during the time when the Bible was being written, and we have no evidence or no example of any written record of any person living back in that age, living for 1,000 years. That doesn't exist. So anybody in cultures around the world can make up stories. We believe that every single culture around the world did make up stories, except the particular story that we actually believe in. So that's not surprising. And the last thing, yes, there are numerous examples where genetic information is added. Matter of fact, whole genes are added to some species, especially some plants. They're like hexagonal. I forget the term. Also, if you look at, say, a zebra, for example, there are some zebras that only have like 32 chromosomes. There are other zebras that have up to like 46 chromosomes or more. And they all, of course, share common origin. They all look the same. They all do the same thing for the most part. But some have only 30 some odd pairs. 30 some odd chromosomes, and others that have 40 some odd chromosomes. So yes, we do see examples where chromosomes are being added. If you look at and one beneficial mutation for humans anyway is lactose tolerance. So in pastoral societies, we did evolve in a way to those people that lived in pastoral societies did evolve to be able to consume milk into adulthood. So yes, we do have examples of that too.
Okay, well, thanks for that response, Derek, and thanks for that engaging back and forth. So next question is from X-Man. This one is for you, Dr. Hovind. He says, Standing for Truth, question for Kent. What is the best evidence for the global flood? Take your time, Dr. Hovind.
Well, boy, there'd be many different lines of evidence. We certainly have anecdotal evidence. I think they've discovered 330 now legends from different cultures around the world where they talked about, yes, boys and girls, there was a global flood. Most of those legends are on Paul Abramson's website, which is creationism.org. You can read all the legends for yourself. This is what they taught. There was a global flood. I think we also have the obvious evidence in front of us from looking at all the strata that we see. There are layers. Let's see. BV 88. There are certainly layers to the ground, and these layers, we do a demonstration here at our Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama, where we create stratification very rapidly with just shaking up a jar with sand, gravel, mud, dirt, water in it. It automatically always stratifies in the same order. So I think we look at all over the world, you see what's called polystrata fossils. I'll show you some here. Petrified trees that are standing up, running through all of the layers. You guys claim these layers are different ages. I got some here. I got about 25,000 slides. Sorry about that. It might take me a minute. Never mind. Okay. Polystrata fossils. You can just type in creationism.org. There's some of them on that website. But what was the original question again? I got two thoughts going through my mind same time. One got lost, rather.
No problem. What is the best, or I guess a couple of the...
global flood. Yeah, okay. Best evidence. Well, certainly the Bible says there was one. Certainly there's thousands of legends of a global flood. Thirdly, we have stratification all over the world that is not from volcanoes. There's a layer of gravel. I live in Lenox, Alabama. We purchased a gravel pit that they mine gravel out of for 50 years. There are 7 layers of gravel right where we are that go all the way to North Carolina, North Tennessee, and South Florida with thousands of gravel pits digging out of these same 7 layers. And they're rounded rocks. The rocks are rounded off. They call them river rocks. No, these were all tumbled during the flood with the tide going up and down. Come take the tour of Dinosaur Adventureland. I gave a bunch of tours today. That's one of the things we stop and show the kids, how rapidly this happens. The evidence for a flood would be we're standing on top of it. The rocks, the gravel, the sedimentation, the continental shelf. If there was a global flood, watch my video number 6. I cover that for 2 hours, the evidence of a flood. It'd be a lot quicker than in a debate here. But certainly, Jesus believed in Noah, and Jesus believed in the flood. And I happen to know him personally, and I believe he's right. I think anybody else is lying. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Hovind. And Derek, of course, if you'd like to respond to that question, go ahead.
Sure. The reason why there's a ton of local flood stories is because human societies need fresh water. We can't drink salt water, so people, when they formed in the past especially, did not form along oceans. They didn't form up in the mountains. Well, they could form in the mountains to get glacial ice or, snow, in high elevations that has more fresh water that accumulates on mountaintops. So you do have some societies. Those societies don't have local flood stories. They don't. And if the flood story was true, then they would also have those stories. Those societies that formed in mountains, in mountainous areas, in high elevation, which gave them access to fresh water, they don't have those flood stories. And if you actually look at the local legends of these, the people who had to be around rivers and lakes are of course fed by rivers, and sometimes during different seasons they will flood locally, which explains why they will have a flood story. if you ask them when did their flood story take place, they all come at different times. So it's no consistent story saying that all these floods happen at the same time as described in the Bible. That's just not true. One other thing as it relates to, because we actually spoke about Dr. Hovind mentioned the petrified trees. Petrified trees are dead. So yes, a dead tree, if it has been petrified, can stick out and layers can form around it. That's no problem. And one other thing, sedimentary rock is just pulverized igneous rock. And of course, it can be, again, compacted again, and like sandstone and stuff like that. But what they tend to have is radioactive elements in the atmosphere gets trapped in those layers. When it gets compacted, that's what scientists test to try to determine the age of that sedimentary rock. And that's how we can tell that geological strata do exist. So,
okay, well, thank you for that response, Derek. And of course, Dr. Hovind, since it's your question, you get the final words on that one.
Well, he made a statement that mountain civilizations don't have flood stories. He didn't back that up with anything other than his word that this is true. I would check out creationism.org, where all the flood legends, 330 of them are listed. It wouldn't matter. That's not my proof for a local flood. I happen to believe, for a global flood, happen to believe there was a global flood. The Bible clearly teaches there was. Certainly, they'd have to, you guys who believe in evolution would have to explain the existence of literally billions, with a B, billions of fossils in the ground. Animals died today by the millions. None, or zero, are going to fossilize. We get deer hit on the highway all the time here in southern Alabama. None are going to fossilize, absolutely none. But fully articulated skeletons are found fossilized. There's the Karoo Formation in South Africa is estimated to have 800 million vertebrate animals fossilized in one location. Where's this happening? We don't see any fossils forming today at all. None. We see billions of fossils in the ground. How are you going to interpret that? Fossils, they're fully articulated. I mean, they didn't get scavenged all over the woods. They're still connected. The bones are all connected. So if you wish to believe there wasn't a flood, you can believe that if you want. I think, Derek, you need to read 2 Peter chapter 3 and put your name in the margin right there in the Bible. 2 Peter chapter 3 says, in the last days there would come scoffers who would be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. 3 things. They don't understand. They don't believe in the creation. They don't believe in the flood. And they don't believe there's going to be a judgment one day. And I haven't asked you, but I bet you'd say, yep, you don't believe that either. So you'll be surprised on that one. Anyway, so I challenge you to prove your statement that mountain civilizations don't have flood legends. How would you know that? I think they do. And if they don't, what would that matter? I think it's off point. So we're on too many. We're supposed to get some audience questions here, brother, before we run out of time. Go ahead, whatever you want. Moderate.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, that question alone could probably be an entire debate. So good responses from the both of you. Since we are going on about an hour and a half now, what I'll do is I'm going to pick out of these 100 questions. We could probably do this for 30 hours, but I'll pick out one specific one that pertains to the debate topic, and then we'll make that the last question, give you guys some final words, and call it a night because an hour and a half has flown by. So question from SFB Mob. Question is for Derek. What would be your best example for speciation?
Best example for speciation? Oh, that's easy. What they're called ring species. If you go and we actually have an example of a newt. I believe it was a newt, but there's many ring species. A famous example is the one in Mexico. Around the base of a mountain. Here you have this species that diversified, and you have these newts all around the mountain, but you have many species that can interbreed, but once you go around the ring, that one species cannot interbreed with the next one. So one can interbreed with one, that can breed with the next one, that can breed with the next one, that can breed with the next one, and all the way back and all around. But once it goes around the mountain, the end product can no longer breed with the original stock. And we have tons of examples, and these are called ring species. So you can just look that up. You could just push that in Google search. You're going to see a ton of examples of ring species. So that's my best example of speciation. But of course, we look at transitional species. We know that dinosaurs, for example, are closely related to birds. We know that they've shared many things in common with reptiles and many things in common with modern day birds as they exist today. We know that feathers are modified scales. So we have a ton of examples of speciation, and the process of speciation is pretty clear.
Awesome. Thank you for that response to that good question from the audience, SFB Mob, on speciation. Dr. Hoven, if you'd like to respond, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Right.
Okay.
On the opposite sides of are we muted? No? Okay. On the opposite sides of Grand Canyon, we have two different squirrels, the Abert squirrel and the Kaibab squirrel, considered a ring species. That's an example. They're both still squirrel. We've got stuffed ones right up above my head here, up in our science center. Come on down, visit. We got a huge taxidermy collection here of maybe, 8 or 10 different varieties of squirrels. Okay. They're still a squirrel. And the ring species, after they get around the mountain, and the two that went around can no longer interbreed, they're still the same kind of animal. Somebody might decide to call it a new species, but I think every 4-year-old would say that's a squirrel and that's a squirrel. It is not proof that mosquitoes and whales are related and they all came from a rock, which came from a dot of nothing. So you're dreaming to believe that ring species is evidence for evolution. The best example of speciation that you gave, I would avoid the word speciation. That's a man-made term, who's deciding what's a species. I think the Bible's very clear they will bring forth after their kind. And it's pretty obvious that a Kaibab squirrel and an Abert squirrel are the same kind of animal called a squirrel. I don't think there are any examples of any animals producing something that anybody with one eye and half a brain and no money involved would call a new kind of animal. There just aren't any. You can believe whatever you want, and you certainly couldn't use fossils to prove anything. If you find a fossil in the dirt, all you really know is it died. You couldn't prove that fossil had any children. You couldn't prove it had children that lived. And you couldn't prove it had children that lived that were different. And no animal today is able to do this. No living animal can produce offspring other than its kind. Dogs produce dogs, cats produce cats, no exceptions. So if Derek wishes to believe that dogs and cats are related long ago and far away in SpongeBob imagination land, you can believe whatever you want, I don't care. But that's not science. So I'm sorry, there are no examples of evolution, which is the debate tonight. You may find some examples where somebody has decided to call it a new species, but come on, it's the same kind of animal. Is a Kaibab a squirrel and an Abert squirrel a new species? I think actually they are, but they're still a squirrel. Go ahead.
Okay, a quick response to that. That's why I pointed to dinosaurs and birds, and I showed that they were similar. Also, if we just look at, especially when considering the flood story, so that ties nicely to the previous question too. If we look at Australia, we see that the mammalian species that exist out there are marsupial. Now, the flood story will have to explain why, if that's true, you got two of every animal. Why did all the marsupials end up in Australia, save for the opossum, right? So that's the only marsupial that's in anywhere outside of Australia, essentially. But in the case of Australia, we know that they had all the species there because all the native ones are, mammals are essentially marsupials. We know that it had a common ancestor, that it evolved to occupy different ecological niches. That's why you had the Tasmanian wolf that looked like a wolf for all intents and purposes, but had a pouch. That's why we have the kangaroo. That's why we have the wombat and everything else like that. All of these species came from a primordial marsupial that split to occupy various niches. It is the only thing that makes sense. This is called Sarawak's law in evolution. So there's a law around this and explains why those things that are in close proximity to each other and the radius out share common, not only genetics, but common, a common origin. So that's another example of speciation taking place. Explain how all the marsupials ended up in Australia, especially if all those animals were on Noah's Ark.
So thanks for the response, Derek. I guess since you kind of responded to the previous question on the flood, would you like to give Dr. Hovind a response?
Absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. And then we'll add it to final thoughts. Dr. Hovind, if you'd like to respond to that, just to keep it fair.
Well, sure. He's got about 4 points hanging on the table here. Which one? The idea that birds are related to dinosaurs, I think, is ludicrous. And certainly dinosaurs did not turn into birds.
Not this
What advantage is there for a T-Rex to turn into a chicken? I mean, I ate chicken today. He wasn't more better adapted than a T-Rex. I'd never eaten a T-Rex, but okay. As far as Australia having the marsupials, most of them, we have possums here in Alabama. They're marsupial, but I think you need to watch my video number 7 where I give a 10-minute answer to that. Don't have time for that now. After the flood, animals would migrate away. At the same time, ice caps are melting back. At the same time, ocean levels are rising. At the same time, the crust of the earth is broken up into plates, which are shifting and tilting, and the water's running off. So they just happen to be trapped there and protected. Most of the marsupials couldn't handle competition with other creatures if they were in. I mean, there is survival wars going on all the time. You know, the wolf trying to catch the deer. We got it right here on our property, coyotes anyway, going after the deer. So I think what we see is squirrels produce squirrels and whales produce whales, and there are no exceptions. The idea that they're related, T-Rex and sparrow and hummingbird are related, is only taking place in the mind of the evolutionist. It's a wild imagination idea. I think extremely dumb, but that's a different story. I certainly don't think you have the right to teach that to kids, that's part of science. It's not science that scales turned into feathers. Feathers are incredibly complicated. It's not science to say that they did that. It's a religious belief. You believe they did. Okay, great. Nobody's ever seen it happen. A lot of animals have scales today. Let's see one of them make a feather out of it. The fact that they're both made from keratin, so is your fingernail, so is hair. It's a common design element. A lot of things are made out of iron too, because people say, wow, that's a handy metal to make stuff out of. Let's make something out of iron. It's not proof for evolution. I think it's sad. It's sad that people believe that, but that's okay. It's sadder that they teach it to other people and we all got to pay for it. That probably is criminal rather than sad. But go ahead.
Right quick, because I know that was Dr. Hovind's response, so I just want to say right quick, we know dinosaurs that had feathers and beaks, and we know chickens that live today have feathers and they have scales on their legs. So yes, to say that feathers are modified scale is not is not a leap. Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, I want to say it's a really good debate. If you guys think it's a fair place to close it down here, I know we could probably discuss these incredibly important topics all night, but we're now going at 1 hour and 34 minutes. I really appreciate you both giving us your time for tonight. I want to say thank you for keeping it respectful, cordial, equally timed, very easy debate to moderate, and also a lot of fun. The chat had a great time. We had a lot of people in the chat. Also, thanks to the audience for a lot of great questions. And I apologize if we couldn't get to all of them, but I think we got to some really important ones. So why don't we proceed, if it's okay with the debaters, to some final thoughts from both of you, and then we'll kind of close it down for the night. Since we started with you, Derek, if you want, you can give us some final thoughts. And before you do, I want to thank you again for doing this.
Oh yeah, thank you, Dr. Hovind. I definitely appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to chop it up with me. I definitely appreciate it, and I respect you a lot, sir. Let me say to the people that's out there, listen, I'm not trying to push atheism or anything like that. I wouldn't even call myself that in the classroom, and it's not necessary that you stop believing in God to accept evolution. What I'm saying is that the reason why you should accept evolution is because the evidence is there, is clear. It does not necessarily conflict. You can believe that God played a hand in causing evolutionary change. I'm fine with that. I don't accept that personally, but it's not required that you not accept that to accept evolution. And there is something at stake here. We are in competition with other nations, and we need more people going into the sciences and learning things about science. The reason why we can make medication is because we operate off of what we know through evolutionary biology and chemistry to make medications that is life-saving and life-extending. And once again, we are in stiff competition with other nations in the world. We want as many intelligent individuals coming up, accepting science, not questioning science or being skeptical of it, not being skeptical of climate change and so on and so forth. Once you start questioning the experts, the people who are actually in the labs, who are actually in the field, who are actually producing technologies that we all benefit from, once you start questioning the underlying presumptions, then that does not encourage you to go into the field. And that means we are all weaker as a nation. We are falling behind nations that are in the East. We're falling behind people who are in Western Europe. We don't want to do that. We want to continue to be an economic powerhouse. We want to continue to be to be the beneficiaries of technological progress and change. And it requires that we accept evolution without rose-colored lenses on. Now, this does not mean you have to jettison your God belief. It does not mean you have to throw your Bible out. It does mean you can look at the stories literally. You can still find wisdom in the Bible. I still find human wisdom in the Bible. I love a number of passages. I grew up as a Catholic. I love a number of passages, but to take it literally is not justified with the evidence that we have.
Well, thank you for those final words there, Derek. I want to thank you again for the debate, and over to you, Ken Hovind, for some final words as well.
Well, thank you for having us. This was a wonderful time. I'll do this anytime. Appreciate you guys putting the Standing for Truth channel together. Derek, if everybody in the world believed in evolution, if everybody believed it, that really life is a struggle for existence and only the strongest survive, and it's really best if the weakest die off and eliminate the poor genes, would the world be a better place? You seem to think it would be if everybody believed that the strongest have the right to eliminate the weakest. That's exactly what Adolf Hitler thought. He was a strong evolutionist and put it into practice. He said, man, we got to find the superior race, which is the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Germans or Norwegians, and we need to eliminate the inferiors. I don't understand how a black man like such as yourself could believe in evolution when you study the history of what happened to people who, like Adolf Hitler, who tried to eliminate, look what happened to Jesse Owens, the black man, the American that won the most Olympic medals in 1936 in Berlin, Germany. How he was ostracized just because of his skin color, because of Hitler's belief in evolution. I'm shocked that you would believe that, but that's okay. So I'd like to ask you a simple question. I've never had an atheist answer this or an evolutionist answer the question. If evolution is true, how do you tell right from wrong on any topic? Is abortion right or wrong? Is murder right or wrong? Is sex with your dog right or wrong? Is anything right or wrong? And before you tell me what's right or wrong, I'd like to know how you're making this decision. If evolution is true, the strongest and the biggest and the baddest survive. They make the rules. How can there be a moral standard for right and wrong? Would it be wrong for you to murder your baby if he's screaming in the middle of the night and you want to go to sleep so you can kill the baby? What's wrong with that? Does society just, if evolution is true, you have no standard for determining. And you keep using the word accepting science and accepting evolution. You believe, start using the word you believe in evolution, and you believe evolution is part of science when it's not. We've never seen any animal produce anything other than its kind. It's a belief that you have, which is great. You can have your belief. But if the nation, the sky is falling technique you just used, if we don't believe in evolution and teach evolution, we're going to fall behind economically and America will cease to be a powerhouse. That's ludicrous. It was the creationists that built this nation. And you can't find one scientific advancement because of this theory of evolution. Not one. It's a completely useless theory. Even if it's true, it's useless. It's done no good whatsoever for the advancement of anything in science. Check our website, drdino.com. If you want to talk to me personally, I take calls all day long, 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3. Be glad to talk with you. Thank you so much.
Okay, awesome. Well, this was an awesome debate, to be honest with you. One of my favorites. We had a great chat. You both were awesome. Kept it fun. So why don't we shut it down for the night? Oh, yeah, of course, Derek. Yeah.
Yeah, just right quick. To answer the question, you said you didn't have any atheists who can answer the question as it relates to morality, how to determine if something is right or wrong. I recommend you check out the debate I had with Smokey Saint. So that's posted. It's up on YouTube. We just had that debate maybe a week or two ago. So please check that out, and I answer that very extensively. And one other thing, social Darwinism is not, what is taught in evolutionary theory. There is genuine altruism that does emerge from evolution, especially in social species. So no, it's not survival of the fit or dog eat dog or red in tooth and claw. That's not the case. There's actual genuine altruism that takes place and emerges through evolutionary processes. So I'm sorry. That's it. I'm good, Sam. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, no problem. I mean, I just want to make it fair for you both, gentlemen. So whenever you guys want to, would you both feel like you expressed your points and your thoughts for the debate to shut it down?
Absolutely.
Okay. Awesome. I really enjoyed this. I loved it. And thank you to the audience. We are going to shut it down for the night. So God bless everybody. All right. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie. Thank you, everybody, for being here for tonight's important debate. I have Dr. Kent Hovind and Matthew Steele here with me to debate the important question, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Everybody's favorite debate topic.
This is sure going to be an epic debate. We've had it scheduled for over a month now, and I know a lot of people are excited for it. So before I introduce the debaters, though, if you are not yet subscribed, but you love debates, interviews, and discussions, then please make sure to hit that subscribe button. And also share around this content, as the truth is important. Now, tonight, we will be having more so a formal debate. We're going to be having 12-minute opening statements. We're going to be starting with Matthew Steele on that. Then we're going to have up to 8-minute rebuttals. Whatever time is not used, we can throw into the audience Q&A. Then we're going to have an open discussion, free-flowing, focusing on one topic at a time, and discussing the points brought up in the openings and the rebuttals. Then this is where we get you guys involved. After a short concluding statement, we'll have an audience Q&A, guys. We're going to get you guys involved. Make sure you're tagging me at Standing for Truth, and then that way I don't miss your question. So let's get right into it. Let's kind of break the ice, get to know the debaters a little bit before we get into the opening statements. Matthew, this is your first time on the channel and debating on this platform. So why don't we start with you? A little bit about yourself, how you been, and what's going on?
Well, I'm 42. I work in an unrelated field, have a very low degree in something technical that pays the bills, but I earned it and have been lucky enough to make a good living for the last 24 years off of it, and it provides me with enough free time to engage in these sorts of discussions. And I've had thousands of them over the years and many debates. I've been on, I think, 3 different shows as a host, co-host, a guest host, and I've taken breaks here and there, but it's always been something that I've been fascinated by. The reasons people believe, what drives them to answer certain questions that other people are unable to answer, and what people really want and what they're after and why they do what they do. I think getting down to those topics is what keeps me going and keeps me interested. So I'm always trying to dig down to what people are really about, and that leads to some pretty interesting discussions. So I'm looking forward to talking to Kent here tonight. This is going to be great. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. I appreciate that introduction. Matthew, I appreciate you agreeing to this important debate. So why don't we hand it over to Dr. Dino? How you been? What's going on over at Dal? And a little bit about yourself.
God is good. Some of God's kids drive me nuts, but God is good. My name's Kent Hovind. We have Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. We have a YouTube channel called Dinosaur Adventureland. We have another one called Kent Hovind Official. You can watch our stuff there or on about 20 other platforms. I've been a child of God, a Christian, for 53 years. I've been an ordained Baptist minister for 47 years, graduated from college back in a long time ago, and got ordained. And I ended up pastoring a church for a while and started a Christian school and loved teaching and ended up teaching high school science and math for 15 years. Been in Pensacola 30 years and now here in Lenox for 6 years. And this is only my debate number 264, so Matthew's way ahead of me if he's up into the thousands. But I defend the position that the Bible is literally true, scientifically accurate. God made everything in 6 days about 6,000 years ago. Dinosaurs always lived with man. And the flood of Noah explains all the geology we see today, not millions of years. So I'll take on all comers. I believe the Bible is true and can stand up for any scrutiny you want to send that way. So look forward to the debate tonight.
All right. I appreciate that introduction as well. Kent, thank you for being here. So why don't we just get right into it? And actually, as new people come in, the live chat, again, make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth. That way I won't miss them for the audience Q&A. So after that reminder, let's hand it over to Matthew Steele. We're going to give you 12 minutes for an opening statement. And I'll give you a 1-minute warning. I know these opening statements typically fly by. So once we get to the 11-minute mark, I'll kind of let you know to start winding it down. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours, Matthew.
Well, I hope some are familiar with me. Most likely not. I haven't been around for a while, so this is, I think, a great way for me to get back into the spirit of things. So I have a script that I've written for my opening statement. I hope that's all right. So that's what I'll be reading. So, good evening, everyone. It's truly a pleasure to have this opportunity to talk to a superstar of the same status as Ray Comfort and Ken Ham. I've seen Kent Hovind's name around YouTube since George W. Bush was president. For the younger viewers who aren't familiar with him, that's understandable because he took some time off about 15 years ago, but he's back in the great debate, and it's reassuring to see that he's still got some of that old fire and passion for the spotlight. I'd like to thank Standing for Truth for hosting this wonderful show. And despite our impending spirited disagreements, I have to sincerely thank Creation Science Ministries for featuring this tonight, and hopefully in other videos in the future. So the title of tonight's show, Is There Reasonable Evidence for Evolution? That probably isn't what Kent and I will actually be discussing, because the theory of evolution in biology is not what Creation Science Ministries calls evolution. As they see it, evolution is a whimsical fantasy, a colorful presentation of loosely connected anecdotes that's so ridiculous it deserves its own theme song and action figures. To hear Creation Science Ministries describe evolution, it's the Frankenstein's monster of everything in science that sounds non-biblical. To them, evolution is the evil plot of a worldwide conspiracy of sinners in every field of science and every social demographic. Even worse, Creation Science Ministries lumps anyone who accepts modern scientific facts and theories into the category of evolutionists, where anyone who doesn't agree with their brand of ministry is anti-God. To Creation Science Ministries, you Christians who accept modern science are also evolutionists and are just as misguided and sinful as any atheist, because you don't worship God according to the literal Bible and according to the Creation Science Ministries brand, where the Bible is the ultimate authority, not reality itself. The unavoidable discrepancy there is that the majority of modern science, to include the technology being used to have this discussion right now, only exists because of the hard work of people who don't hold that position. However, for the sake of integrity, I'm going to explain what the scientific theory of evolution actually is. And this is taken from an old YouTuber back in 2009 named Don Exodus 2. So I'm going to be reading it almost verbatim, but I'll go through it quickly. It is descent with modification. Different individual living beings of the same species display versions of a trait, because in a given environment, some versions of a trait will make one more likely to survive and mate than others. The genetic composition of a population will change over time in response to its environment. If a large population becomes split into smaller ones, and those smaller populations aren't allowed to readily mate, genetic differences will accumulate between the populations based on their environment. After enough time passes, the populations will no longer be capable of mating at all, and a new species is said to have formed. The main mechanisms driving evolution are mutations, natural selection, and genetic drift. Random mutations provide the raw information necessary for the other mechanisms to work upon. Natural selection is, by definition, a non-random process whereby the evolution or the environment favors one trait, leading to its accumulation in the population. It's precisely for this reason that evolution is not a blind, random process, because, after all, one of its main mechanisms is, by definition, non-random. Lastly, genetic drift is the random change in gene frequency, which, in smaller populations tends to accelerate evolution. Despite public opinion to the contrary, the scientific debate as to whether or not evolution happens ended about 100 years ago. Now, evolution is known as the unifying theory of biology, note, biology, simply because it unites the disciplines. What this means is that advancements gained in one field can be applied to others. It's also worth noting that the theory of evolution isn't about whether or not evolution occurs. That's an indisputable fact. The theory, however, describes where, when, how, and the precise mechanisms by which evolution occurs. Evolution is universally accepted as the origin of the species simply because every aspect of every discipline in biology confirms it independently of each other. All of these analyses independently line up to provide a clear history as to how life exists on this planet. It's for this reason that after 150 years of rigorous scientific testing every day, not a single observation or experiment has been made which has falsified this unifying theory of biology. But as I said before, this isn't what evolution means according to Creation Science Ministries. Evolution is anything in science that disagrees with a literal interpretation of the Bible. What about the circumstances that brought about the origin of the building blocks of all life, abiogenesis? What about cosmology, astronomy, and the Big Bang? What about blah, 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 philosophical jargon nobody cares about? Those are all great questions, but they are not evolution. Even so, Creation Science Ministries presents evolution as if it encapsulates anything discussed in modern science that disagrees with their brand of ministry. Unfortunately for them, some of us aren't looking for popularity, but rather what's actually true. The Bible is not literally true from start to finish. Any reputable biblical scholar will admit as much if you ask them. Mark 16, for example, is demonstrably inauthentic. The literal Bible also gets countless scientific facts wrong. Any reputable scientist in any actual field of science will admit as much if you ask them, rather than Creation Science Ministries. The moon is not a light and can easily be demonstrated to be, the Earth can easily be demonstrated to be billions of years old rather than a few thousand. The literal Bible can be philosophically shredded into confetti by anyone willing to read the airtight, unquestionable reputations that are only a few clicks away, provided by philosophers, both novice and professional. There's still no coherent, justified Christian response to Euthyphro's dilemma, for example. So to close your eyes to everything in the world that disagrees with the Bible and just label it all evolution is an insult to the intelligence of every single one of our ancestors who fought to make the world a safer, healthier, more enlightened place, where you don't have to be afraid of not knowing, or afraid of admitting that you're wrong, or admitting that you lie for a living just to keep people paying you to tell them it's all just the work of the devil. Live that way if you like, but do so honestly. If holding on to superstitions helps keep the darkness at bay, that's fine. There are always going to be missing pieces in this giant puzzle we call reality, though, and there's no hiding from that fact. You can, however, pay for snake oil from con artists and frauds and hypocrites and charlatans and idiots and thieves to distract you from thinking. It's ironic, I think, that snakes aren't actually the ones leading us to trees of knowledge and tempting us to eat the fruit like Genesis claims. Instead, they call themselves doctors, even though they're not, and go to jail for hundreds of thousands of dollars of unpaid taxes, and still assume someone out there will be convinced to give them money. That's it.
All right, with a couple minutes to spare, let me just stop the timer there, Matthew. We will throw the couple of minutes into the audience Q&A, as we always have a pretty awesome audience question and answer. So let's hand it over to Dr. Dino. Whenever you're ready, Kent, the floor is yours, brother, and you have 12 minutes for an opening statement.
Well, usually they wait till much later to get the ad hominem when they realize they're losing badly, but there's a good start. Is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Absolutely not, depending on what you mean, okay? Let's define a few terms. Reasonable, having sound judgment, fair and sensible, according to the rules of logic. Reasonable. Antonyms, the opposite of reasonable: groundless, illogical, invalid, irrational, non-rational, nonsensical, non-valid, etc., okay? The word evolution we need to also define. It has 6 different meanings. Here are the first 4. You'd have to have cosmic evolution before anything could get started. Matthew wants to start with living things and see how they change. Oh no, you got to back up before that. Where did these living things come from? Evolution has to rely on cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter from the Big Bang. Chemical evolution, all the elements evolving from hydrogen and helium. Stellar and planetary evolution, how did they form? Organic evolution, the origin of life. Then macro and then microevolution. Textbooks routinely teach the kids the universe came into existence 14 billion years ago through a big bang from an infinitely dense point. All the matter fit in a dot. Hydrogen gave rise to the other chemical elements. Look, stop sticking your head in the sand. It's not reasonable to believe that all the material in the universe fit in a dot. That is not reasonable. So the very first step of evolution, i.e. the existence of time, space, matter, is not reasonable. First, there's heat left over from gravity first condensed a planet from a cloud of hot gases. As the molten ball cooled 4 billion years ago, the outside hardened and formed a crust. Okay, so in their theory, the Big Bang was a dot of near nothing exploding, rapidly expanding to everything we see today. And the Earth formed from a bunch of dust got together, and then it cooled off and got a hard, rocky crust. Earth was molten for a period of 4.5 billion years. This is from Berkeley University, an accredited university, okay? The early Earth was a hot molten ball. 4.5 billion years ago, the formation of the Earth. Matthew, to have a coherent theory and to reject God like you do, you have to have an explanation of where did time, space, and matter come from. The evolution theory is very much dependent on Big Bang theory and cosmic evolution, chemical evolution, organic evolution. You got to get life somewhere. So stop sticking your head in the sand. It's not reasonable to believe that life came from hot rock, which is exactly what evolution teaches. Then the oceans formed billions of years ago, and it cooled down below 212 and is finally able to get water instead of steam. Wow. After things cooled, simple organic molecules began to form under a blanket of hydrogen. This is what is taught, and this is what I object to. This is not science. This is a religious belief masquerading as science. And everybody has to pay to have it taught. All evidence suggests Earth was inhospitable for life for the first 700 million years because it was hot. Okay. Origin of life began 3.5 to 4 billion years ago from this rock. Have scientists made life in the laboratory? Absolutely not. If we look at the simplest creatures on the planet, we find a wee bacterium, which is not simple, by the way. Let's see, it has 525 genes. It's one of the simplest life forms we've ever seen. 525 genes? You think that happened by chance? The simplest cell is more complex than the space shuttle. One cell more complex than the space shuttle. Stop sticking your head in the sand. It's not reasonable to believe the space shuttle came about by chance. It's not reasonable to believe in organic evolution either. Reasonable, having common sense. They don't have it. Nope, my mind's made up. Don't confuse me with the facts. With my head in the sand, I can't see any evidence to refute evolution. And you atheists and evolutionists have your head in the sand. There is loads of evidence, but you won't take your head out of the dirt and look at it, okay? Okay, let's all put our head in the sand together. We can claim that none of us see any evidence against evolution. That's reasonable. You know, majority opinion, peer-reviewed, fully accredited, Sand University. This is what's happening, folks. The bunch of them got together, stuck their head in the sand, and agreed they don't see any evidence against evolution. Well, we'll show you some tonight. A new theory of organic evolution in Nature magazine. Okay, let's see. Organic evolution. You have to have organic evolution in this process here. Life has to get started from non-living material without a creator. Nobody knows how a mixture of lifeless chemicals changed into a living cell. Nobody knows. Stop sticking your head in the ground and look at the facts. It's completely unreasonable to believe life came from non-living matter with no designer. The topic of the debate tonight is evolution a reasonable theory? What do you mean by evolution? Cosmic evolution is not reasonable. Chemical evolution, stellar evolution, organic evolution, none of those are reasonable. Primordial soup from Wikipedia. A term introduced in 1924, he proposed the origin of life on Earth through a transformation through gradual chemical evolution from a primordial soup. This is what is being taught to the kids. This is not reasonable. There is no evidence, none, that life can start from non-living material. They even try to do it in the laboratory. If they do make life in the laboratory, that would prove it takes intelligence to make life. It is not reasonable to believe it happened by chance. Even Dawkins said, I've despised people who believe something without evidence. Well, Richard, you ought to despise yourself then, because you believe in evolution without evidence. The Earth formed, it was a solid ball of molten rock, no atmosphere. And then as the molten rock cooled 4 billion years ago, the outside formed a crust. This is what's taught, folks, all over the place. 4.1 billion years ago, the surface began to cool, creating a solid surface, and clouds formed. Look, I despise someone who believes something without evidence. There is no evidence of the Earth being a hot molten mass cooling down slowly over billions of years. There's loads of evidence against that, okay? Creating life from lifeless primordial soup. Well, just as species are believed to have evolved over time, individual molecules that form the basis of life are likely developed in response to natural selection. This is what's taught, that life came from primordial soup. So I would say the first 4 meanings of the word evolution are not reasonable. Let me skip some stuff here. Have they made life in the lab? No. Stop sticking your head in the sand. It's not reasonable to believe life came by itself from a rock. My mind is made up. I don't see any evidence against it. I know. Okay, y'all went to Sand University and y'all agreed. There's no evidence. The Bible says that God said the waters would bring forth, and he created the moving creature. He created whales and every living creature. God created every winged fowl after his kind. God said, let the earth bring forth living creature. It's all through the Bible that God is claiming that he created everything. He created living things. God saw everything that he made and said it was very good. And God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. For God to take dust and make a man, to me, is reasonable. For the dust to make a man by itself with no God involved is unreasonable. For General Motors to get iron out of the ground, get the iron ore, smelt it down, create the iron, turn it into a car with a lot of intelligent people working on it, that's reasonable. Man can take iron ore and turn it into a car. I agree. But the iron ore cannot turn to a car by itself. That's unreasonable. Unreasonable. See now that I am he. There is no God with me. I kill, I make alive, I wound, I heal. There is none that can deliver out of my hand. Thou art Lord alone, and thou hast made the heaven with their host and all that's therein. God made the world and all things therein. He gives life and breath. The sight in the sight of God who quickeneth means come alive, all things. There. I can see clearly now. It's perfectly reasonable to believe that life came about by a creator. That's reasonable. Have scientists made life in the lab? Nowhere close. If they did, it would prove it takes intelligence to make life, and God clearly claims that he created life. Until scientists can prove that life formed by chance without God, they should admit that this vital step of evolution is believed to have happened. And they should admit it is a religion and not allow it to be taught in publicly funded schools. You guys who say you love truth and love science, okay, stop teaching this crazy religion in the schools and go back to teaching science. Is it reasonable? Is it sound judgment? Is it fair and sensible to say that life came from non-living material when scientists can't even do it in the laboratory? No, it's not reasonable to say it happened by chance. It's not reasonable. Number 5 is macroevolution, changing from one kind of animal to another. That has never been observed, ever, never. Macroevolution, major changes in structure and the way of life over tens of millions of years. Macroevolution takes a long time. It doesn't happen at all. We could take for all night on this, but this guy said the geologists, biologists, geneticists all accept evolution. Well, accepting is a crazy word to use. I accept the fact that cows can jump. I accept the fact cows can jump, okay? You can make them jump. Maybe if you could train one with a little weightlifting to jump higher. Therefore, since I accept the fact that cows can jump, this proves beyond reasonable doubt that given enough time, a cow could jump over the moon. That's the logic you guys are using. We see these little changes, therefore everything's related. That's crazy. Stop sticking your head in the sand. It's not reasonable to believe that the little variations we've all observed would ever add up to macroevolution. It's a dream. It's a fairy tale. It's a religion. Nope, my mind's made up. I can't see why you don't believe evolution. Okay. We all went to Sand University, and its peer-reviewed journals covered this stuff. So if you accept the fact that cows can jump, therefore you must accept the fact that cows can jump over the moon. I despise people who believe something without evidence, and you guys can't handle the truth. The truth is there's a God, and he made the place, and he's going to be your judge one day. There are 250 varieties of cows. I accept that fact. They probably had a common ancestor called a cow. There's hundreds of varieties of corn, and they might have had a common ancestor. 100 varieties of wheat. They might have had a common ancestor called wheat. 4,000 varieties of potatoes. They might have had a common ancestor called a potato. 339 recognized breeds of dogs. They might have had a common ancestor called a dog. Okay? So I accept the fact there's lots of dogs, and they probably had a common ancestor called a dog. So I can see clearly now, it's reasonable to believe that cows produce cows and dogs produce dogs. It is unreasonable to believe cows and dogs have a common ancestor. That is unreasonable. The purpose of the debate tonight is it reasonable? Depending what you mean by reason and depending what you mean by evolution. None of the first 5 are reasonable. God said they would bring forth after their kind. He said it 20 times in the first 7 chapters, okay? Darwin wrote a book called Origin of Species. All he ever talked about and all anybody's ever been able to give evidence for is what we commonly call microevolution, variations within the kind. This one happens.
Seconds.
That happens. I believe in microevolution. That's reasonable. It is unreasonable to believe the changes we've seen would make us think it's reasonable to make a tree of life where dinosaurs are related to squid and related to potatoes. That is unreasonable. Make a chart like that is not reasonable. Don't confuse me. I know you don't see any reason, but it's not reasonable. Most folks think, oh, we all came from a common ancestor. Well, that's crazy. I disagree strongly. Your turn. Thank you.
Okay, perfect timing. I appreciate that opening statement there, Dr. Dino. Thank you to Matthew and Kent for your 12-minute opening statements. Okay, now we're moving into the rebuttal, the uninterrupted rebuttal, which we have 8 minutes for. And whatever's not used, we'll put into the discussion or the audience Q&A. So Matthew, whenever you're ready, we'll hand it over to you. And you've got 8 minutes.
Okay. I noticed some people in the comments, and I heard Kent also say that that I was using ad hominems, and I clearly stated what evolution was and why it's reasonable to accept. The reasons why it was, the reasons why it's accepted. I stated my case for evolution without using ad hominems. If anything, what I'm guilty of is being indelicate and perhaps insulting. The fact that people are calling this a logical fallacy called an ad hominem just shows ignorance of what a logical fallacy is. And that specific logical fallacy, ad hominem, has to do with using an insult as your argument rather than addressing the facts themselves. So if you go back and play what I said, I was very specific about what evolution means. I was very specific about what Creation Science Ministries presents as evolution meaning. We can certainly discuss any field of science that you like, any field of history or sociology or anything that anyone ever does or ever has done. But the fact remains that evolution is something that happens with living beings. Where those living beings came from has to do with chemistry. That's a different field. Now, I completely grant that having a coherent worldview where everything is explained together, justified together, so that it all makes sense from top to bottom is a great idea. So I'm having a hard time understanding when Kent is talking about God being a fact. I didn't hear any evidence for that. But let's leave that aside because I don't consider the word God to have a specific meaning anyway. So let's just look at intelligent design for its own sake. Let's say, just to steel man abiogenesis, even though it's not really relevant to biology, let's say that intelligent design was necessary for there to be life on Earth. That has nothing to do with theology. There are any number of reasons why life could exist on Earth based on intelligence that don't have anything to do with the supernatural. So it's entirely possible to accept intelligent design and still be an atheist. So to stick my head in the sand and not consider all of the possible explanations is demonstrably false because I just did. So let's grant intelligent design is necessary for the sake of argument for biology to even be discussed. Are there reasonable explanations for where life could have come from? Yes. There are uncountable stars and planets in the universe. That alone, considering the math involved, provides plenty of reason for intelligence to, I believe it's called galactic panspermia. But that's not really what this is about. What this is about is what I've already addressed in my opening, because I knew where this debate would be going, and it has nothing to do with what evolution actually means, because that's been explained to Mr. Hovind by, as he said, over 200 debates. What evolution actually means is not in question here. What we want it to mean, that's in question. So what I want is to figure out what's true. If the Bible were true, I would accept it. If it were demonstrable, rather than just asserted, as Kent has done in this debate, I would accept it. But there is no rational justification for the Bible being true. So why would I accept it as an explanation for the intelligent design that I have already hypothetically accepted as a possible explanation for biology? If you can't justify the Bible, you can't use it to justify intelligent design. So if you really want to take everything, put it all together as one unified theory of everything, explanation for where all life came from, where all matter came from, and energy, and why we're here, and all the questions that people have been asking since they were
1 minute
able to ask questions in the first place. We developed the ability to think about thinking, to ask questions to each other, and in doing so, started to ask these questions. That's a demonstrable fact that people develop cognitive skills to ask questions to each other and self-identify and learn how to think. It happens around 2 years of age for human babies. As such, life comes before thought. And if God is going to be the explanation for everything, we have to start with something better than God is truth, period. And that's all I really have to say.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, for that 8-minute rebuttal, just on time. I appreciate it. And we've also got a very lively chat tonight. We've got a ton of questions flying in as usual, so we are going to have a great audience Q&A. So let's hand it over to Kent. Kent, let me just unmute you, and you have 8 minutes for your rebuttal whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you, sir. And Matthew, go back and listen to the first part. You did start with ad hominem. You talked about my degree, going to jail in Texas, completely unrelated to any of this. I can answer all those questions if you'd like. I did nothing wrong, but that's ad hominem and off track. Okay, the textbooks are clearly teaching the kids, we know all things are related. Overwhelming evidence shows us that all species are related. They all descended from a common ancestor. So Matthew, during Q&A, I will ask you, do you believe you are related to a fly? This one says we're all related. Do you have a distant ancestor that is related? Are you related to a fly or a mosquito? Take your choice, okay? One isn't such a lonely number. All life on Earth shares a common ancestor. Take your head out of the sand. You can see clearly it's not reasonable to believe that all life forms are related based on the evidence we have, okay? All species evolved from single cells. Study finds. Whoa, National Pornographic, okay? All life on Earth evolved from a single-celled organism 3.5 billion years ago. This is what they are teaching, okay? Humans are related to all life on Earth. Do you believe you're related to a mosquito? Darwin proposed that all life evolved from one primordial form. This is the big think. You guys aren't thinking at all. There are indeed 6 different meanings to the word evolution. And if you just want to talk about one, you're missing the major point. You have to have a way to explain the origin of time, space, matter. How do you fuse past iron? Where's the energy going to come from to make uranium so that it can decay to lead? You guys have never given an answer to the creation, to the evolution of the chemicals. Can't happen in stars. You got to have stars to make the chemicals and chemicals to make the stars, and they're stuck. They can't fuse past iron. And it doesn't happen anyway. It's just imagination. You have to have life starting, organic evolution, macroevolution. I despise people who believe something without evidence. There is no evidence, none, 0, for the first 5. There is loads of evidence for number 6, because it's not really evolution. It's just a variation within the same kind. Khan Academy. DNA is supposed to show how species are related. Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that if you'd like. In fact, the concept of
I've lost audio. Donnie, can you hear me?
Yeah, my bad there. Matthew was on mute. Yeah. Let me see. Take him off. Solo layout, and I'll stop the timer. He'll jump in the next minute. I think we just had a connection issue on Kent's end, so we will keep it paused there. I appreciate everybody in the chat letting me know that it was frozen. I wasn't sure if it was me at first, but everything looks good on my end. So yeah, we'll wait for Kent to join. And in the meantime, logical, plausible, probable, he's got an after show that's going to kick off right after this epic debate ends. And Dr. Dino, we got him Good to have you back.
Hey, computer crash. Now, according to evolution, it should get better automatically, but they don't seem to do that. So I think it is not reasonable to believe that all life forms are related. I do not believe I'm related to a mosquito and a frog and we came from a hot rock. I don't believe that for 1 second, okay? Dawkins said, I despise people who believe something without evidence, okay? There is no evidence of any animal ever changing to a different kind of animal. Nobody's ever seen a dog produce a non-dog or a cow produce a non-cow. There's no evidence, none. Every farmer on the planet will tell you cows produce cows and corn produces corn, without exception. Now, if you wish to believe it happened long ago and far away, you can believe whatever you want, but that's not science. There's no evidence. Birds evolved from a group of meat-eating dinosaurs. This has got to be one of the dumbest things ever taught in the history of science. Why? Because their mouths still contain sharp teeth. Oh, our saw has sharp teeth too. Therefore, it's a bird. There, I can see clearly now. It's not reasonable to believe my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa was a T-Rex, and it's not reasonable. That's illogical. My mind's made up. Don't confuse me with the head, with my facts. My head's in the sand. I can't see any reason not to believe a T-Rex could turn to a bird. Are you against science? That's what they always do with me. Are you against science? No, I love science. I'm against the pollution that's been stuck into our science called evolution. It's a pollution. It's evil. It's wrong. It's not science. It's a religious belief, and it's stupid. And it should not be mixed in with science. Beer is often sold at football games. Beer has nothing to do with football. Nothing. But people tend to associate them. Oh, you got to watch the games, so you got to have a beer. No, you don't. Anyway, believe something without evidence. There's no evidence for evolution. Earth formed 4.5 billion years ago. There's plenty of evidence against that, if you'd like to debate that topic, the age of the Earth. He says life has evolved on Earth. No, it has not, unless you mean microevolution. The evidence they use for evolution, they say from the fossil record. I say, guys, use your head. No fossil would count as evidence for evolution. None. You find bones in the dirt, you can't prove it had any kids at all. You certainly can't prove it had different kids. They say there's homologous structures. Well, that's proof of a same designer or a common need to fulfill a common goal. Like to move your arm back and forth and to twist it around. You need radius, ulnar flexors, extenders, biceps, triceps, deltoid. You need that. It's a good design. It works good, okay? Vestigial structures. This was a bold-faced lie. If there were any vestigial structures, that would be losing, not gaining. That's not evidence for evolution. Selective breeding. Natural selection selects with nature. Man can select with selective breeding. Both of them are just simply selecting. That's not creating anything. You're selecting from existing traits. If I went through and selected all the blue cars in the town and shot all the rest of them, would that ever turn the car into an airplane? No. Selection. And all these missing, they just put them in order with an arrow between them, and the kids believe it. Oh, wow, look, the textbook says this one evolved to that one. They're drawing lines on paper is all they're doing. Transitional fossils, evidence of evolution, is baloney. I can see clearly now it's not reasonable to believe any fossil would count as evidence for evolution. We can't prove those bones had any children, let alone different children. No animal today can do that, but you're giving credit to a bone in the dirt to do something that no animal today can do? My mind's made up. Don't confuse me. I can't see any reason to not believe those fossils are transitional. Okay. So is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Kent Hovind clearly, loudly says, no, none. If God made the world, it's reasonable that he did it for a reason. It's also reasonable he would provide a way for us to know him. And I think he made sure a bunch of people got together and wrote a book, many who gave their life to get this book to us. And it's reasonable that he would want us to live with him eternally. I accepted his free gift, and I'm going to heaven. I'm forgiven. Matthew, I'd like to see you do the same thing. Come now, let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be like wool. That we may be delivered from unreasonable and wicked men. For all men have not faith. So I stand on the position God made the world. It's unreasonable to believe any animal ever changed into something else. There's no evidence for evolution at all. Totally unreasonable. So I win the debate. Next.
All right, gentlemen, I appreciate you guys keeping this fun and lively and entertaining as always. That concludes the 12-minute opening statements and the 8 minute uninterrupted rebuttals. Time is flying by here. We've got a fantastic chat with so many great questions coming in. So now we're moving into the open discussion portion of this debate. The topic for tonight, again, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? As always, on this channel and with these discussions, let's keep the discussion on topic, keep it cordial, respectful, equally timed, and let's do our best to make sure we're focusing on one topic at a time. Kent just ended with his rebuttal, so Matthew, why don't we hand it over to you to start us off here in the discussion with the first point and the first question. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, Kent, can you define science for me?
Well, yeah, the word science comes from the Latin word "scire," which means to know. What do we know? We know cows produce cows. That we know. That's observable. It's based on observation, it's experimentation, and testing. Science, which is what I taught for years and love, is knowledge that humanity has gained over the centuries based on observation and testing and experimentation. All the testing ever done by farmers says cows make cows and nothing else. Nothing else.
Okay, so it's so you're saying that science is knowledge.
It comes the Latin word "scire," to know. What do we know?
Okay, so the etymology, you're saying the etymology is the definition, or the knowledge is science? Because my understanding of science is that it's a process. It's a system that we use to determine the best explanation for evidence, right?
Well, it's gathering observation. What do we observe and test and demonstrate? I think
Right.
I looked it up. I got it from about 10 different dictionaries, but I got 40 million slides here. Had I known you were asking that question, I'd have slides ready. But yes, I think everybody agrees science, the word means knowledge, and it's knowledge gained by observation, testing, and experimentation. And that would exclude evolution.
Oh,
I'll find it here
okay.
for you. The word "scire."
What did you teach?
I taught earth science, biology, physical science, 1 semester of anatomy, and algebra, geometry, and trig.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm since people seem to have a problem with me asking any questions about your accreditation or anything like that, I'll leave all of that alone and say that I'm confused by the way you're using science, the way you're explaining science, because science is just an idea of the methodology. It's describing what is the product of the use of the system. So in the same way that evolution is a description of what the process, what's the best way to put this? How the process results, how it works. We call evolution as a sort of overarching name for it, but evolution is actually the process that it is happening. So science, in the same way, when we talk about science, we're talking about a body of things that we've discovered using the scientific method. So to equate it with knowledge, to me, doesn't make any sense. So I'm if you could just clarify that for me.
Okay, well, the word "scire," Latin, means to know. That's what the word science means.
That's etymology, though. That's not.
Yeah, well,
that's the origin of the word. That's not what it actually means.
Well,
You're talking about where the word came from, not what it entails.
Okay, you can look up 20 definitions at dictionaries, but it's in the information, the knowledge we have gained by observation, experimentation, and testing. And
Okay.
all of that is an accumulated body of knowledge, which is continually growing, and it's wonderful. And about 100 years ago, somebody slipped in this dumb religion that animals can change to something else. And now they're including that as part of science. That's not part of science. Nobody's ever observed or seen that. If it's a process, I agree. I like science. Study and observe. Show me what's your best observation for any animal producing a different kind of animal than what a 4-year-old would say that's the same kind. What's your best evidence for macroevolution?
Okay, so because I will answer that, but I just want to point out that you're using science as a noun, and I'm using science as a verb. So we're not talking about the same thing by saying science. You're using it to describe a thing. I'm using it to describe a method. And knowledge is, anyway, that's getting into a different discussion. This debate is about evolution, and you stated that you do not accept it. You stated the reasons why you don't accept it, which is, I appreciate you explaining all of that, but my contention is that the way you're describing evolution occurring is a misrepresentation of what evolution actually reveals. To talk about your great grandpa being a T-Rex, for example, is just a cartoonish way to discredit the fact that no one has ever actually falsified evolution. No one has ever suggested that anyone's great grandpa was a T-Rex, and I'm just wondering why you phrase it that way. It's entertaining, and it's fun to talk about as if we're on a cartoon or something, but we're not talking about the scientific method by talking about somebody's ancestor being a dinosaur. Humans and dinosaurs are coming from the same common ancestor, but not direct, a direct line of lineage. So you're misrepresenting in a way what evolution actually is, which makes me highly suspicious that you're
Matthew, if you want to just wrap up because I just want to make
Sure.
sure we're doing equal time here.
That's fair enough.
Okay.
To summarize, I think that the presentation of evolution that you're making is not analogous to what evolution actually is in the scientific field where it's used.
Okay, let's hand it over to Kent. Kent, take as much time as you need to respond to Matthew's points.
Matthew, I have in front of me a giant collection of textbooks from various publishers. I think all the major publishers from many years, back including the 1800s. They do teach, in the last 100 years especially, pictures like I'm showing you on screen here, a tree of life. Is this picture trying to tell the boys and girls that humans up at the top and birds have a common ancestor, which goes back to an amoeba? They have every kind of life form you can imagine. Whales, bears, birds, corn, sunflowers, octopus, squid, jellyfish. They draw lines on paper and connect them to a common ancestor. This is not science. This is not a noun or a verb. This is stupid. Nobody's ever seen an octopus produce a non-octopus baby. Nobody's ever seen an amoeba produce a non-amoeba. They've tried in the laboratory with bacteria that have a generation time of 20 minutes. They get born, grow up, get married, have kids in 20 minutes. That would be like billions of years of human life evolution. They've never been able to make it anything other than a bacteria. Never. You've never seen corn produce non-corn or cows produce non-cows. It just doesn't happen. You just said, I think you said humans and whales or whatever you said have a common ancestor if you go back. That means somewhere along the line in the distant past, animals changed to something other than their kind. Because I think we would agree a human and a dinosaur are not the same kind, but you believe a human and a dinosaur have a common ancestor. So where's the evidence of any animal producing something other than exactly the same kind? The variations happen, taller grass, shorter grass, etc., but it's still grass. Humans, there's a lot of varieties of humans. There's some smart ones and some really dumb ones out there, and they might have had a common ancestor called a human. I don't argue with that. But you want us to believe, and you want us to pay for you to teach others that humans and dinosaurs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor. So I said I would ask you later, do you believe you have a common ancestor with a mosquito? Just a simple yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's what the evidence shows.
What evidence?
DNA.
Because we have a building code called DNA that's more complex than the Library of Congress, and so does a mosquito. So there may be some lines of code in our DNA that are the same as the lines of code in the mosquito. Is that proof they have a common ancestor, or could it be the same guys writing the code? Like Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint have thousands of identical lines of code. Therefore, it all happened by chance. That's the logic you're using, Matthew.
The logic that I'm using is that the people who wrote those programs are building upon other programs that were written in the past, going all the way back to the beginning of computers.
Correct.
The way code was written by computer scientists has evolved over time to be more useful, more efficient, but it's still ultimately, in many cases, the same programs that have just changed. So although Adobe and, say, YouTube are vastly different, they still would have some of the same code in their basic I'm getting too far off with my analogies here. I tend to do that and ramble. I do apologize. What I'm trying to say is that they both came from the same place in the same way that life came from the same place. No matter how different it looks now, this is the reason why they use fruit flies to study change over time, because their lifespan, their generations are so short. You were talking about grass before. Well, if you sit and watch grass, you're not going to see it grow. That doesn't mean it doesn't grow. But if you're talking about billions of years of life, you're only going to see a very, very tiny portion of that. So it's not realistic to expect to watch change happen. So you have to look at other evidence, right?
I'm willing to look at any evidence you've got. What they did with the fruit flies is they got flies with no wings, flies with curled wings, flies that were blind. They never got an improvement on the fly. Every mutation they caused was deleterious. They ended up with flies that can't fly. What do you call that? A crawl? It's not a fly anymore. They didn't get any improvements. I agree. I was involved in this fruit fly stuff. They are not, and that is a bunch of people tampering with the gene code using x-rays and all kinds of things, nuking them and microwaving them and everything else, and poisons. And they couldn't get one beneficial mutation. And yet you want to take a fly or a common ancestor and turn it into a whale. The code that you talked about from Microsoft, et cetera, there was a whole lot of intelligent people involved in changing and writing and developing and improving that code. Where's the intelligence in your religion of evolution? And you said, I don't accept evolution. There you go with that word accept again. Michael, you can only accept something that is true. Or Matthew, I'm sorry, Matthew. I accept 2 + 2 is 4. I accept that. Okay. You believe in evolution. You don't accept it, you believe it. Go ahead.
I don't see any difference between accepting something as true and believing it's true. They mean the same thing to me.
It's not the same, and it's obvious you don't see the difference.
Basic understanding of epistemology. Knowledge is a belief that is justified as true. Faith is not justified as true, and belief itself is just something that you hold to be true, whether or not it's justified. So to accept something as true is the same thing as believing that it's true. See, these are the problems of the discourse that we need to talk through before we can get into whose grandpa is a T-Rex.
Well, that's why I wanted to define the terms. Is it reasonable to believe that a mosquito and a human have a common ancestor? No. There's no evidence for that. Humans have been having babies for a long time. My parents had babies. I bet your parents did too. And they turned out to be human. They always do. They always will. So to appeal to millions of years in the past is where you leave science, what we can observe, study, and test, and you go to religion. You believe it's a fairy tale. Long ago, and far away. That's all evolution is, a fairy tale for grown-ups, nothing more.
So you're saying that for something to be true, you have to observe it, watch it happen. Otherwise, it's not true.
No, I said for something to be science. Science deals with what we can observe, study, and test. Look it up in a dictionary. Knowledge gained by observation, experimentation, and testing. The fruit flies proved fruit flies make fruit flies.
Okay,
That's
so
what it proved.
experimentation, observation, and testing, right? That's what you just said are the three. So
I'm
you don't
trying to find
necessarily have to observe, right? You can experiment and you
Well,
can test.
You
right?
can infer some things. If we observe erosion taking place at a certain place, we could infer that maybe, unless there were things to make it faster or slower, we can infer some things about that. Sure, but there's different levels of how acceptable something is in science. Some things are accepted as hard fact. Some things are accepted as a reasonable theory because we didn't see it, can't see it. It's reasonable to believe you started off as a baby, though I didn't see that.
Okay. And it's reasonable also to believe that grass is going to grow. And no, it's January now, but it's reasonable to believe that grass is going to begin growing again in March or April, depending on where you live, right?
Right.
But is grass related to a tree?
Well, no, nobody's ever seen grass produce anything other than grass. Farmers have been trying. They raise a whole lot of different kinds of grass. They've developed it, different structures that they want. They want it to grow faster, grow in cold weather, grow in warm weather, but they always get grass. Grass and trees have some similarities in that they both contain chlorophyll. They both are green, generally. But the trees are considered a woody plant, not in the same, kingdom, phylum, class, order, probably even a different order. Trees would be a different order than grass, I would guess, by man's current classification system. So no, grass and trees, if you kept developing grass for a long time, you're never going to get a sequoia, never, out of the grass.
Okay, that wasn't actually my question. I was saying, are they related?
Yeah, they have a common designer. Same guy designed them. And I like to give God glory. I like to look at the trees and say, praise God, you're smart. Can you imagine a piece of wood able to suck water out of the ground, take sunlight, change it into apple that I can eat? Man, God is smart. I love serving him.
Okay, so how do we observe, experiment, or test God?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know of another reasonable explanation for this. I never observed who made this coffee cup, but it's reasonable to say somebody probably made this. This doesn't happen. Even though it's natural materials, it's logical to say this had a designer, even if I can't find them. I think it's logical when you look at a human body, say, wow, this had a designer. Now, but I'm not asking mine to be taught as science in the schools. You guys have a religious belief that there was no designer and this thing happened by chance, and you want everybody to be forced to pay to have all the kids learn that. That's where my objection is. Evolution is a religion. You're welcome to it, but keep it out of the schools.
But as I've already said in my rebuttal, in my 8-minute rebuttal there, even if I grant intelligent design, that doesn't say anything about God.
Correct. We're not arguing about God. The title of the debate is there reasonable evidence for evolution? So far, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen you give a single shred of evidence for evolution. I'd like to see it.
And if you lay on the grass and watch, you won't see it grow, but that doesn't mean it's not growing.
So that is your evidence that you are related to a mosquito because we can't see grass grow. Is that your evidence?
that is my response to your apparent expectation of seeing change over time on a very narrow scope, when in fact the timeline is so vast that that is a completely unrealistic expectation. And you're also leaving out the predictive part of the scientific method, that we can use the theory and what we've learned with it to predict what will happen with living creatures. So that is where the functionality of the scientific method used on evolution proves that it's true, is that when you make a prediction, it comes true.
Okay. You appealed to time again, which takes it, long ago and far away. Grass will always produce grass. I predict, I'll bet you $100 that if you plant grass seeds, they will grow into grass if they grow at all, and will produce more seeds. And if you plant them, they will be grass. And you can go 10 generations and always get grass. I'll predict that'll happen for 1,000 generations. Now, we can't live long enough to see that, but we can see fruit flies for maybe 1,000 generations. I don't know what their generation time is, a couple of days. You can do bacteria, 20-minute generation time. I predict bacteria always were bacteria and always will be bacteria. I predict that.
Okay, so to come back to your coffee cup there, that's something that we know can be created.
Wow,
right?
We're getting close. You're going to get you converted. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is we know that a coffee cup can be created. We don't know that everything that exists could have been created.
We also don't know that you are related to a mosquito.
That's just what the evidence shows.
What
Let me jump
evidence?
in. Yeah, let me jump in here real quick. Matthew, just for the last few minutes, maybe of the cross exam here, let's go right back to the title of the debate. I just want to make sure we're exhausting the, and it's been a great discussion so far. Earlier, you brought up DNA, as a possible line of reasonable evidence for evolution. In the last few minutes here, did you want to present one or two lines of evidence that you believe are reasonable in terms of universal ancestry, and then we'll kind of just examine those before we get into the concluding statements, Matthew?
Okay, so just for the sake of brevity, could you be a little more specific on what you want me to provide? Because I don't want to ramble. I don't want to take up too much of the debate talking about this.
That's a good question. I guess if we go back to the original question that Kent asked you, if you believe humans and mosquitoes are related through common ancestry, I believe your answer was yes. So what, in terms of reasonable scientific evidence, you mentioned DNA. What would be another line of evidence that you would say is convincing to maybe somebody on the fence?
The fossil record.
Okay, the fossil record. If you wanted to elaborate a little bit on the fossil record, and then we can have Ken kind of examine and respond to that a bit.
Okay. To have, for example, whales that have vestigial legs, the bones for legs in their sides for where their legs used to be before they returned to the oceans, they were land animals. That's why their leg bones are in the places that they are today. And when you follow the evidence trail just based on the bones that are found of other types of whales in the past, you're able to trace where those legs came from, especially when compared to land animals that have legs in the same places.
Okay, I appreciate that response, Matthew. We'll hand it over to you, Dr. Dino. So a line of evidence for evolution, the fossil record, and specifically, the whale series there and the so-called vestigial pelvis. So take as much time as you need to respond.
Okay, I've covered this 100 times before in debates and in my seminar. If there were vestigial organs, that would be losing, not gaining. So that's not going to help your theory. Secondly, the whale does not have a vestigial pelvis. I'll get the pictures here and show you. The whales have, right here, evolution of whales. There we go. Slide number 715, okay? 715, enter. Whales, the theory of whale evolution. They have these pictures in the book that whale came from an animal like this, from Pakicetus, ready to go for a swim and slowly turn to a whale. This is the evidence you're referring to, the vestigial pelvis. We have one in our museum here. If you'd like to come down, we'll give you a tour. Those are not vestigial legs. Those bones are essential, that anchor points for muscles to attach to allow the whales to reproduce. Has nothing to do with walking on land, never did, never will. Let's see, no evidence for whale evolution. There is no such thing as a fossil record. No such thing. There's a lot of fossils, trillions of them. We got thousands of them here in our museum. There's a lot of fossils, but it's not a record None of them talk. None of them have a date stamped on them. This text, Science Dictionary. Whales have small leg bones located in the muscles of their body walls that are vestigial hip bone. This is what is taught. This is not true. They say it has a vestigial pelvic and leg bone. Even the National Center for Science Miseducation teaches that. Look at that. From bossy to blowhole. Whales and the vestigial pelvis. Just imagine whales walking around. These are the bones they're referring to. Los Angeles has a whole whale skeleton hanging up there. Those are not leg bones. Those are anchor points for special muscles that allow the whales to reproduce. Here's one we have in our museum. It has a nerve supply and a bone supply. The whale's penis can be 15 feet long. He has to have ways to maneuver this thing in the dark without talking and saying, scoot over, honey. This has nothing to do with walking on land. It's part of their reproductive system. And if you take those out of the whale because you think they're vestigial, he will be very upset with you. Okay? Do not do that. Though that is a lie to say that the whale has a vestigial pelvis. He does not. That is not evidence for evolution. It's part of their reproductive system. So study it out a little further and you'll see I'm right. This is not vestigial pelvis. There are no, the male and female whales have very different bones in those regions. They got to mate in the dark underwater without being able to talk and say, scoot over. By the way, my understanding is nobody's ever observed the whales mating, but apparently they do. We get baby whales all the time. So I think you're mistaken. Somebody lied to you, and you should not pass that lie on. Those bones are not vestigial. DNA.
Sorry.
Okay, there is no fossil record. DNA could prove the same guy's writing the code. The DNA is so complicated. I bet if I looked in my Bible, I would find they use the letter A in this book. I bet if I look in, this dinosaur brochure from a dinosaur park up near here. If I look in here, they use the letter A right there. That's proof this document's related to this document because they both use the letter A.
And they were both written by human beings. Yes.
Bingo, you're getting it. And the code for mosquitoes and the code for humans was both written by God. You're getting it. Go ahead.
That's sort of shifting the goalposts on what code means and what code entails. But to come back to clarify the point on the vestigial pelvis that you're talking about, the bones that remain that hold the whale together are there because the rest of it wasn't necessary to hold the muscles together. That's why the rest of the leg bones are now gone. And there's plenty of evidence in other animals of this sort of process where they didn't lose the entirety of a leg or an arm or any part of the body. The parts that remained were necessary to remain for other parts. There is not some end goal of improvement for evolution. There is simply a reaction to the environment.
You believe this. We observe the whales have these bones, the whales use them. Probably not as often as the male likes, but they use them, okay? And so this is, you're dreaming up a story that this is what's left over and they still need it. You don't know they ever had legs. Nobody's ever found a whale with legs. And if they did find a fossil with legs, that wouldn't prove it's related to the whale. If you find a tricycle with 3 wheels, that doesn't prove it's halfway from a bicycle to a car. They're designed that way. The whale is designed to have these bones right there to do make baby whales. It's designed for that. Why is that so hard for you to see? I don't understand.
You have to justify the designer before you can say it was designed.
No, it's obvious this had a designer. I've never seen him. I got no idea where it was made. I don't care. I know somebody made it. I can look at the whale and say, wow, somebody made that. Now, which God? Is it Allah, Buddha, Jehovah? That's a different argument. But I think there had to be a smart designer.
Okay, we know that a cup can be designed. A mug can be designed. We don't know that everything that exists, all matter and energy in all of the cosmos, we don't know that it was created.
I couldn't prove that. That's my religion. I admit it. Is it possible for this cup to form by chance with no designer? Do you think pressure on clay? We have a lot of clay in our gravel pit here. Do you think clay and sunshine could gradually make a cup like this, perfectly round, and put printing letters on it that make coherent sense to somebody in English? Is in trillions and trillions and quadrillions of years, could this cup happen by chance?
No.
No, bingo, you're getting it.
Okay, let me jump in here, guys. I know we could probably do this discussion all night. Time is flying by. We got 240 people in the chat. And Matthew, I know there might be a couple things you want to respond there. So to be fair, we're going to do concluding statements. We're going to have 5 minutes of uninterrupted time to respond and kind of make some final points. Maybe there's a few things left hanging and we can take this time to address them there. And then we got so many good questions from the audience, as always, and then we'll get into some audience questions. So Matthew, Dr. Dino, thanks for a fantastic discussion. We're going to hand it to you, Matthew, since you kicked us off with your opening statement. We'll let you start first. For your concluding statement, you got 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, so let's bring this back to, I think we've done a good job mostly of staying on topic, despite what Richard Dawkins thinks or what anyone else has ever said in the past. I am not a scientist. I am a technician in a computer field. So I don't claim to be an expert. I don't have an answer to all of the questions. I just have enough knowledge to know where to look to answer questions. And when what I know doesn't match up to the evidence, I change my belief. Actually, when I debated Seitan Bruggencate back in 2014, the whole presuppositional apologetic that was presented at the time caused me to reevaluate my entire belief system to make sure that it all made sense. And I realized that there were some things that I believed that were wrong. And it didn't, of course, bring me to the conclusion that the Bible was true or that Romans 1:18 through 23, I believe, had any other weight than what someone wrote at some time to try to control other people, or for whatever reason it might have been. Maybe they actually did really believe it, but it didn't convince me that it was true, but it did provide me food for thought. Now, talking about a supposed creator that is accepted as fact for no reason other than an arbitrary feeling or assumption that's never justified, and using that as an explanation for misunderstandings of what the evidence in evolution presents to someone who is not making those unjustified assumptions, that's where the problems come in. That's why evolution doesn't make sense, because there are other unjustified assumptions that are held beforehand that conflict with it and prevent further learning about the actual facts of the matter. So I try to minimize unjustified assumptions going into any discussion, any topic, any field that I'm trying to learn about. And if I find an unjustified belief, I remove it. And I know for a fact, having seen dozens of debates on creationism, specifically young Earth creationism, that it is impossible to be true. And that isn't, of course, going to change anyone's mind, me stating that, but the facts are clear. Start to finish, there are too many things that are not possibly true in young Earth creationism, and the explanations that it therefore leads young Earth creationists to conclude about evolution, that it just it doesn't lend toward productive discussion on the subject. So what I came into this debate to do was to present what the scientific theory of evolution and biology actually is. There are a lot of other uses for the term evolution, in the same way that we could use the word change or adapt to mean any number of things. You could broaden the field as wide as you like. But what doesn't change is the fossils, the ground, the DNA, the chemicals, the fact that there is an elemental similarity in all things in the cosmos. Atoms of one thing are made in a star or wherever they came from initially. I don't speculate on where the singularity before the Big Bang came from, because it's pointless. But everything is made of the same stuff. Everything is made of the same elements in different forms. So for that to suddenly become a brick wall where you can't accept that everything is related on Earth as living beings seems ridiculous to me, when
20
there's
seconds.
too much science involved. I'm not going to bother explaining any further, but clearly everything is related on an atomic level. So it makes perfect sense that everything be related on a cellular level. So that's all I really have to say.
All right, Matthew, I appreciate that concluding statement. Really engaging debate, Dr. Dino and Matthew. That was about 6 minutes. So what we'll do is hand it to Kent, equal time. So Kent, take up to 6 minutes for your concluding statement. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Well, the hot topic is there evidence for evolution? I say no, there's no fossil evidence for evolution. Fossil evidence wouldn't count anyway. If you could find a fossil, you're just arranging them in order that you want them to, because you don't know that fossil had any children. They shouldn't use any fossils as evidence for evolution. In an honest court of law, they would all be thrown out, every one of them. Okay? Make an animal do it today where we can observe it. Okay? There are homologous structures, doesn't prove evolution, neither do vestigial structures. We talked about that. Selective breeding. It's reasonable to believe, it's not reasonable to believe any fossil would count. But some people's mind is made up, their head is stuck in the sand. They already know evolution is true. Now, how do we prove it? That's where they are. So, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? I say absolutely not. I'll conclude by saying what I said earlier. I think it's very reasonable to believe that God made this world. I think it's reasonable to believe somebody made this coffee cup. I don't know who, don't know when, don't know where, and I don't care, but it's reasonable to believe somebody designed it. And when you look at a single cell in your body, average person has 100 trillion atoms in their body. It's reasonable to believe there was a really smart designer. I think it's reasonable to believe that the God who made this world must have done it because he loves us. And we all messed up and broke his rules and we're deserving of his judgment. But it's reasonable to believe that because of his love, he would provide a way out. And God himself came down and became a man and let them kill him. And his death paid for our sins. I accepted that 53 years ago. I accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior. I'm forgiven. I'm not going to heaven because I'm good. I'm going to heaven because God's good. And he forgave me based on what Jesus did on that cross. There's only two religions in the world, Cain and Abel. Cain brought his fruit and vegetables. God, look what I did for you. God wouldn't take it. Abel brought a sacrifice. God, take this in my place. God took it. Great lesson there. Most religions in the world are doing what Cain did. God, you should accept me because I did this or I did that. That's not going to work. I have a sacrifice. God himself is my sacrifice. I think it's reasonable to believe that if God made this world, he would write a book and tell us some of the details about it and what does he want. I think I got that book right here. Read it many times. I'm unable to find an error in it. If you know of one, have a debate on that. Or send it in. I'll be covering that in my Bible study on Dinosaur Adventureland YouTube, starting here soon. I think we should reason together. It's reasonable to believe that God loves us and made this world and has a plan for it. Under your worldview, Matthew, by the way, is Matthew misspelled on his screen there? I think, look at it when it comes up again. I think it should be 2 T's, unless maybe he spells it with 1. Anyway, I think it's reasonable that there's something comes after this life. In Matthew's worldview, when you die, you go back to dirt, and that's it, you're done. That's not reasonable to me. I think it's reasonable to say there's a purpose, there's a goal, there's a reason why God made us. So back to audience questions. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Come join us at Dinosaur Adventureland. Visit our place here in Lenox, Alabama.
All right. I appreciate that concluding statement there, Dr. Hoven. That concludes the concluding statement. So thank you so much, Matthew and Kent. Really enjoyable debate. Matthew, if you wanted to answer that question, is your name spelt wrong there, or is it you go 1 T?
You can blame my parents for that. They thought if they put 1 T in my name, people wouldn't call me Matt. But when you hear Matthew, you automatically think 2 T's, so it just didn't work. But now I'm stuck explaining to everyone for my entire life that there's only 1 T in my name. So yes, it is true that that's the way it's spelled. And I have a great deal of sympathy for people who have names that are much worse than that. So yes.
I'm sure this won't be the last time you'll have to explain that. So I appreciate it. And
Donnie.
Yes.
Years ago, there was a farmer in southern Illinois, last name Hogg, H-O-G-G, had twin daughters. He named them Ima and Yora.
Not very nice of him, Ken.
Not very. Anyway, audience questions.
I appreciate it. Hey, laughter is the best medicine. I appreciate it. So real quick, not the first question, but the first comment. We've had some super chats coming in from John Maddox, Logical, Plausible, Probable. His after shows are always a ton of fun and very memorable. So he says, don't miss the after show. Starts right after this debate ends. Should be an epic throwdown. So he's got the link there, guys, if you want to click that when this debate's over. So let's get right into it. First question comes in from Saved by Grace. Amen. And I appreciate the question, Saved by Grace. So he says, question for Dr. Dino. And I should say, actually, Matthew, this is your first time on this platform. So what we usually do is whoever the question is for gets the last word. So for example, this question's for Kent. He'll respond. We'll give you a chance to respond as well, but we'll give Kent the final word. Okay, so here we go. Question for you, Dr. Dino. He asks, are wisdom teeth evidence for evolution? Evolutionists consider wisdom teeth a vestigial organ today, no longer useful anymore because our diet has evolved. Go ahead.
Well, I think if you watch as children grow, from babies, the teeth come in a few at a time. And as they grow larger, their mouth can handle more teeth. And so they grow more. When you get to 15, 16, 17, typically about the age wisdom teeth come in, by then your jaw may be big enough. I think the fact that wisdom teeth are a problem for about 40 or 50% of the population is an indication that we are devolving. Exact opposite. Many millions of people have wisdom teeth and have no problem with them. The Bible teaches before the flood came, the people lived to be 900 and probably grew much bigger, in which case wisdom teeth would be essential to fill in the rest of the jaw. Not evidence for evolution at all. If it was a vestigial structure, that's losing, not gaining. But I think I don't think any dentist that knows his stuff would say they're vestigial. They're a problem because our jaws aren't as big as they used to be. Maybe our diet is not as rough as it used to be, and so our jaws aren't as tough as they used to be. So wisdom teeth may be a problem, but that's not evidence for evolution.
All right, I appreciate that response, Kent. And Matthew, we'll hand it over to you if there's anything you wanted to add.
Just one brief comment. I think that there's a nugget of truth in what Kent just said, that he doesn't consider that to be evidence because it edges right up against where change has occurred. And I think that line where you're willing to accept what has occurred and what has not occurred, what could potentially occur or not, has to, for a layperson, be decided by the scientists who are actually doing the work and not just by your gut instinct.
Okay, I appreciate that response there, Matthew. And Kent, question was for you. Get the last word.
On my video number 7, which is question answer, I just noticed I've got 3,000 slides in that one. I do cover that topic with a lot of pictures about wisdom teeth and a lot of scientific articles. So if they get my seminar series, sales pitch here, $50, and you can return it and get your money back if you'd like. But I used to loan stuff out. I learned right away Baptists don't steal, but they do borrow and never return. But if you would like to get video number 7, question answer, I cover that with all the pictures and slides and documentation about wisdom teeth showing that they are not vestigial.
All right, I appreciate the responses, Matthew and Kent, to a solid question. So the chat is flying here, and I'm trying to get these questions up on screen. So I will have it up on screen in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. So from What's the Takeaway, I appreciate the question. His question is for you, Matthew. So this one will be for you. He says, a question for Matt. Which organ evolved first? And how did it survive if organs depend on other organs?
I believe the first organisms were single-celled. So there would have been there's no way to know which was the first organ, but it would have been an accumulation of cells that formed something that eventually became an organ. And that would have happened in all sorts of different life forms by then, because enough change had happened that there would have been, I couldn't even guess how many different kinds of life forms by that time that were all developing their own organs, because there are eyes, for example, have developed as organs independently from points where they weren't related to each other. When the creature started to evolve eyes, they did so without having them to begin with. They developed them as a response to a need. So I guess the first organs would have developed as a response to a need for digestion or protection from the elements. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a technician, not a scientist.
All right, thank you for that response there, Matthew. We'll hand it over to Dr. Dino for his response.
I think it's a great question, and it's impossible for the atheist or evolutionist to answer. If you evolved a stomach but had no mouth to get food into it, that's a problem. If you evolved a mouth and a stomach at the same time and had no alimentary canal to get rid of it, that's a bigger problem. So I think you have to have a variety of things working together. An engine isn't much good without a transmission, and neither together are any good without some way to transmit power to the wheels, and you've got to have the wheels. So, and a car is primitive compared to a living form. The first cell, a single cell. You should study how many systems there are in a cell. They have a way to bring food in, digest it, break it down, send it back out, move around. The little flagellated paramecium, the flagella are just unbelievably complex. So I think it's a conundrum for the evolutionist, impossible for them to explain how this could happen bit by bit. It's either all there or it doesn't work.
Thank you for those points, Kent. And Matthew, to be fair, the question was for you. So if you'd like a final word, go ahead.
I think when it comes to, for example, what Kent's talking about with engines and wheels, the first things that would have been used by people would have been planes and cylinders that eventually became wheels and eventually became the body of a cart, and then different forms of propulsion, different forms of mechanisms that made it more efficient and less stressful to drive a vehicle. So we ended up creating something that needed an engine and a transmission, but it all happens far more on a longer timeline than we like to think about things. They're more complicated than we like to think, is what I'm trying to say.
All right, I appreciate that. I appreciate those responses on a good question. So this one comes in from Born 100 Years Late. He gives a super chat. I appreciate the support. So it's up on screen here, and he asks, if a simple bacteria takes, say, 1,000 years to change, wouldn't you see some change, any change at all, in the last 200 years? When does the change start? He doesn't specify anybody, but I think it's for you, Matthew, given the context of it.
I think the simplest way to respond to that is that the common cold continues to change over time. The flu changes over time. And that's why there's a new flu shot for everyone every year, because the cold evolves. It changes based on who carries it and who transmits it to others. So we are seeing the change.
All right, thanks for that answer, and we'll hand it over to you, Kent, for a response.
Well, it's a great question and very logical. That's what I said. Nobody's ever seen a dog produce a non-dog or a bacteria produce a non-bacteria. Now, it might adapt to its environment. You may get a dog with more hair or less hair, but it's still a dog. If it put it up in the cold climate, only the long-haired dogs are going to survive. Nature will select the short-haired dogs to probably not survive the cold weather. Okay, it's still a dog. These bacteria are still bacteria. Whether they face a certain antibiotic, they might become antibiotic resistant eventually and got to get a new drug for next year. That maybe just to pay for the doctor's Mercedes instead. But regardless of the reason, it's still a bacteria. So the question is legitimate. We don't see any changes from a bacteria to anything else. But in Matthew's religion, you have to change the bacteria to a whale and to a human. That's not observable. It's not science.
All right. Thank you for that response, Kent. And Matthew, over to you for a quick final word before we get to the next question.
It would take too long for me to explain why everything Kent just said was wrong, especially the representation of my position. So I'm just going to skip over that.
All right. Well, luckily we got a kind of a similar question here from Cover to Cover Book Reviews. So his question again is for you, Matthew, and he asks, has anyone ever seen a fruit fly produce something other than a fruit fly?
Fruit flies specifically, I don't know of changing into something other than a fruit fly, but flies clearly are not all fruit flies. Flying insects are not all flies. And we can see through ring species, it's clearly shown how speciation occurs, which is, although micro and macro evolution are not actual terms that are used in the science. They're only used by people who are talking about the science. That's technically macroevolution, is speciation, and we do see one type of animal changing into another type of animal that can no longer reproduce with each other when their populations are reintroduced. So no, specifically for a fruit fly, I don't think it could produce something other than a fruit fly, but it could produce a type of fruit fly that can't mate with another type of fruit fly.
All right. Thank you, Matthew, for that response. We'll hand it over to Kent for his response.
I covered that in great detail on videotape number 4, lies in the textbooks. What they've developed with the fruit fly experiments is flies with stubby wings, flies with a yellow body, flies with white eyes, flies with curly wings, flies that have no wings at all. So they've never given an improvement on the fly. Fruit flies refuse to become anything but fruit flies under any circumstances yet devised. So it's not, it hasn't worked. In their religion, they have to have them change to something else. And so the question was, has anyone ever seen a fruit fly produce something other than a fruit fly? And the clear answer is no. They say therefore their answer is, well, fruit flies must have evolved as far as they can go. No. The other answer is evolution doesn't happen. They're locked in with their gene code. Flies in the north are 4% larger than flies in the south. Yeah, they got to have more body mass to handle the colder temperature. So fruit flies are always fruit flies. They were created as fruit flies. They'll always, I predict, fruit flies will always produce baby fruit flies. Always. I predict that.
All right. Thank you, Kent. And Matthew, question was for you. Quick final word.
It all just comes down to a basic misunderstanding of what evolution is. It doesn't have a goal. If something can change, it does. There's no need for it to change. It's just going to survive based on its attributes, or it's not. Whether or not it's going to become a different kind of creature than a fruit fly is irrelevant to the way evolution works.
All right. Thank you there, Matthew. Okay, we're going to start winding it down with these last couple questions as time has really flown by here, and I want to respect the debaters' time that they've given us for tonight. So, Kent, this one's for you from Ryan the Raptor guy. He says, Standing for Truth, question for Kent Hovind. What is the most convincing argument for evolution you've heard, and how would you respond?
Well, you have to define the word evolution. Which of the 6 meanings are you talking about? The most convincing evidence for microevolution, that's overwhelming. There are 1,000 different varieties of, there's 300 varieties of dogs. There's 4,000 varieties of potatoes. Farmers can selectively breed and create a bigger potato, a smaller potato, sweeter potato, whatever they want. That's microevolution. The evidence for that is overwhelming, and that's where it stops. The major evidence they use over and over is majority opinion. Well, everybody believes it, therefore it must be true. There have been thousands of times through the history of science where everybody believes something that turned out to be wrong. The phlogiston theory was wrong. George Washington was killed by his own doctors because they thought, man, you got bad blood. If you're sick, take out your blood, you'll get better. They were sincere, dedicated, they loved the president, and they killed him. They were wrong. Evolution, people who believe it might be sincere. A majority might believe it. Not true yet, but let's suppose everybody believes it. I bet everybody in North Korea thinks communism is good. Doesn't mean it is, but they better believe it and say so, or they're going to get killed. So I think we're that way, not quite that bad in America yet, where if you don't believe in evolution, you won't keep your job at a university. And therefore they can say, aha, see, majority opinion.
All right. I appreciate that response, Kent. Matthew, anything you'd like to add to that one?
Just briefly, I think the point that Kent made about George Washington is a good one, because they didn't understand the problems with his blood. And that's what happens when in the past people didn't know as much as they do now. And when you go 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 years in the past, that helps explain why there's so many mistakes about reality in the Bible.
All right. And Kent, question was for you. Get the last word.
Yeah, science has gained a lot of knowledge gained by observation, experimentation, and testing. I love science. We've gained a lot of stuff. We can now make things fly, airplane, helicopter, jets, no question. Man has improved. But they're still stuck with that dumb religion, believing they're related to a mosquito. I don't understand that.
All right. I appreciate that, Kent. And we're going to end it here with this last question. Guys, I know we got 1,000 questions that came in. We had a great audience, very lively chat, but we got to end it somewhere. And again, there's an after show on John Maddox on his channel after this. So Matthew, this is a question for you. And it's from Landon Freeman. I appreciate the question, Landon. He says, for Matthew, what findings would cause you to doubt evolution, as in universal common descent?
The best example I've ever heard given was if you went back into, say, the Triassic and found a rabbit in the fossil record, that would definitely disprove evolution for me. That's
okay.
simple.
All right. Thank you for that response there, Matthew. And Kent, we'll hand it over to you if there's anything you wanted to add.
Well, I did not bring up tonight, and probably should have. Matthew, the geologic column does not exist any place on the planet. There's no such thing as a geologic column. You say go back to the Triassic and find a rabbit. Wait, you're assuming these layers are different ages. If the top layer is indeed younger, where did it come from? Outer space? moving it from here to here does not make it different age. All the layers are the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion. Every speck of dirt, unless it came from space, is the same age. So you guys keep claiming these layers are different ages, Jurassic, Triassic, Mississippian, Devonian, Silurian. No, it's all baloney. All those layers probably formed in Noah's flood. How can the top layer be younger? My question is simple. Where did it come from? There is no such thing as a Triassic age. No such thing.
Thank you, Kent. And we'll hand it over to you, Matthew.
Okay.
We got him converted.
Thanks for your opinion, Kent.
Oh, come on now. Come on, Matthew. You know I'm right. How could the top layer be younger? Did it come from outer space?
Initially, everything came from outer space. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's called accretion disks.
All right, gentlemen. Again, thanks for making an entertaining debate. Another one to remember. We actually just booked a couple big debates on evolution based on the Evolution Challenge video we put out several weeks ago. I'm getting a ton of requests. Check the upcoming live stream section, everybody. We just recently booked Kent Hovind and T-Jump for a debate on evolution, as well as Kent and Mark Drysdale. So Mark is coming out of retirement, and the battle continues, Kent versus Mark. So anyways, let's have some final words from Dr. Dino and Matthew Steele, as we usually do. Matthew, let's start with you. This was your first time debating on this platform. I appreciate you being a good sport and giving us your time for this debate. Some final words, final thoughts. Go ahead, Matthew.
I would just encourage everyone to trust that not everyone is out to lie based on their bias, and experts are usually right when enough of them are working on something together and trying to find out what's true. Experts who are trained in something are more likely to be correct than people who are not. And that is just how the brain works. So someone who works in a lab has more of a likelihood of being correct about something related to science than I do in most cases. And we lay people should remember that.
Okay, well, thank you for those final words. Matthew, again, thanks for giving us your time for this debate. Let's hand it over to Kent. Final words, final thoughts, and thank you for doing this debate.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Matthew, for doing this. You said several things throughout this debate that gave me a glimmer of hope. You said something to the effect of, if I find something that's unjustified in a belief system, you will remove it. Evolution is unjustified. Nobody's ever seen any animal or plant produce a different kind. You believe it could happen given time, that's a belief. It's a religion. So I hope that you will really go back and watch this debate and think about it. God did create the world for a purpose. You're going to stand before him one day. What are you going to say? I'm going to say, God, I tried to talk. I don't know what else I could have said to him. I tried. I delivered the message. Just the messenger boy. Don't shoot me. God says you're going to die and face him one day and go to heaven or hell. You can believe that or not. I pray. I'll be prayed for you. I want to see you come to the Lord, get saved, come down here and take a tour of Dinosaur Adventureland. Come on down.
All right. Dr. Dino, I appreciate those final words. Again, Matthew, Dr. Dino, thank you for this awesome debate. And a reminder to everybody in the audience, logical, plausible, probable. He's having another epic after show. So, John, if you want to post the link in the chat so people can click it, and we will all see you there. So, again, thanks to the debaters, and thanks everybody for tuning in. Standing for Truth is out.